Hey, what's going on, guys? It's me, Van, and I make What If videos on this channel, mostly about anime. This is a comic X anime What If, which is me taking the aspects of Superman from DC Comics and mixing it with the story of Naruto. That is today, what if Naruto was a son of Krypton? So, if you guys are excited, I hope you can enjoy the entire story, and happy binging. I'll see you guys at the end. Bye!
Before I start, however, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment on this video and what you thought. If you want to join my Discord and want to talk to other people on the channel, then the Discord link I might put in the description, and if I don't, then it's going to be in the About section on my YouTube page. Under there should be a blue link that says My Official Discord. You click that, and then it should log you in and give you the link to the server. But let's just get right into part 1 for What If Naruto was Kryptonian. The way I'm going to make this work is, because we already know space and dimensions exist in Naruto thanks to Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, as well as the end of Naruto when Kaguya became a thing, we know that there are different worlds that Naruto can visit if the opportunity were ever to arise. And I'm going to say that in this universe, the world of Krypton is a planet far off in the stars, close to a red sun. We start our story there as a scientist and his wife try and save their only son, who they've called Zorel. Yes, I know, it's kind of a weird name, but remember, in Kryptonian it's cool. Anyway, his name for Kryptonian is Zorel, just so you know. And he's basically being saved from a dying world. Krypton was dying as its resources were drained, and the sun was getting hotter and hotter every day, draining them more and more from the plants and the water on their planet. The scientist and his wife only had enough materials and parts to make one ship that they could save their child in. They put their son in there, and we can finally see his face. The boy has beautiful blonde hair and baby blue eyes. He is placed in the small pod, and the two parents kiss his forehead and tell him goodbye, and that they know that he'll be safe on this world that they're sending him to. Then, just as they hit the button on the pod, the glass seals over him, and Zorel is then shot out of his home planet and into the atmosphere. As Zorel continues on his path towards his new home, eventually a blue light begins to shine upon the glass and into his eyes, waking him up. As Zorel finally breaks through the atmosphere and crashes into a grove of trees, leaves fall to the ground, and the crater he made in his pod is beginning to have some flames start. At this point, the old man, the third Hokage, and the newly made fourth Hokage are walking through the woods. As they keep walking into the woods, as they're just strolling along, discussing how it's like to be the new Hokage and how his wife and him are doing with the baby. Naruto at that point was a topic of discussion that was pretty highly sought after in the village. It was just unfortunate that they had a miscarriage. At that point, Minato and the third Hokage find this young Zorel and pick him up. As they pick up the baby boy, they then can see that he has a pod around him and that a streak of smoke is coming out of the sky where he was. Minato decides that he'll take the baby home, and that Kushina, then they'll decide what to do with it after, and they'll need to investigate further, and that the Anbu Black Ops should take care of this mess. At that point, Minato goes home and has the baby Zorel with him. Then Minato shows Kushina the child he has now found that looks very similar to him, actually, and Kushina is shocked and asks what that is around his neck. Kushina then walks closer to the child and holds up a pendant that's on it. It seems to be sharp with edges on it as well, and it's a very odd type of technology they've never seen before in the Leaf Village. They decide that they should give this baby a proper name, and decide that after the strange symbol on his piece of jewelry that he's wearing, that seems to be like an N, they decide to name him Naruto after Jiraiya's book, the character from Jiraiya's book. They then begin raising Naruto. Naruto is 3 years old at this point, and Minato and Kushina are still alive, by the way. And Naruto is being treated very well. Naruto has displayed some odd traits as a child that Minato's noticed. He has an odd sensory ability that he thinks could be a Kekkei Genkai of some sort. And he also is abnormally strong for someone his age. At that point, Naruto now is getting used to being a child and is very happy to be with his mom and dad. Then everything changes when tragedy strikes the Leaf Village. Naruto and his family were expecting a younger brother or sister later that year, and his mom Kushina was pretty excited as well. At that point, however, something unfortunate happened. After they were waiting, Naruto was sitting outside of the room where Kushina and Minato were in, sitting and swinging his legs back and forth when a crash explodes in the room. All he could hear was crying, and he opens the door and runs in to see if his mom and dad are okay. At that point, he sees a strange man with a mask over his face, holding his younger brother. As Naruto sees his younger brother, he then rushes over to save him, and Naruto then tries to. Unfortunately, however, Obito, or Madara Uchiha, rips the Kyuubi out of Kushina. Kushina is in a near-death state, and Minato tells Naruto to protect Mom. Minato then goes after Obito, who then, as soon as they teleport away, Naruto then goes and saves Kushina. He takes Kushina back to their house and lays her down on his mom and dad's bed, and asks if she's alright and what happened. Kushina's barely able to see Naruto, and she holds his face and tells him that he has to go and he has to run. He then hears a loud crushing and a shaking outside as Naruto's eyes widen and he's terrified for his life. He runs out, and then as he continues running through the village, he gets faster and faster towards where the sound is. There, he sees Minato in rage. He's never seen his dad so mad before. On the ground, he found, Madara's mask shattered in half, and his brother hurt with his left arm very badly injured. The baby is shaken and is crying loudly. Minato sees Naruto and tells him to run to get away from there and take his brother with him. Naruto then picks up his younger brother, who is in this place, has a different name by the way, we'll get into that, runs off and sees Minato and this formerly masked man battling it out. As Minato now knows who this is after his mask had cracked from his strike with the Rasengan, he screams at him, "Obito, what are you doing? We thought you were dead. Kakashi thought you were dead. What are you doing this to the village for? And why? Why would you hurt my family?" Minato continues to fight with Obito, and Naruto keeps running. At this point, Naruto turns for 1 second, and then he sees something he never thought he was ever going to see. His dad, who was usually the calm and constructive Minato, the fourth Hokage, was hit by Obito Uchiha. At this point, Obito had just used Kamui and had teleported right next to Minato, stabbing a kunai into his chest. At that point, Minato, his yellow flash dies, and as the yellow flash leaves and goes on to the next world, Naruto gently places his brother on the ground, and a shaking feeling goes over the Leaf Village. At this point, Naruto actually flies, back towards where Obito Uchiha is, at full speed, and punches him in the face, screaming that he should not hurt his daddy. At that point, Obito goes flying into the trees and cracks several of his ribs and spine. He screams out in pain, and he says that he hates that kid. He tells him that he's going to kill him, his younger brother, his mom, and everyone. He then rushes away and takes the Kyuubi with him. Naruto then finds Kushina picking up the baby that she just managed somehow to find, and rushes and brings his younger brother back to their house. She then tells Naruto that he has a very important job to do for her. He tells him that his younger brother's name is Hikaru, and that he's going to be a light for him, and that together she knows they'll be able to get through this. Naruto's confused and asks what his mom means and what's going on. Then Kushina runs out of the house, and Naruto, after a few minutes, in close pursuit behind her. At this point, Kushina knows what she has to do. She uses the Reaper Death Seal on the Kyuubi, the one that she had taught her husband before he had died as well. At this point, Kushina then telling Naruto that this is the job that he has to do, and that she knows that it will be a burden, and she knows how strong he is, but that he can do it. She asks him if it's okay if she can give a part of her to him. Naruto nods and says he'd do anything for her and his family. Naruto then accepts it as Kushina uses the Reaper Death Seal and seals the entire Kyuubi inside of her son Naruto. Naruto feels the power of the Kyuubi enter him, and he stiffens up for a moment, but he actually handles it and recovers fairly fast. He tells his mom that he's going to protect this, and that he knows that he'll take care of his younger brother too. At this point, Kushina smiles and touches the side of her son's face, and tells him how much she loves him before she dies. If you guys want to see part 2 for What If Naruto Was a Kryptonian, then make sure to hit the like button for this, as well as tell me what you think about how I altered this What If, and what do you think about Naruto being like a Kryptonian. And yes, I know he's technically not Minato and Kushina's son, but he really is, and I think that's interesting. I think you guys will like what I do with his younger brother Hikaru, which I have a whole thing planned out for. So last time, Naruto was protecting his brother Hikaru, as well as helping his mom and promising to her that he would protect their family, even though dad was dead and he didn't know that his mom was going to die too. Let's get back to the point where right before Kushina seals the Nine Tails. Kushina, who's staring into her son Naruto's eyes, who's confused and doesn't understand what's going on, is then surprised to find his mother dead in his arms. Kushina's hand is on his stomach, and as she does so, she forces the Kyuubi with the Reaper Death Seal inside of her son, and tells him that he's sorry for making him bear this fate. Kushina is then absorbed by the Reaper, and is then taken away. Naruto holds his mom's body, and as he cries, knowing that he lost both his mom and dad, he's confused and he doesn't understand what's going on. Naruto then rushes back, holding his mom and dad and taking their bodies back to the house and laying them down. There he sees his baby brother Hikaru crying on the bed. Naruto is 3 years old and he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what to do. He just cries and cries the whole night, along with his baby brother. Naruto then picks up his brother and wraps him in a red blanket that they had in the house. He walks with his brother out of the house where his parents are still laying, and from there he goes to the third Hokage's office. Once he gets into the Hokage's office, he's still holding his younger brother, and this Hokage, this old man, sees a young boy walk in holding his younger sibling, and he realizes it's Minato and Kushina's son. He then asks Naruto what happened, and he couldn't find Minato or Kushina after the battle, and asks if they were okay. As soon as he says this, Naruto calmly puts his brother on the floor. He then holds his hands up to his eyes and starts crying tears. He just keeps crying and crying, and the entire room has a strange temperature change, and it gets colder. Naruto just can't seem to stop now as the tears fall out of his eyes. He blubbers and tries to explain through his crying that what happened to his mom and dad. Daddy, he tried to save me. He then went and explained to the third Hokage about how his father, Minato, had protected his younger brother and him from a scary man who his father had said was named Obito. He didn't remember what his last name was or anything like that, but he then continued and told all of what happened at that night. He explained that his mom did some weird thing and he saw a scary demon guy, and the fox that was right there about to hurt them just disappeared, and he didn't know where it went after that. The third Hokage understands that this child is now the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He puts his hand on Naruto's shoulder, who's still crying, and looks into his eyes, telling him everything's going to be alright. He then asks Naruto if he wants to stay together with his brother. Naruto's mouth gasps open as he had never even thought about anyone taking his brother away from him. He rushes over to the baby and picks him up and tells him he won't let anyone take him. He then looks at the third Hokage confidently and says that he'll be fine, while he says with a shaky voice. The third Hokage says that he's gonna send over someone to help raise the two of them until Naruto can take care of himself as well as his younger brother, prove to him that he will become strong enough to not let their family get hurt. The third Hokage then sends Naruto away, and Naruto rushes out of the Hokage's office with his brother. He then bounces up and down the street, still thinking about his mom and dad and wondering if he'll ever be able to see them again. His brother's laughing, and Naruto wishes he could laugh too, but his younger brother Hikaru doesn't understand what's going on yet. He rushes back home and puts his brother down in his crib, where he falls asleep after Naruto fed him. Naruto then makes himself a sandwich and he eats it, thinking about how much he wishes Mom had made some ramen for him. He then, once he thinks about Mom, starts to cry again, only for a knock to interrupt him as he's crying. Midway through, the door opens and in walks a stranger, someone with gray silver hair and one of their eyes covered with a shinobi headband. He waves to the young boy and tells him that his name is Kakashi, and that he's going to take care of them from now on until he is old enough to attend the academy. Naruto looks and sees Kakashi there as he then smiles as he remembers this man talking to his father before when he would go to his office and play there. He then tells him that he remembers him and tells him his name is Naruto Uzumaki, and that his brother over there, his name's Hikaru Uzumaki, and he better not treat both of them bad or he'll beat him up. He then tells Kakashi about everything as Kakashi asks. When he tells Kakashi what happened with the man that he had punched and sent through the forest when he was all mad about his dad being killed from him, he then explains that his dad got really upset and that he never seen him so angry before when the mask off the guy fell off. He then called him some name. What was it? Oh yeah, he tells Kakashi his name was Obito. When Kakashi hears this, his eye opens wide, and he realizes that Obito Uchiha survived the attack from long ago during the last ninja war. Kakashi then focuses and determines why Obito would be there and why he wouldn't have come back to the village. He then remembers what happened with Rin, and he sits down quietly and calmly as a somber mood fills the house from the sadness that has just happened to the Leaf Village. We're gonna fast forward another 3 years. 3 years inward, Naruto is now 6 years old, and he's a lot happier than he was back then. He still misses his mom and dad very much, but he can't remember their faces just as well, so he has to stick to pictures when he thinks of his mom and dad. Hikaru, on the other hand, is just an absolute crazy kid. He likes to pull pranks on his older brother as well as Kakashi when he's messing around. His 3-year-old younger brother is even just being a toddler, is rambunctious enough and runs around with more energy than Naruto thinks he ever could have. Naruto is going to attend the academy when he turns 12, and so Naruto then, at the age of 6, begins his training with Kakashi. Kakashi and Naruto begin training when Kakashi is trying to teach Naruto how to use hand signs. Naruto attempts to use hand signs and nothing happens, even if he does the hand signs all correctly while doing it slowly. Naruto is then explained how chakra works and how chakra you have to flow it into the hand seal to actually bend it and make it work to your will. He then tries even harder, but Naruto just can't seem to get it right. He doesn't feel anything when he tries to think of this energy that Kakashi's telling him about. Kakashi, who continually is trying, just eventually gives up and tells him to fight him without using a jutsu. At that point, Naruto nods and he tells him that he's going to go all out and that he better not hold back either. Kakashi smiles and tells him don't worry, he'll go all out against it. At that point, Naruto then rushes forward with full speed and punches Kakashi in the gut. Kakashi's mask actually begins to slip down his face as he grabs it and spit comes flying out. He then falls back and is holding his stomach in pain as a bruise begins to form. Naruto then flexes his hand and looks at Kakashi and tells him that's the same kind of punch he used against that Obito guy, and that he's pretty strong actually. Kakashi then begins to take this kid more seriously and thinks that Minato might have actually done something with him before he had been started his training with Kakashi. Kakashi and Naruto actually discover a few abilities that Naruto latently has, and Kakashi determines that this must be some sort of Kekkei Genkai, or some other sort of chakra-related ability. If Naruto gets extremely focused and focuses all of the energy he can into his eyes, he unlocks his first power unknown to him, that of super heat vision. Naruto then can blast things with his eyes and lasers shoot out of them, and he uses this to hit trees as well as start flames. He then he has this called as a fire style technique. Later on, when he's about 8, Hikaru is now 5 years old, and he and Naruto pretty much hang out every day. They found a nice man named Ichiraku who doesn't treat them bad, and they love to go down there together and eat food together. At that point, Kakashi is determined that he can leave Naruto and Hikaru in Naruto's hands. He then bids adieu to them and says he'll see Naruto again in a few years, maybe. Naruto smiles and says he'll keep training until the academy and become a great ninja, just like his daddy. Then, Kakashi leaves and Naruto keeps training. He then begins to start training with Hikaru. Hikaru hates training. Hikaru, who likes to have fun and play games with his older brother, is always being forced to fight against him. Naruto has to hold himself back way more against Hikaru, which he has to get used to at first, since Hikaru is strong in his own right, with his bright red hair and red eyes, just like their mom had. At that point, they discover that Hikaru has his own abilities, as Hikaru is now 8 years old, and Naruto, who, as we know, is now 11 years old. Naruto, at 11 years old, is getting ready for his last year before the academy, and he and Hikaru have been training all this time, as well as growing closer together as a bond. Hikaru, who notices how the villagers treat his older brother, gets extremely angry anytime he walks around with him. He then tells Naruto that he shouldn't be treated like that, and that he helped their mom and dad and saved the village too. Naruto then explains to him that even if they did understand that, it wouldn't matter and that they'd still treat him the same. At that point, Naruto tells Hikaru that he will just have to become the Hokage someday and change how they think about him. Hikaru then thinks of this idea and a light bulb goes off in his head. He tells him that's exactly what he's going to do. Hikaru tells his older brother Naruto that he's going to become the Hokage someday, and that he's going to change the entire way this village thinks about you and how your sacrifice was to save mom and dad and stop that big scary fox monster. Now Hikaru and Naruto have about 3 months before the exam for entering the academy. This is the point where they discover something. Hikaru has access to this odd ability where he can summon one single chain. He uses this when Naruto and him are training, and Naruto is going a bit more seriously against him. Naruto uses his ice breath, which he's discovered now after a few years of training hard, that he uses against Hikaru to freeze him up. As he's stuck there, he only can think about one thing. He needs to move and get out of there. A chain erupts out of his skin, and its glow of chakra wraps around him, breaking the ice and setting him free. He then shoots his chain towards his brother and tells him he's going to win this time for sure. Naruto, who flies up into the air trying to escape, gets grabbed by the chain, and as he does so, he falls into a vision. Naruto is in some sort of area where there seems to be a large fox creature. As he looks up towards the large red fox, the fox looks down at him and asks what he's doing there. He then tells him it's not time for him to use his power, and even if he was, he's way too weak for him to ever want to be. At that point, Naruto flies up and punches the fox in the face, telling him to get out of there, and that Hikaru for him to run. He turns around to see where his brother went, and he's not in there. The fox, who's holding his face in pain now, tells him that was a pretty good punch, but he's not going to let him treat the great Nine Tails like that. He then sweeps his hand, and Naruto is pushed back out into the real world. Hikaru is standing next to him and shaking his brother and asking if he's okay. Naruto gets up and says he had a really weird dream, and then Hikaru tells him that he saw something really weird. When he touched Naruto with his chain, he felt a scary energy coming off around him. It was the weirdest chakra he's ever seen or felt before, I guess. He then tells Naruto that he should stop training for a little while and give him some time to rest. Naruto and Hikaru go to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate, and both of them love the ramen there. Once they're done eating, they head back home, and Hikaru falls asleep in Naruto's lap. Naruto brushes his younger brother's hair and thinks about how nice he is to him, and how if Kakashi was there, he wonders what he thinks that this is. He then is determined that the next month he's going to get into the academy, and he's going to become a great ninja, just like his parents were. Yo, what's up, everybody? It's me, Weeb here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was Kryptonian. A few things that we established is that the Naruto that we know is actually Hikaru, which means light in Japanese. And that is not his name is, so the Naruto that you knew has the same chakra abilities without the nine tails. He has the Uzumaki chakra pool and the Uzumaki chakra chains, is Hikaru. Naruto, who is Minato and Kushina's adopted first child, is a Kryptonian from the planet Krypton out in space, who has then sealed the Kyuubi inside of, and then we've established that what's happened with Kakashi raising the two after the death of their parents, and how their life is gone. So let's get right back into the story right here. Naruto is 12 years old at this point, and as we haven't covered many of his classmates, we established that Naruto is 3 years older than his younger brother. As Naruto walks into class, he sees next to him, sitting down, the same person he always sees, one of his friends, in fact his best friend, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto sits down next to Itachi and says hi to him. Itachi smiles and waves at him back, and then they smile and laugh and talk about jokes to each other until Iruka comes into the room. Once Iruka gets into the room where he sees the two boys making jokes, he tells Itachi that him and Naruto shouldn't be joking so much and they should be preparing for their final getting exam. Itachi puts his hands on his face and tells him that that's going to be really easy though, and that he has to pass it if he wants Sasuke to be proud of him. At that point, Naruto tells the same about with his younger brother Hikaru. At that point, they then get ready to take the test. As Iruka puts Itachi in first, he then successfully makes several different clones in different positions as well. Iruka's heavily impressed and gives him an A. At this point, Naruto, as he's walking down, prays harder than he ever had before for a god of any kind in this world to help him and give him the chakra that he needed in order to pass. Naruto as we established, doesn't have any of his own chakra at that point, and he just wishes he could do something. Then, deep inside of him, the Kyuubi, hearing Naruto's plea for help, decides to give him a scrap of this chakra. As this orange chakra fills through Naruto, his Kryptonian body begins to open up the pathways that the Kryptonian race had never opened or unlocked, giving him access to chakra. Though it's probably the smallest amount of chakra that anyone in that age range would ever get, and that he would have to grow it himself as he was a newcomer when it comes to using chakra. As Naruto walks into the exam, he then makes the hand seals, which he does perfectly, as he always does, and he then tries and pushes this energy that he wishes he had into it. Suddenly, to Naruto's surprise, a puff of smoke appears next to him, and one single clone that looks pretty much just like him appears. Naruto cheers and laughs as his blonde hair and blue eyes sparkle. He flies through the air and he flies up above the classroom and lands, telling Iruka that he did it. Iruka smiles and tells him congratulations on becoming a Genin, and he knew he could do it. He's always been such a hard worker in class, and he knew that one day he would eventually get to master his chakra, and it appears that today was just such an occasion. He hands Naruto his ninja headband and tells him that he did an amazing job. He then gives a hug to Naruto, who squeezes a little too tightly and Iruka's eyes begin to pop out of his head. He tells Naruto to stop, and Naruto says sorry and laughs while touching his hair. Iruka snaps his arms back and he stretches out to make his bones crack from the pain from being squeezed by Naruto. At that point, Naruto runs off of his headband and shows Itachi. Itachi smiles and tells him he knew that he would get past, and then tells Naruto that if maybe they'll be on the same team even. Naruto hopes this is true and then smiles, thinking about how cool it would be for him to be on the same team as Itachi. Then, the next morning came after he went home and showed Haruko his headband. As Haruko sees his headband, his eyes light up with joy. He looks at his older brother with glee and impressed that his brother could actually do it. Then, Naruto flexes on his younger brother one more time, creating the clone jutsu and showing one clone of himself. Naruto's eyes sparkle and he tells him that he can still probably beat him though with chakra use. He then, using his Uzumaki chain, slashes forward and breaks the clone into dust after showing that it's an illusion. Sticks his tongue out at his brother, and his brother rushes over and punches him on the head a little bit. Not to hurt him, but just to mess with him. Naruto has a small bump in his head and rubs it, telling him that hurt. They then roughhouse and fight until they both pass out asleep on the couch in the living room. Naruto, just before he goes to sleep, sees a picture of his dad. He thinks of Minato and his father and tells him that he's going to become a ninja now, and he's going to do just like Mom said and protect his younger brother and the Leaf Village for him since he's gone. As he wakes up the next morning, he realizes that he's a few minutes late, makes food for him and his brother, and tells him he'll be out. Naruto gets up and then rushes out of the house. Haruko gets out of his sleeping position and then walks over to the kitchen, hoping to have some morning ramen. Instead, to his surprise and somewhat delight and misfortune, as he always loves ramen and his brother makes really good ramen, he then sees that there's bacon, eggs, and a toast of messily handwriting of jam all squished over it. This makes Naruto's face gag a little as he wanted some ramen, but he decides it was sweet that his brother made something for him and he eats it happily, thinking that his brother is the only one who, besides himself, understands him truly. At that point, Naruto is running towards the academy and makes it just in time, as he wraps the headband around his face and the girls see Naruto with his ninja headband. Naruto and Itachi are both the top students in strength and sparring-wise, and we have a small flashback to a few years before in the academy. Itachi, destroying the rest of the Genin with pretty much little to no effort, then sees Naruto. Naruto standing there, smiles, and tells him to dodge this one with his Sharingan of his. He blasts out of his 7-8-year-old eyes like an electricity? What kind of jutsu is this, Itachi wonders, as Naruto uses his laser eyes from being a Kryptonian and blasts them at Itachi. Not trying to hurt him, but just to show him that he's strong too and he shouldn't be so full of himself. Itachi dodges out of the way and tries to copy the jutsu with his Sharingan. Nothing happens, and he thinks that this kid might have to have some skills up his sleeve. Naruto then, who's flying in the air, is avoiding Itachi, and Itachi can't see him. Then he appears behind Itachi, and Itachi hears the slightest movements of wind. He then turns around the kunai and slashes where Naruto was standing. As the kunai slashes into Naruto's shoulder, nothing happens. The kunai shatters on Naruto's hardcore muscles and abs. He then looks at Itachi, picks him up, and then flies up into the sky, and then says if he gives up, then he won't drop him. Itachi, who's crazy nervous and also amazed that this kid can fly, then tells him to stop, and then he gives up. This is the first time Itachi Uchiha has ever given up in a fight, or ever lost in a fight, in fact. Not since, he'd ever lost to his father when they were sparring at home. Naruto then flies back to the ground and drops Itachi. He then tells him that they should be friends and that he's strong. They then fist bump, and that's from that day on where they were friends. Naruto, who is sitting by Itachi in the classroom on the new day, is then amazingly he hears that him, Itachi, and another person from the Genin team named Yuki are apparently on the same team. So that's it, Naruto thinks. Naruto Uzumaki, you, and Itachi Uchiha, and Yuki Hyuga are on the same team. We're calling your team Team 9. Team 9 then gets up and they head out to meet who their Jonin leader is. As he stands there leaning against a tree, Itachi's eyes glimmer and he smiles, a faint smile of joy. There stands above them their older upperclassmen, as well as the Jonin of a hidden village in the leaves, Shisui Uchiha. Shisui then smiles and tells him that he specifically asked to have this team assembled for him from the third Hokage himself, who had thankfully obliged. Itachi runs forward and gives a big hug to Shisui, who's like an older brother to him, and jumps around telling him that he's so excited that they're all on the same team. Shisui tells him that's enough and that they should head to the roof to discuss their futures. As they climb up, Itachi's excited about talking to Shisui, who he's always admired so much, as well as Naruto, who's been wanting to talk to Shisui about after seeing his teleportation techniques, he thinks he's amazing. Yuki, who's blushing and as she sees Naruto, who's always been strong and actually helped with his brother, saved her younger sister a long time ago. At that point, Naruto waves to Yuki and says hello to her. She smiles and says hello back in a calm, soft voice. Shisui then interrupts the two people talking and says, "Ahem. You three are going to tell me what your ambitions are, why you want to become ninja, what are your likes and what are your dislikes. Itachi smiles and says that he'll go first. He says that he likes peace and hates war, and that he wants to become a ninja so he can protect his younger brother Sasuke, who is probably the most precious person ever to him, and he doesn't want anyone to ever let his younger brother to get hurt. He says he's going to become strong and powerful and bring honor to the Uchiha clan. Shisui nods and tells him that's a very good dream, and then asks Naruto what his dream is. Naruto then blushes slightly and says that his dream is to become the Hokage, like his father before him, Minato, the fourth Hokage. At that point, Shisui's eyebrow goes up, as he just made such a proclaimed bold statement. He then stammers as he talks that his father always protected everyone in the Leaf from what he remembered, and he was a strong, capable ninja. He just wants to bring honor to his family and show that his father and mother weren't wrong with leaving their younger son in his care, and that he's going to prove to his parents that they made the right decision. He then looks back to Shisui, and Shisui nods, understanding where Naruto's coming from. He then turns to Yuki Hyuga, who then explains that even though she isn't the head of the house due to her Byakugan not activating for quite a while until she was in the academy at that point already, she has, however, been labeled as one of the side branch. She pulls back her headband and shows that on her headband, under the knee, she has a small marking just like what we know Ninja Hyuga's to be. She then explains that her younger sister Hinata is very precious to her, and that saving her and taking care of her as well as the rest of her family is her main priority. Her father has always been kind to her, and she wants to pay it back to the Hyuga clan and make their clan greater than it's ever been before. She smiles and her eyes close into a cat-like smile as her raven black hair curls around her shoulder. She looks at Shisui, and Shisui nods again, telling them that they all have very, very good dreams. He then tells them to follow them, and he disappears, teleporting. Itachi activates his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, which has been impressive ever since they'd entered the academy, and tells Naruto and them to follow him. He asks Naruto if they can give them a ride. Naruto agrees, and he tells him to hop on. He picks up the 2 of them and flies into the air, with little to no effort, and flies over to where Itachi's directing him. As they fly over there, they then see Shisui standing casually against a tree eating an apple. As he sees the trio approaching quite fast, he throws the apple away and starts to pull 2 bells out of his side. He smiles and looks at the 2, and all 3 of them at the Team 9, and tells them that their team is going to have to get these bells from him if they want to pass the exam and become Genin. He then looks at Naruto and says, "This exam was actually created by your father, the 4th Hokage. Now, come at me." Last time we got into how Naruto was actually on the same team as Itachi Uchiha, and how Itachi as well as Naruto are the reincarnates of Indra and Ashura respectively. This time, we're going to be covering the bell test, as well as some other things about this What If. If you guys have not checked out the other 2 videos for the finale for What If Naruto was a demigod for the first part Naruto, make sure to go and check those out, as well as make sure to hit the like button on those, because I'll be continuing to make parts on that, and I'm hoping to get 500 likes on one of the parts. So it's not necessary, but, if y'all want to do that, that'd make me pretty happy. That's like half my subscribers right now, and I know you guys all watched that one, so please, I want to see how many likes we can get. I want to see how powerful you guys are. But let's get into this What If, since that's what you guys came here for. As Naruto and Itachi, as well as Yuki, stand there waiting and before Shisui Uchiha, Shisui pulls the bells out of his pocket and says, you 3 are going to have to steal these bells from me. Oh, and if you don't pass, you're going to go be Genin again for the rest of your miserable lives. At this point, Itachi grits his teeth and tells Shisui that he thought he'd go a little bit easier on them, since he's like a brother to him after all. He then tells him that he'll have to fight them all out, even though he doesn't want to hurt anyone. This is the only way for him to become a ninja so he can become stronger to protect his younger brother Sasuke. Naruto then, who doesn't really think about it, as Shisui says, "Begin." Itachi dives into the forest where he begins to analyze the situation. Yuki, on the other hand, activates her Byakugan from where she's right there standing. As she's waiting, just watching what Shisui's going to do, he teleports, and she loses sight of him for a second. Naruto then teleports as well, at least that's what it seems like. Naruto is so fast in this timeline because of his Kryptonian genes, as well as him being a little bit enraged that he might not become a ninja, then teleports exactly where Shisui is. But as Shisui thinks he must use the body flicker jutsu, he then punches Shisui, and Shisui goes flying back. Shisui, who has blood on his face now, spits blood out and says, "Nope, all raw strength I see, huh?" He then teleports forward with his blade out and cuts against Naruto, knowing that it probably won't hurt him that much. As blood falls out of Naruto, denting him, he then realizes that he's already healed. He then turns around and shoots his heat vision towards Shisui. Shisui then blocks this using his own jutsu, and using a fireball jutsu pushes the heat vision back. At this point, Naruto's a little bit blinded and then uses, with his strength, an ice attack using his super breath. As this super breath forms around Itachi, Itachi takes his chance. Shisui's legs begin to form in ice, and Itachi leaps forward with a kunai. At this point, he then throws the kunai one at Shisui and then one at the bells. Then he throws a third kunai. As Shisui teleports away using the body flicker, he then realizes that Itachi had been using the Sharingan. There, the kunai was about to hit the string where the bells were. Then, as it's about to, Naruto charges forward and pushes Shisui out of the way accidentally. Itachi then is annoyed and tells him to watch what he's doing and that they would have won right there. Naruto apologizes really quickly and then says that he and him should work together. He agrees, and then he tells Itachi to get in front of him. As Itachi does, he then tells him, "Whenever you see him moving, I can use my heat vision to blast him. You can use your fireball jutsu and we can combine attack." At that point, he then says, "There!" He points, and then they activate the jutsu. He uses his heat ray vision as well as Itachi's flame jutsu and blasts at Shisui, completely engulfing him. In reality, he had used a clone jutsu, and as he appeared behind them, tapping them on the shoulder, Itachi and Naruto both turned with a fist and punched towards where he was. Itachi then looks around more carefully with his Sharingan and realizes where he is. He then comes up with a plan and tells Naruto to create a dust storm. Naruto obliges and then flies into the air, causing Shisui to be surprised as he begins to spin around tornado-like fashion. The dirt as well as the air begin to form around the entire area, and a tornado begins to form. Shisui thinks this is an attack, when really it's actually a defense. Itachi burrows underground, and using his jutsu, he forms the Headhunter Jutsu. As Shisui is about to get hit by the tornado, he's blocking and trying to teleport away. At this point, then, Itachi pops out of the ground and grabs his legs, pulling him under. Then, Yuki comes out of nowhere, as Yuki throws her kunai and then jumps in with her own jutsu, about to activate the Wind Gale Palm Force Jutsu. Shisui then screams and says that's enough, as everything's about to hit him, and he teleports out of there, going a little bit more serious than he had to, almost activating his special Sharingan. He then stops and laughs, putting his hand behind his head, telling them that they all pass and that they did an excellent job with the test. He then gives them a high five as we zoom out from the bell test. There we see Hikaru and Sasuke, as we know that Hikaru and Sasuke are 3 years younger than Itachi and Naruto, as who are Genin now, meaning that both of them are actually in their class. There, we know that Haruka and Sasuke are in the same class as Sakura, as well as Ino and the entire Konoha 11 from the original. Sasuke is answering questions correctly, and Hikaru is banging his head into the desk, knowing that he's more for practical exams, and he's not really a fan of these stupid writing ones. Sasuke looks at him with a little bit of a plump face and says in a cat-mimic voice, "But I thought you said you were going to become the Hokage after all. That's what your dad did, right? Look how well he did." Then, this pisses Naruto off, and he challenges him to a sparring match right then and there. Naruto then actually smiles and says that they were about to get into sparring anyway, and that it might be entertaining to watch the two fight. As Naruto gets out there, his red hair sparkles as he walks. The girls, aka Ino, looking at him with joy as well as watching and blushing as she sees the fourth Hokage's second son as he begins to fight Uchiha's younger brother, Sasuke. Both Sakura, Ino, and the rest of the girls in the class are fawning over the two, as Naruto then tells Sasuke that it's time to get serious. Sasuke then agrees, and they begin to fight. Naruto then makes fun of Sasuke and says, "Oh yeah, don't you still not have your special Kekkei Genkai unlocked yet?" He then activates his Uzumaki chains and wraps Sasuke around in it. Sasuke grits his teeth as well and then says, "Well, just because I don't have the Sharingan doesn't mean I can't beat some weakling like you." He then cuts a kunai and tries to slice through the chains. Naruto grips tighter as he begins to pull chakra out of Sasuke. Sasuke then gets annoyed and uses a clone jutsu. The clone distracts Naruto, who then tries to shoot a chain at it, ruining a little bit of his chakra control as he hadn't been focusing hard enough. Sasuke appears next to him and then punches Naruto. Naruto goes flying back into the dirt as he gets up and then tells Sasuke he didn't really want to do this, but I guess he'll have to use one of Mom's jutsu. He then rushes towards Sasuke as he tries to make another clone. At that point, Naruto places a seal on top of the clone. At that moment, actually, the clone is then sealed and turns into nothing. The chakra that it had was then sent to Naruto's chains. Naruto uses the chakra and fights Sasuke with long-range attacks. Sasuke dodging, blocking, and countering each one. At that point, they then run into each other and headbutt each other. Sasuke and Naruto fall on the ground and it's a draw. They both get up and they have a bump in their foreheads where their respective fangirls run over and see if they're alright. They both go walking away annoyed at each other and then they smile as they think that they've found such a good friend. Back to the bell test, Naruto and Itachi a few days later are working on D-rank missions. Itachi Uchiha, however, unknown to the rest of the team, has actually been accepted into the Anbu at such a young age. The Anbu has accepted him as he's been taking missions with his current master Kakashi. Kakashi is a little bit light on the kid as he sees how his missions are going as well as what he has to do. He's been protecting the third Hokage mostly and doing a few missions for him as well as helping block against some mist ninja who were trying to break a deal with them. Itachi on his free days then works with Shisui as well as the rest of his team in training and completing missions. Naruto is getting completely bummed out as well as Itachi and also Yuki, and they beg Shisui to ask for a harder mission as all three of them are way more too skilled for these kind of missions. He then obliges and says that they'll try a C-rank mission. There we get the mission for the Protect the Village from Bandits. The third Hokage laughs as he hears this request and says that they actually have some people looking to request their village to be protected from this village of the Hidden Leaves. Their village, you see, has been being plagued by bandits recently from a certain goon named Gato. Gato, at that point, had been working on completely taking over the territory as well as a certain place in the future called the Land of Waves. He thinks that this might be an interesting way of gaining more power in the land. And so, the mission is dealt out to Itachi, as well as Naruto and Yuki. Shisui then walks along with his team as they leave the village on their mission. Along with them, there are a wife and a husband. One of them name is Tomoki, and the other one name is Julia. As Julia and Tomoki then walk out of the village, they then head back towards their village, which is at the very edge of the Land of Fire. As Naruto's walking, suddenly they get ambushed. 5 ninja come out of nowhere who are getting level, and going to throw shuriken at them. Naruto, who thinks that they're ninja, dives forward and tries to use chakra. At that point, Naruto, who had been trying to use chakra more instead of his natural abilities of being a Kryptonian, then creates a clone jutsu, which he flies through and then punches the first one, causing them to fly back and break a few ribs. They scream in pain as he takes out the other bandits. Before he gets to the other side of trees, Itachi has already taken them out and is smiling. They then tie them up and say that was a good start. As they walk forward, the two couple then explain to them what's been going on and how some village from another ninja village has been targeting and helping Gato try and take over their entire area. They then head to the village and see it in ruins, where what had once obviously been a proud and very well-standing area. They then look around sad as they see children in the streets. Naruto vows that he's going to save these people, and Itachi does the same as they walk into the village and begin their very first C-rank mission. So, last time, Naruto, Itachi, and their teammate Yuki were all assigned to their first ever C-rank mission with their Jonin leader Shisui Uchiha. So now Shisui and his team have finally made it to the village in the Land of Fire, and as they walk in, they see it used to be beautiful, and now it's kind of been destroyed with many people being homeless or orphaned after the attack. And now they're searching for information as well as to free the village from the bandits who continue to rob their farms as well as just deprive them of food and any excess things that human needs or rights in general. As Naruto walks in, he's looking around as he can see the misfortune and sadness basically penetrating the air completely around him. Itachi looks sad when he can see this scene, and his eyebrows furrow as he thinks about how disgusting this is and how the person who did this is going to pay. Shisui and Naruto and Itachi take a step forward. Yuki's still looking around at the buildings when a little girl walks up to her and asks if she has any food. Yuki pulls out a piece of bread that she had been saving and gives it to the little girl, and the little girl thanks her and runs away. Yuki walks forward with the rest of her team and says that this place is so sad and deprived. They all nod and agree. Shisui's silent and tells his team that this is the harsh reality of life and being a ninja and shinobi in general. You'll have to see a lot of this if you wish to continue further and forward into your shinobi careers. Itachi looks even more sad now, and they walk forward somberly. At this point now, we then come to the point where we begin to hear shoot shots fired in the actual village itself. As Naruto then rushes forward, he can hear the crackling of jutsu as well as different nature energies as being released. He can see that there's a group of about 4 to 5 adult males, about 6 feet each in height, and they're using chakra to enhance their fists as well as to basically pummel some of the children who are aimlessly wandering the streets parentless. One of them then rushes up to the next little boy who's just crying and asking for food, his ribs basically showing through and his starving belly. The man then attempts to punch the boy, and as he does so, he calls him a stupid brat. Naruto has his teeth cracking at this point and basically blitzes forward with his speed and immense strength. At that point, Naruto blocks the hand with his own hand, gripping the fist and tightening his grip strength and squeezing. The man begins to scream as he can feel the bones inside of his hand beginning to crack. Naruto looks at him with calm blue eyes and then asks if he was really about to hurt this child. Shisui then runs up and teleports right behind the others and takes them out with a single swipe. Itachi's holding them down now and is beginning to use his own ninja tools to wrap them up and tie them to a pole relatively close by. Yuki then rocks in, impressed with Naruto's speed, and tells him that was an excellent job. Naruto gives her a thumbs up and says thanks. He then, as he's still holding the bandit in place, takes a solid flick. He puts up his other hand and flicks the man in his forehead, causing him to get knocked out instantly. As he falls into Naruto's arms, he passes him to Itachi, who ties him up, and they wait for them to awaken. As the bandits wake up after being knocked out from the team that had just attacked them of ninja from the Hidden Leaf, they then ask who they are and what they're doing here. The men then begin crying, and they tell them that it's not their fault, and that their leader wrote. At that point, a kunai comes flying out from behind and jabs into the one who is talking's forehead. As they turn around, they see a man with a black headband and a black cloth wrapped around his hair. All you could see are his dark red eyes. At that point, you can see the hatred and rage in him, as well as some sort of other personality of sadness or something that not even Naruto or Itachi can comprehend. As he basically floats down to the earth, his dark cloak billowing around him, underneath Naruto notices he's wearing a suit. Underneath his dark, ragged cloak and his mask and dark cloth covering his hair, he can see that he's wearing a typical businessman suit, which has some dust on it, but is pretty much pristine. The man has white gloves on as he pulls another kunai out of his belt, prepared to finish off whoever's next dare to attack his master. At this point, they then scream Shikai, Shikai, and then the man kills them before they can reveal any more about him. Naruto asks if this man's name is Shikai, just as those poor men were saying before he briefly and abruptly ended their lives. He nods and then briefly begins to walk away with his glove wrapped back on and his kunai put back in pocket. Naruto's about to go after him as Shisui sticks a hand out, shaking his head for Naruto not to go after him. Shisui holds a finger to his lips, and then the team slowly fade back into the shadows as Shikai begins to head back to the main operations base. He knows that he's being followed, but he doesn't really care, as their master Roku will be easily able to take care of some weak-level ninjas sent from this country who can never afford anything anymore in this state of town. At that point, the team of 4 head over to see what's going on as they follow him through the forest. They use chakra as Naruto flies, while Itachi, Yuki, and Shisui use chakra to stick to the trees and jump to jump. Naruto flies overhead, keeping his eyes using his X-ray vision skill that he had picked up rather recently, so he was looking forward ahead to see if there were any traps. At that point, he then notices a thin line of string, creating a wall of string around this patch of forest. At that point, he stops and flies in front of his team, holding his arms out, whispering that there's a string, a very fine wire, wrapped around the entire tree line in front of this. Shisui and all 3 of the team actually activate their respective dojutsu. Yuki activates her Byakugan, Itachi and Shisui activate their normal Sharingan, and they stare at the what's ahead of them. The team nod, and then they tell Naruto that they're ready to proceed. Naruto uses a quick slice with his kunai and slices the wall of wire that's directly ahead of them. As the team walks into the forest now, Shikai thinks he's lost trace of them, or they've been chopped into liver meat by the wire wall that their master's jutsu has created. Shikai walks into the camp, and as they walk forward, they see a stone castle built in the woods, crudely. It seems to have been there for a while, and there's moss growing on it, as well as having some wooden floors and crumbling holes in it. As they walk forward, they begin to realize that this castle is massive and spans for many, many miles. At that point, they then walk forward to see the Bandit King's hideout. The Bandit King, Roku as we know him, walks out and looks at his servant Shikai, who explains what happened to him as well as the other people who were in town getting some more money. He then, Roku himself, crudely with his dark blue eyes, tells him to get back out there and that they need more food, money, and weapons. So until they drain those villagers dry, they're not moving to the next town. Shikai nods and is about to head out again when Roku senses something. He throws a shuriken at incredibly fast speeds directly at Shisui. Shisui pulls his blade out just in time and slices it in half as Roku turns his cold, icy blue eyes towards them. He says he knows that you're there and that it's time to hop down. As the team leaps into action, Naruto flies into the air and is about to dive down as Shikai intercepts him. Back at the Leaf Village, Haruko and Sasuke are sitting in class basically bored out of their minds and listening to Iruka. It's finally time for some shuriken practice, and Haruko and Sasuke walk outside. Both of them going to try and impress the other with their skills. Haruko pulls out 3 kunai at the same time and 1 shuriken and throws all 3 kunai in an opposite direction from where they were originally supposed to go into the target. Later, as they're about to fall to the ground, he then clenches his fists together, and one of his chakra chains flows out of his body, yoinks the kunai out of the air, and chucks it as hard as he can pull using his chain back. As it's about to hit Naruto in the back of the head, he falls to the ground on his back, and then as he's falling, throws his shuriken. As the shuriken is spinning towards the 3 kunai, they're all about to lodge inside of the target, and the shuriken latches onto the handle of the kunai, the last one before it can penetrate into the board, and begins spinning the kunai at a fast rate, causing the kunai to pierce directly through the board and create a hole in it. Iruka and the rest of the entire class are impressed with Haruko and clap politely. Sasuke says that was cool, but I guess it's his turn now. He then ties some wire to his kunai. At this point, he then throws them like a regular kunai, and just as they're about to hit the board, he begins to twist them wildly with his hand. The kunai begin to fling throughout the air, creating a deadly whirlwind of net blades. He then uses the fire style and pushes fire throughout the entire wire, causing it to become a flaming whip of blades and swords. He then twists and spins, causing all 3 kunai, which are now on fire, to soar into the board and causing it to burn into ashes. The board begins to light into flames. All the girls are impressed with both Haruko and Sasuke and are basically looking at the two in awe as they see Haruko with his dark red and dark blue eyes is basically piercing to Sasuke's black hair and black eyes as well. The two then look at each other and see that they're still tied, but they'll look at the other one next time. We go back to the fight now, as Shikai as well as Naruto get into it. Naruto then cocks his fist back and punches the air just before he and Shikai make contact. Shikai says, just as he does this, that that's not going to do anything and that he missed. Suddenly, a rush of air comes pushing at Shikai, pushing him forward into the ground as he slams on his back into the dirt. At this point, his black mask and hood fall off, and it reveals him to have black and blonde, mixed with blonde hair, mixed in with his dark red eyes. He looks at Naruto and sneers, his jaw and teeth looking very similar to that of a cobra or some sort of mountain lion. He then gets on all fours and starts rushing towards where Naruto is. As Naruto sees that this is actually severely lowering his speed, he suddenly disappears and he is underground, right next to Naruto's foot. He grabs Naruto by the feet and then begins to drag him under the ground. Naruto, who swings his foot wildly, pulls him out of the ground and launches him into the air, where he then proceeds to fly up and grabs him from behind, spinning into the air, before he drops and basically pushes him back to the ground as a shooting rocket. Shikai, who doesn't know what he could do at this point, tries to activate the substitution jutsu. As he makes the hand seals, he successfully makes the substitution just as his body is about to hit the ground. He teleports away, and now Naruto has to relocate him and uses his X-ray vision. As he uses his visionary skills, we go into the fight of Itachi, Shisui, and Yuki against Roku. Roku, who still has his hood up, as well as his dark, piercing blue eyes staring into Shisui's red Sharingan. Then he says that this fight's going to get serious. He then pulls out his sword, and you can now see that Roku is holding in his hand the fan of the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto and the rest of the team were fighting the Bandit King and his servant Shikai. So Roku and Shikai are basically similar to the first threat that Naruto and his team will face. And now we're going to be getting into the fight and see what happens, because last time we had a big reveal that Roku actually is in possession of the banana leaf fan from the Sage of Six Paths treasured tools. So let's get into that. As Roku swings his fan directed towards Itachi as well as Yuki, suddenly a big burst of wind chakra comes flowing out of it, pushing Itachi even so hard back that he slams right back into the metal wall. As he falls to the ground, he rubs his head, surprised that this person could actually wield that weapon, and even wondering what it was. He then explains that this is the weapon known as the banana leaf fan of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto is too busy fighting Shikai to worry about it, however. He tells Itachi and Yuki to try and dodge those blasts again, as he doesn't know if they can take it much longer. Itachi nods, and then they get back into the fight. Yuki quickly dives behind Roku as she tries to activate the 64 palms jutsu. She hits about 4 of his chakra points before he takes the fan and blocks one of them, causing her to get reverberated off of the fan from its high chakra usage. As she falls back, feeling half her chakra has been drained away, Shisui comes running into action. As Shisui teleports behind Roku, they immediately begin to get into a higher level of fighting. Naruto, who is fighting Shikai at this point, is getting actually worked up, and as he flies around trying to figure out where he could be going, Shikai using his camouflage jutsu, is basically matching the ground so that Naruto can't sense him. Naruto tries to use his heat vision to see if he can use it to sense if there's any warm signals or cold signals. Shikai's unaware of this ability, and so Naruto does so, and it works. He can see the heat rays coming off of his body and flies toward it. Pretending to not go looking for him as if he's looking around, he then makes a sudden swerve left as he flies directly headfirst, pounding his head directly into Shikai's chest. Shikai spits out blood as his jutsu deactivates, and him and Naruto get back into hand-to-hand combat. Naruto's blows are heavy, and he feels like he's getting hit by a truck. He has no idea how strong this kid is, and it's ridiculous to the point that every time he can't block a hit, and even when he does block a hit, his entire arm shakes, and he feels numb. Naruto's hands and fists make a pounding sound as they connect to Shikai's body as they get into a further taijutsu battle. Naruto then uses a little bit of the chakra that he has, and he creates a regular clone. He then makes the clone run forward at Shikai while he flies back. Shikai then knows that this is a normal clone since it can't do anything to him as he swipes through it. Immediately the clone disappears, and then suddenly Yuki's behind Shikai. He then says, "Do it now," and Yuki uses the 64 palms trigram jutsu and deactivates all of his chakra points, causing Shikai to fall to the ground and completely pass out unconscious. Naruto then shoots a heat wave blast out of his eyes towards Roku, who's wielding the fan currently. Shisui and Roku are in a hand-to-hand battle with their weapons, respectively. Shisui using his own blade against the fan that Roku's wielding, going pretty much evenly as Shisui teleports out of the way of any blasts. Then using his adept flame jutsu, he uses them and surrounds his sword with the flame nature release. He then swings his sword forward, causing an absolute wave of heat to come blasting out of it. As the flames lick Roku's face, his hair begins to singe a little, and he blocks with his own flame attack. He uses the little bit less of his chakra in order to throw the entire power of his into the fan. As he launches this attack forward, the fan causes a large wave of a tidal wave of flame to come roaring out of it. As the flame goes bursting into the team, Shisui tries to get out of there, as well as taking Itachi and Yuki. Naruto flies back, and as he's about to leave, he realizes he can actually stop this. To combat the flame tidal wave jutsu that he has seen, he then uses his own frost breath and takes a deep breath. As he breathes out, suddenly frost begins to form out of his cold breath, and the flames begin to cool down. Roku's absolutely amazed at this kid's jutsu, especially that he's not even using any hand seals. Naruto, who's using just his body's strength and his natural abilities, is pretty much not caught off guard. And as he attacks even further and further, him and Roku get into their own battle. He flies up with Roku as they begin to get into the air. Roku uses the fan and swings, batting at Naruto's head. Naruto gets hit and goes flying downwards into some trees in the forest. Shisui, Itachi, as well as Yuki are now waiting and see that Naruto's in a fight with him. Shisui then tells everyone to surround the two of them, and then when he says so, they'll all leap into attack at the same time, giving Naruto a time to give him a chance to strike. As the three teammates then all head around the side of the forest, unknown to Roku, who's being surrounded, Naruto's still in fist-to-fist combat. Naruto's punching and weaving out of every attack, and this is the point where he's about to get even more serious. Naruto, whose young body still isn't used to having as much power as he does from the sun, his actual body isn't used to generating all of its power at once. So when Naruto, for the first time in his life, actually puts as much effort he can into this last punch, he shoots his fist forward at speeds faster than he ever knew he could move them, and Roku barely is able to dodge. Behind Roku, suddenly, a big blast of air comes rushing out of Naruto's fist, as it completely decimates the forest for hundreds of miles behind him. Naruto is amazed at his own power, but it distracts him to the point where Roku gets a hit on him, making him fly to the ground. Roku quickly uses his own jutsu and drops the fan to the floor, knowing that he's used too much of his own chakra to power the fan so that he can manage the power and control its blasts. He drops the fan, as I said, and then begins to walk over to Naruto. Then suddenly from the treetops above, you can hear Shisui say, "Do it now!" Itachi rushes out of the tree line and jumps down, activating his Sharingan to become even more precise, as he then wraps his ninja wire as he throws it down, causing it to spin very similar to a shuriken. As the wire spins around, it begins to lock around Roku, who's trying to strain his way out of it. At that point, he then uses his own style of jutsu. You think that you can use this type of jutsu on me? He then, as he activates his own special jutsu that he's formed himself of being a bandit, he creates the ninja tool wire wall. He forms his hands together into the tiger signal, and then immediately you can see flames coming out of his mouth. The flames seem to have some sort of substance in them, and suddenly he's surrounded by a cage of metal, unable to be penetrated by any of their attacks. Shisui rushes in and begins to slice at the metal of his sword, but it seems to have no effect. Roku laughs and says that this is his ultimate defense jutsu, and that they'll never be able to penetrate through it. Naruto gets up after the blast and tells Shisui and puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him he can do this. He then activates his heat vision as he stares at the metal, causing it to melt around. Roku's amazed and also terrified that this kid has so much potential and is actually being able to melt through his iron jutsu. Suddenly, there's a hole that appears inside of the metal through Naruto's heat vision, and then Yuki as well as Itachi take this as their opportunity. Yuki thrusts an air palm jutsu to push him around as he goes smashing through the walls of his own metal container prison that he's formed for himself. Itachi then finishes him off by shooting a fireball jutsu directly inside of the hole, causing the entire inside to heat up like a microwave. Roku screams as he passes out to the ground as the flames and the wind begin to kill him slowly. As Roku dies on the ground, his jutsu deactivates and the wire walls surrounding the entire castle and camp deactivates, causing the metal to fall to the ground lifelessly. His metal prison then melts as it becomes just pure metal laying on the ground, as he lays there with nothing but a cold, dead look in his eyes. Naruto stands up and says that they didn't have to kill him. The rest of the team looks over to him, and then Shisui explains that this is the life of the shinobi, and that in order for people to succeed, others must die. And that's just the way that it has to be. Itachi looks down and says, as he puts his hands together, that he hopes that this man can live a better next life, hoping that he will live a good, virtuous life, free from danger and pain. As he then closes the man's eyes, he then walks away as Itachi, Yuki, Shisui, and Naruto walk off. As they head back to the camp that had been raided by the bandits for so long, They then see the actual people there who used to be under the control of Shikai's mind jutsu. As they walk forward, they then explain that the bandits are taken down. All of the families come rushing out of the houses to thank them and saying that they can actually have a crop this year and be healthy so that their children can eat. Naruto nods and says that all of the people who were in the town being forced under the illusion jutsu that Shikai had used should now be free. The bandits who they had seen before are now back, and, well, all the ones that are alive who they didn't run into. They run over and see that everything's okay, and they ask what happened to Roku and his vice captain. They explain what happened and that now that they've been neutralized, there's pretty much nothing left for them to do. As Naruto holds up a completely captured, roped up Shikai who is being taken in for questioning to the Leaf Village, they then wave goodbye to the villagers as they head back to the Hidden Leaf. Shikai wakes up sometime halfway while they're walking back and asks where he is and what's going on. They explain that his master Roku's been killed, and now that they're taking him back to the interrogation village, they're going to learn some more of those jutsu that seem to be controlling the villagers, as well as the jutsu that you had used to camouflage yourself, which seems quite interesting. He then begins to struggle as Shikai screams no, that he wants to go back. He then cries as he thinks of his master Roku, who had accepted him and was now dead. He tries to put up a fight and is not going to have any effect. Itachi looks back at the sad man who's just trying to go back to that life he was in. Itachi explains that if he hadn't done those things to those poor people, then maybe he wouldn't be in this situation right now. Shikai grits his teeth as he just sits there silently on the rest of the way back. As they head back into the Hidden Leaf, suddenly, Haruko as well as Sasuke come running up to their big brothers. Haruko jumps into Naruto's arms and then smiles at him with his gaze at brilliant blue. He laughs as he says that his brother just did a really big mission, right? Naruto smiles and says he did. Sasuke is still sitting on the ground looking at Itachi and asking if he can train him with more jutsu. Itachi flicks his brother in the forehead and tells him that after this they'll be able to go train together. Sasuke laughs as he then runs away with Haruko back to the academy. As they take in Shikai to the third Hokage himself, they then say that the bandit mission was a success and that everything had been returned to normal in the village. Naruto then turns in Shikai to the interrogation team of the ninja Hidden Leaves, and then they go off on their way. Haruko then begins training with Shisui as well as Itachi and Sasuke and Haruko. Shisui trains with Sasuke as well as Haruko to try and work on their speed and taijutsu skills. Naruto and Itachi begin training together and grow even closer as friends, as Itachi, using his Sharingan, is actually able to dodge and avoid a lot of Naruto's attacks. Even though Naruto's fast, Naruto's actual perception of what's going on in a battle needs to be worked on. So this training with Itachi is actually perfect. The time has come almost for their next mission, and as Naruto as well as Itachi as well as Yuki get ready for their next mission, they head up to the third Hokage's office. Shisui then appears there as well, saying that this mission is a little bit different than their last one, as well as it shouldn't be too difficult. However, there will be some complications. The third Hokage nods and explains that the Sand Village hasn't been contacting them for several weeks now, and that the Chunin exams would be beginning soon, and they would be needing everyone to appear there. Itachi, who has now already been accepted into the Anbu and is training under Kakashi, understands what this is already about, and then, without devolving too into information, as the only one who knows he's actually been accepted into the Anbu himself was Shisui. He explains that the Sand Village has actually not been participating in many of the group villages activities for a while, so we're probably going over there to go check it out and see if there's something going on. Everyone nods and they begin to pack up for their journey. Haruko and Sasuke, who look up at their older brothers as they begin to head out, tell them to be safe, and then as soon as they walk out of the gates the second time for that next week, Sasuke and Haruko begin to fight together. As Haruko and Sasuke are only a few years away from graduating, as well as doing anything, a certain new accompaniment has now begun to haunt the village, as the Uchiha clan begins to present its plan to overthrow the Leaf Village. as Naruto as well as Itachi and their team were heading out of the village for their next mission. They were sent by the third Hokage himself to go head over to the Sand Village to see why they weren't getting any notification about the Chunin exams, as the Chunin exams this year would be held in the Sand Village, as that was the cycle. So now they were supposed to head over there and check out what was going on. So the team begins to head out as they say goodbye to their younger brothers, and they walk out the gates. Now let's hop back right into the story here, and let's go. We zoom in to see Naruto, as well as his team, just calmly walking along the forest road path that's been worn down after many generations of ninja, heading over to and from the Sand to Leaf villages. As this year, the Sand Village would be holding the Chunin exams, Itachi, as well as the rest of the Genin who would be applying to become Chunin, would be heading over there to try and become a Chunin, as well as just to test their mettle against each other. Naruto himself is extremely excited about this, and Itachi is as well. Although Itachi's skills are way higher and he's super talented, Itachi is still nervous, as Itachi himself is a peace-loving person, and he's worried about having to do anything that might be a bit more bloodthirsty than he has to. As Itachi and Naruto and Yuki, as well as Shisui, their leader, are heading along, they decide to pick up the pace as they begin running towards the Sand Village. After a few days, when they finally get through all of the forest as well as the desert towards the Sand Village, they enter towards the Great Gates as it opens up, where they meet the current Kazekage, Gaara's father, right there. As they walk in, they see three young Sand Genin, pre-Genin, almost academy students actually, which would be Gaara, Kankuro, and as well as Temari, the other siblings. The Kazekage welcomes the three ninja, as well as the Shisui of the Leaf Village, as he then explains that they haven't been able to get back to any messages for them for a while due to the fact that all their messenger birds have been completely wiped out. Shisui asks and interrupts and asks what's going on, and the Kazekage answers that, their water supply has actually been going down, dwindling stupendously as sandstorms have been raging over the land of Wind over the past few weeks. So they hadn't been able to send any messaging birds, for their birds were all dying out, or they were too thirsty to even fly or move. So they've been hoping to try and get a water source going. Naruto, as well as the rest of the team, ponder this for a bit, and then decide that they can help look for a water source that they can use to help their birds, as well as just the entire village, have higher water so they don't get dry or dehydrated. So Naruto, Shisui, and Itachi, as well as Yuki, head out. Yuki uses her Byakugan as she looks around to try and find a source of water of any kind. Eventually, as they continue to head down, they notice that in the sand seems to be some sort of cave system underground with Yuki's Byakugan. Yuki then tells them that if they go underground, there could be glaciers or some other sort of ice sculptures that could be down there. Naruto says that he could probably use his frost breath, but that would probably be disgusting since it's mostly made out of his saliva. Yuki and Itachi look at him with a disgusted look on their face, as Naruto just screams really quickly that he was kidding. Itachi laughs, and then as he does so, he pulls a kunai out and starts digging in the ground, telling Naruto to help them. Naruto says he's got this and then uses his heat vision to cut a hole in the ground, showing it as the sand falls into the earth as a dark clatter is heard. Shisui as well as Itachi activate their Sharingan respectively, and the entire team hops in. Naruto says that he'll go first since he can fly, and that he'll go down there and using his heat sense vision can look down to see what's going on. Naruto dives into the hole and flies around, looking to see if he can check anything. He uses his own X-ray vision to look around, similar to that of the Byakugan, and just as he is looking, he can see that there's many caves currently connected to it, and spikes. Somewhere deep inside this cave, there was a large hunk of metal, as well as a giant glacier. He flies back up and tells the rest of the team that it's safe, that it's only around 15 feet deep underground. However, there's many other caves that intersect with this one. He quickly uses his heat vision just to activate it so that his eyes glow. That way when he looks around, it seems to have a sort of flashlight effect. The rest of the team, as they head down through using their rope, they climb down and land on the cave floor. Naruto drops to the floor as well and points in a direction. Seeing that they head that way, they might be able to find something. He said that there was a glacier that way. Yuki double checks this using her Byakugan, and she can see the ice itself and some other thing with a chakra signature there as well. Maybe it's some sort of animal or plant that's been frozen in ice. They all head over there as Yuki as well as Itachi are holding the buckets that the village had given them with their gallons. As they head over to the large ice sculpture, Shisui tracks ahead and scouts ahead to see if there's any threats. There are none, and so as they get near to the ice giant glacier, Naruto, as he sees that inside of it, as we zoom out, we see a giant ship. To be more precise, it's actually a Kryptonian ship, one sent by Naruto's father, who had sent it after him with his consciousness, meant for that very odd necklace that Naruto had with his, the Codex, as you guys know. Naruto sees this ship as an ice as well, and the entire team is amazed at how huge and large this structure is. And so Naruto says he can melt some of this ice away and they should get ready. Naruto uses heat vision and melts the ice as water pools down from where he's melting it, as the ice then has water flow into the buckets. After all three of them, Shisui as well as Itachi and Yuki, have their gallons just filled all the way with water, they said that they're going to head back. Naruto says he's going to hang out there for a second, that they can go ahead without him. As the team leaves, Naruto looks up and begins climbing the ice sculpture. As Naruto climbs up higher and higher, he then breaks his way in through the top of the ship. As he lands inside of the ship, he then sees that there's a giant control center deep within the hull of the ship itself. Naruto, as he can see the shape of it, his eyes open wide as he looks down and opens up his shirt, revealing the codex that he has as a necklace wrapped around his neck, as a keepsake from his mother and father, Minato and Kushina, that they told him was very important to him. Naruto, who doesn't know that he's an alien by this point, just believes that he has these extra abilities as some sort of Kikagenkai. Naruto places his codex inside the ship, wondering what's going to happen, when suddenly a tall man with blonde hair and dark crimson, almost flaming blue eyes, looks down at him. His eyes have a mixture of red and blue, as if to be some sort of chroma changing color. He looks almost robotic, actually. As Naruto looks up at this man, the man smiles and looks down and bends down to Naruto. He gives him a hug and Naruto feels nothing touching him, as he says that he's Naruto's father. Naruto looks eyes widen as he has no idea what's going on, and that's when Naruto's real father from Krypton explains who he is and how Naruto himself is a symbol of hope, and that he was sent from the planet Krypton before it had been exploded after all of its resources had died. And so he had been sent to this world, which seemed to be a lower level, and have not enough power or anything to attack him. Naruto is scared and also wondering what's going on when he explains that he had left this ship here and sent it directly before Naruto had gotten there, so that Naruto, when he had landed on this planet, would have some way to get information about his past life and his planet and his people. He then walks over with Naruto to a large metal canister. At that point, it opens, and inside Naruto sees a very strange-looking suit. It looks like a dark black metal, as well as very strange colored suit. It looks exactly like Superman's suit from the Man of Steel movie, if you guys have seen that. And it has the symbol for hope on it written. Naruto is then given this suit as the colors change to his liking, as the entire suit changes to match the pattern of his orange jumpsuit that he was wearing before, with the cape behind him flowing in a darker blue. Naruto looks up to his father and tells him that he'll come back to visit him again. He nods and says that he should be careful and that this world is apparently much stronger than he had originally thought. Naruto shakes his head and says that he'll be able to handle it as a tear goes down the side of his face, thinking that he has two parents now who are both sacrificed themselves for him. Naruto takes the codex out and puts it back on his necklace as he flies out of the ship, as his cape strokes behind him. Naruto flies out of the cave system where he heads over towards the actual sand village itself. At that point, Shisui, Itachi, as well as Yuki look up and see Naruto standing there. As Naruto floats down to the ground, Itachi stares at him for a few seconds before he tries to hold in a laughter. He laughs ridiculously hard, and Naruto begins to grow a vein on his forehead. He asks what's so funny. Itachi says it's nothing, but it's just that he looks kind of so stupid with that outfit on. Naruto balls up his fist and then says that he's gonna get him for that one. Itachi laughs and cries a little bit from laughing so hard. When Yuki and Shisui decide that they should be going, they say goodbye to the current Kazekage, and they'll say that they'll be back within the week, so that way that they can head over and begin their Chunin exams. Unknown to Itachi, however, the Uchiha clan behind his back, as well as he would know at this point when he returned, would tell him. Now that the entire team has returned, Itachi heads home where he sees his younger brother Sasuke. Sasuke laughs as he jumps on Itachi and asks him to train him in Shuriken Jutsu. Itachi flicks his forehead and tells him that he's sorry, Sasuke, but he has to talk to father right now. He tells father what happened on the mission with the Kazekage, and then asks him if there's anything they should know. Then, at that point, the current head of the Uchiha clan lets Itachi know that they're planning on a coup d'etat to the Leaf Village. Itachi's eyes widen as he hears this, as he realizes that he's going to have to make a choice to be loyal to his family or his village. As we last heard, Itachi had taken the news that there would be a betrayal against the Leaf Village from the Uchiha clan. He had initially reported this incident immediately to Lord Hiruzen, and the situation of him being an Anbu for the Leaf, as well as being a ninja of the Uchiha clan, began to spin itself together as the story begins to unfold. We now get back to today's current exams. Naruto had been training with Itachi during the last week as they prepare for the Chunin exams in the Sand Village. 3 days before the Chunin exams are to be held, all the Leaf Ninja who would be going, or to be escorted by the Jonins who would be going with them, as they begin their journey across the desert towards the Land of Wind and towards the Chunin exams. As we head into this story, we then see that Naruto is worried about Itachi, as Itachi looks a little bit more like he hasn't had sleep in weeks, and his eyes have shadows under them as if he has problems that he's thinking about. Naruto's never seen Itachi look more distraught or worried about anything before. He then pats his shoulder, telling Itachi with a smile that they're for sure going to pass the Chunin exams. As Itachi looks up and has a faint smile on his face, but Naruto's still worried about him. As they continue trekking their way through the desert, all the Leaf Ninja are quite excited as the Genin are ready to become Chunin. Shisui, who is going along with as one of the Jonin instructors heading along with them, is preparing for another sandstorm, as the entire party of Leaf Ninja scouting ahead return backwards, including with Shisui, announcing that a large sandstorm will be heading this way. The entire group then heads into a cave where Naruto relaxes as Yuki, Itachi, him, and Shisui play some shogi together. At that point, after the storm is blown over, the entire party of Leaf Ninja get out of the cave as they begin their long trek. After many hot, grueling days under the sun and avoiding sandstorms, all of the Leaf Ninja finally assembled as they walk into the Sand Village. Naruto looks by towards the cave that had recently opened that Shinobi had been searching through, but they couldn't find anything except some ice as well as some water reserves, which is now being used as a well location. And he thinks back to his ship that his father had sent for him there. Naruto is wearing his Kryptonian's uniform that had been given to him by his father, with its black and orange and as well as bluish coloring that has been mixed in, as I've talked about last time. As the entire team that Naruto's with, as well as the rest of the Leaf Shinobi who attended, get into the Sand Village itself, they all begin to go towards the first exam location. As they had said that the first exam location would be held in the tallest tower in the Sand Village, about 5 blocks away from the Hokage's office. And so the entire team begins to head towards that area. As the team climbs up as they head towards the tower, a Chunin that's already standing there wearing the Sans uniform says that the first examination of theirs is to see who can reach the top of the tower the fastest. The first 10 teams who actually reach that top section of the tower will be able to pass on to the next part of the exam. Immediately, Naruto begins to try and fly up, and as suddenly the Chunin appears out of nowhere, jumping on top of the wall and slapping Naruto on the head so he goes back down. He just says that he didn't let him finish, as he then says that while climbing this tower, you cannot use any type of jutsu in order to for example, to fly. Naruto sighs as he decides he'll have to use his own strength in order to get up there. And so, the entire team begins to get inside of the tower. As they walk into the tower, they then look up to see that there are already 3 teams who are climbing. You can see that there's already 3 teams that are looking similar to that of small blips that are climbing almost near the top of the tower. As they look to each sides of the tower walls, there are many different handholds and footholds, like a giant rock climbing wall. Immediately, Naruto rushes over to one as Itachi decides to do the same. Shisui is waiting outside as he just merely climbs and basically uses his own jutsu to get to the top of the tower immediately, with the rest of the Jonin who are now waiting for their next competition, as they aren't participating, obviously, and so they wanted to watch from the top down. As Shisui looks down using his Sharingan, you can see that Itachi is using his Sharingan to analyze if the rocks are safe and stable, while Naruto is just brute forcing his way to the top. Naruto goes to the flattest wall that is near there, the one with almost no handholds, and quickly digs out his own handholds into the side of the wall, which shocks a ton of the Jonin as well as the Kazekage who is watching from a distance, who's kind of amazed at this, as Naruto climbs on his own free strength, as he makes it all the way to the top in a matter of minutes, beating out the other few teams who were getting up there. He then jumps to the top of the roof and uses chakra control to stick himself there. He then, using his fingers, grabs around the edge and pulls himself up with a sigh onto the top of the tower, looking around him to see Shisui and the rest of the other Jonin there standing and staring at him. Itachi and Yuki would show up about half an hour later, as the rest of the teams then make it there first. Luckily for them, Naruto had made it there and already saved a spot for them, so their team was pretty much set. Now that you're all up here, the Jonin instructor says to all of them. He says one thing and they all turn around in shock. Jump off in the middle of the center of the tower, all the way down. As they all look at him in terror as they look down the giant shaft of the largest tower in the Sand Village, streaking high above. Naruto then asks if he's crazy. He looks towards him and says that if anyone doesn't do this, then they will fail the Chunin exams, and they'll never become Chunin. They'll be sent back to their villages as shameful genin, never to return to the Sand Village again. Naruto goes blue in the face as Itachi looks to Naruto, as well as Yuki. He then tells all of them that this is their test, and if they can't do it, then they should just leave now. Itachi thinks about this, and so does Shisui, thinking that this is an excellent idea, because this type of test shows those who are brave enough to follow through with an action, even if it could lead to your self-downfall. It's meant to overall, as a ninja, your overall goal is to help your village overall than the individual. And so Itachi, who everyone else is still sweating, raises his hand and says he'll go first. Immediately, one of the other boys from the Genin teams comes over and he has a Rain Village emblem on his headband. He says that his name's Kota. He says this in a deepish as well as a trying to sound cool voice. Itachi scoffs as this guy then loses his cool immediately, telling him that his name's Kota Shimura and that he's gonna go first. He then smiles as he then tells him that he's not afraid of anything. He then stands at the edge as he closes his eyes, stretches his arms out, and leans backward, jumping out off of the cliff edge. All we see is him falling into the empty abyss of darkness. Itachi, who isn't even nervous, says he'll go next. And at that point, he just swan dives directly off the side of the edge, directly down the center of the tower. No sounds, as they land, nothing happens. No crunches of bones, nothing. Not even a sound of screams or pain. Naruto says he'll go next, as he jumps. Everyone in the entire top of the arena decides to jump except for one of the teams. As they all head all the way down to the bottom, they all land safely, as Naruto realizes that there was a net that was set up directly after all the teams had begun their climb. As Naruto falls into the net, he then gets up and as he falls out and waves to Itachi. He then hears a light, high-pitched screaming as Yuki comes falling down from the light above, as she smashes down into the net. And just as Naruto's about to get out, she falls directly on top of him and Naruto catches her. Yuki, who then looks at him and back at Itachi, then gets really red and then punches Naruto in the head, telling him to get off of her. She then rolls out of the net and then looks pretty pissed off for a while, and also a little bit embarrassed. Eventually, the rest of the teams would head down as well, except for one. One of the teams would give up from fear and say that they aren't interested. And they, as well as their Jonin instructor, would head out of the village as they wait for the rest of the Chunin exams. Now, Naruto, Itachi, and Yuki have passed this part of the examination. Suddenly, one of the senior interrogation members of the Sand Village Corps begin to head over as he meets the new team members who are on their way to becoming Chunin. He then says that all the teams down here have passed and they may continue on to the next examination. Naruto cheers as he says that he's ready to do anything to become a Chunin. And so the nine teams begin to walk off in another direction. And now, as they begin to head towards their second test, the instructor himself is laughing as he turns around with his scars all over his face, as well as a cold look in his dark brown eyes. He quickly says that this part of the examination was the part that they're going to hate the most, and they'll wish that they were dead. As they then walk to a large area. After almost an hour of walking away from the sand village, Naruto says, "Whoa," as the entire team looks out to see a ginormous atrium that spans hundreds and hundreds of feet around in a giant arena-like fashion with glass covering the top. He then turns around to the Genin and then puts his arms out laughing as he says, "Welcome, kids. It's your turn to try and become a Chunin, and this is your second examination. Try not to die." As he then tells everyone to head on down as they're going to take their examination. As all the teams head down into the atrium, they see large doors all over the sides. They then see that their instructor is getting behind a stall area, where he begins to pull out scrolls. On each scroll, there seems to be some sort of word, and at that point, they'll all be separated. As each team is separating to a door, they each realize that they each have a key code word that's meant to go together in order to build one keyword sentence. He then explains that if they can't find all of the words they need to complete their sentence, as well as completely take them from the other teams they need in order to win, then their team will be disqualified, as Naruto, Yuki, and Itachi are sent into the Maze of Doom. Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's me, That Weeb here, back with Part 9 for What If Naruto Was From Krypton. Last time, let's just get right into the recap right away. Also, by the way, just a quick reminder, if you're not subscribed to my channel already, make sure to hit that subscribe button, notification bell, as well as hit the like button, comment down below what you think of this episode, and check out the previous episodes if you haven't watched this already. And also, if you feel like it, then make sure to become a member on the channel so you can see member live streams, which I'll be doing every week on Fridays. So I hope you guys are excited for that. Anyway, let's just hop right into the recap and get into the story. So, as you guys already know, this What If Naruto Was From Krypton hasn't come out in around 2 weeks, so here's this little recap. Naruto and the rest of his team, Team Shisui, actually had completed the first part of the Chunin exams, and now they were heading over to a maze designed by the Sand Village specifically for this examination. Now Itachi and Yuki, as well as Naruto himself, would be heading off into this maze with a actual scroll that has a certain word in it. Their entire goal is to actually get every single word for their message that they need. Their message actually has 6 words in it, so they need to get all of them. When they open up their scroll, they see that their word that's written down is the word massacre, with some empty slots next to it for them to write the other words into. Their actual goal is to fill their scroll with the other enemy team's words, and then get to the center of the actual maze itself, turn in their actual word listing before everyone else, and then that's how they pass. Apparently the first 6 or so teams were going to be the only ones to pass this examination, and everyone's sentences were pretty different. Now, Naruto and the rest of his team would be heading off into the maze as we begin this part for What If Naruto Was From Krypton. Almost immediately as they enter the maze, Naruto and Yuki utilize their X-ray vision, almost using Yuki using her Byakugan, while Naruto uses his own natural X-ray vision to see through the sand. Gaara, who is, as we know, around 8 or 9 at the time, his father is instructing him on how to change the maze, as Gaara is actually the one who constructed this maze, having it be used as practice from the Kazekage for his own son to gain more power. Alright, Gaara, switch it now. Switch it to Section A. Gaara begins to whirl his hand around while his eyes look pretty sad, as suddenly the sand begins to shift inside of the maze, as the entire team begins to put their arms up to block the wind. Naruto turns back quickly to Itachi and tells him that him and Yuki can definitely see something up ahead. There's chakra going through all the grains of sand, and they're beginning to move, so that they should get down and ready. Immediately, Team Shisui dives to the ground, as they all dig down into the ground just a bit so that way they don't get trampled. As the sand begins to spin around the maze in a sphere of commotion causing a sandstorm, the other teams are blocking their eyes and face so that they don't get hit by the sandstorm. A few teams get knocked out from the sand as they lay there in the dirt, while some other teams head over there to take their scrolls. Naruto gets up as he spits sand out of his mouth, as well as Itachi, who had covered his mouth, and Yuki, who gets up pretty easily while brushing sand off her clothes. Where are we? Naruto looks around to see an almost ancient sand village. It seems to be like almost ancient ruins from a long civilization from many years ago. Wow, I don't remember being in here before, Itachi says as he looks around, activating his Sharingan to zoom in on different sections of the buildings around him. It appears that this room is actually around 155 meters in width and diameter. So the rest of the team begins to move as they decide to find some other people. As they're moving along, Naruto senses as well as Yuki see someone. They then turn around immediately as they see Kota Shimura, that kid from the last examination who had the guts to tell Itachi that he was going to go first. As Kota comes out with his Rain Ninja team, Naruto as well as the rest of Team Shisui get ready for battle. I'm Kota Shimura, I'm going to take that scroll from you, and I'm going to be one of the first people to pass this and become a Chunin! Immediately as he says this, Yuki, Naruto, and Itachi all dive into battle. Naruto using his Heat Ray vision and blasting the actual team, while Itachi goes rushing a Shuriken, as well as a Fireball Jutsu just for good measure. Yuki quickly comes in and throws out a 32 trigrams, 64 palms, as she completely shuts off all of Kota's chakra points, basically having them put up no fight. These guys are no trouble compared to those bandits that we fought a while ago. Itachi nods at this and tells Naruto to grab their scroll. As they pick up their scroll, they see the word will in the space that next to where their word massacre would be. Naruto then asks if anyone has a pen, and Yuki pulls out an ink pen, and they write the word will next to massacre. Alright, we need the word before massacre, the word after will, the word after that, and the word after that, and then we should be all good. Alright, let's keep moving, Itachi says, as they head out of that room and walk off into the next corridor. As they get into this corridor, it seems they've walked into some sort of building, as this building has stairs, fire poles, as well as lots of different jumping areas around it, almost like some sort of climbing maze. As they begin to climb up the tower, Naruto tells Itachi and Yuki that he can actually carry them to get to the top rather quickly. Both of them must think this is a good idea, while Yuki's kind of embarrassed that she has to ride on Naruto's back. Itachi grabs onto Naruto's legs while Yuki hops onto his back. Naruto then flies upward with his cape flowing around all three of them. As they're flying up, they then hear, "What's that supposed to be? You guys look like some sort of dumb animal." As three grass ninja head out of one of the side corridors above. One of them quickly spits their tongue out using some kind of lizard-like jutsu, as the tongue begins to wrap around Yuki's leg. Yuki spits and says that that's nasty as she takes her other hand and creates a wind gale palm, pushing the tongue off her leg. Itachi and Yuki both jump off to the side as some sandboxes are stuck to the wall. Naruto continues to float there as he holds his hand out and tells Itachi he can take these guys away easily. Itachi tells him to let him have some fun as he dives into the battle. As he jumps from wall to wall, he pulls two kunaya, slashes at their legs, and cuts through their actual pants cloth, and as they do so, while they're distracted, turns around and uses a fire phoenix flower jutsu, thus hitting all of them at once. As they go flying out of the cavern, feeling extremely hot, they then feel the sudden rush of cold air as Naruto uses his frost breath. With Naruto using his frost breath, all of them are solidified in ice as they sit there frozen with their scroll sticking out the back end of one of their pouches. Yuki then quickly walks up with her tongue sticking out, and she says, as she grabs the scroll out of the ice, having to pry it out of their hands. They then wave goodbye as Yuki grabs her eye and pulls it down, making a nyeh sound as they jump out of there. As Yuki and Itachi, as well as Naruto, head off to the next area, they then decide to pull out the scroll and see what word it has on it. When they pull out the actual scroll that the other team had, and they look at it, they see the first word before massacre. The massacre will. As Itachi sees these words, he then thinks of what he heard from his father, and he stands still for a second. Naruto turns around and asks what's up, and Itachi shakes his head saying, never mind, it's nothing. As they continue onwards, they now know that they need to find the last three words. The massacre will. I wonder what it's going to say, Yuki says, as they continue heading forward. As they get into this Colosseum-looking area, realizing that all of these rooms are quite large themselves and thinking about how large this maze must be, they look down into the arena to see another team waiting for them. Another two teams actually already fighting it out. Naruto is about to charge right in when Itachi and both Yuki grab the back of his actual cape and tell him to hold still. They then tell him that they're going to wait to see who wins and then they can take them both out and get two words maybe. As they're waiting for this, suddenly a third team arrives from the other entrance of the Colosseum, rushing into the battle. As this happens, one of the teams actually is taken down, and that new party grabs the scroll, running off. Damn it, Itachi says. He then tells Naruto to go after them as he and Yuki can take care of these guys. Yuki as well as Itachi jump into battle, with Yuki starting off with an air gale palm, shooting it down onto the crowd below, as Itachi dives into the battle as well, hitting the crowd of shinobi who had just recovered from a fight. Him throwing kunai at them while him and Yuki double team on them. Naruto smiles, thinking that his team is totally awesome, as he then rushes off, pushing chakra into his legs to increase his strength even further, as he goes rushing around from the side building, flying into the other corridor. As Naruto continues flying, he uses X-ray vision to see where the team went, and sees them hiding in one of the closets, trying to write down their new words that they got. I got you now, he says, as he quickly uses heat ray vision to cut a hole in the wall, scaring some actual ninja from the Cloud Village. He then says it's time to take them out with one blow, as he cocks his fist back and punches it into all three of them, causing them to be knocked out against the wall. He grabs both their scrolls and sees two words in them. At dawn. The massacre will blank at dawn. Alright, that must mean Itachi and Yuki have to get this last one. As Naruto runs back into the Colosseum, he finds that Yuki and Itachi just finished up their fight, and they hold up their scroll, giving a thumbs up. Naruto takes his two out and tells them that, alright, the final code is the massacre will at dawn. As Yuki unrolls the scroll, she says, occur. The massacre will occur at dawn. Naruto then writes this down in their own scroll, as they then take the other scrolls and Itachi burns them for good measure. Now that the other scrolls were disposed of, and their scroll being the only one remaining, it's time that they head off as Itachi, Naruto, and Yuki get into the next area. As they continue heading forward, making it past the other obstacles in their way, they finally make it to the center of the maze as they turn in their scroll, being the third team to arrive there. Being so fast and having two other teams that actually made it there before them was kind of impressive. Now there's currently 9 people left, at least in the training exams for this portion. Just as the timer's about to run up and the bell is about to ring, one last team comes charging in with an orange-haired boy from the Rain Village, rushing in and putting his own scroll down, saying that they made it just in time. At this point, then, Naruto, who's relaxing on the couch, says he's pretty much ready for anything, as Itachi and Yuki nod. The rest of this examination is now complete. Now, you all have one last challenge left. There seems to be, apparently, 12 team members left. Perfect. We're going to be having a battle royale. Itachi, as well as Naruto and Yuki, are both look up, concerned about what this might be. In 1 month from now, all of the teams will be meeting here in the Sand Village into this Colosseum. I'm sure many of you have seen it already. Naruto nods, thinking of the Colosseum they had just been in. We will be reappropriating it to make that Colosseum a much larger, as well as adding obstacles similar to other events you might have seen around this maze. Your job will be have two teams. It'll be more of a capture the flag kind of battle royale. However, there's a twist to it. Each team will have 2 color flags, a red and blue, obviously, and each will have their own home base assigned that they may choose. This will be monitored by Jonin throughout the entire arena so no one gets too hurt, he says. However, there won't be any help for you once you get inside of this examination. In this examination, it'll be all about teamwork and working with other villages in order to proceed. This means that there'll be around 6 members per team. It'll be about 2 teams on each team of 2 shinobi teams on each team. You may all pick who you want to be with, I would say, next month. But if you want to prepare ahead of time, then feel free. I don't care. I couldn't care less. At this point now, each of the teams are looking to each other to see who might be the strongest. Naruto, Itachi, and Yuki aren't too concerned about it, as they are just planning ahead for what they're going to do for training for the next month. Itachi is pretty happy to finally get to go home to the Leaf Village for at least another month before he has to come back. He then tells the examinee and asks if they're ready to go. Itachi smiling. The examiner then nods and tells them that they're all free to go, as all the teams head out. Naruto tells him that was kind of exhausting as he wipes his forehead, and asks if any of them want to go get food when they get back. Yuki says that all he ever thinks about is food, and then Naruto laughs as the team heads off. Naruto is wondering what he should do for the next month, as he's walking around. This is when suddenly an interesting aspect would occur, as Naruto had made it back to the Leaf Village after a week of traveling back. He would only have around 2 weeks to train and then head back to the actual, Sand Village itself. Naruto would be walking around when he sees Kakashi as well as Jiraiya on the roof of a building. He would then talk to Shisui and ask who those two people were. Shisui would then explain that that's Kakashi Hatake, as well as standing there as Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin. Shisui would then introduce Naruto to Kakashi as well as Jiraiya, with Jiraiya realizing that this is one of his two godsons, as he pats Naruto on the head and says it's nice to meet him. Naruto laughs and says it's great to meet him too. Jiraiya then asks what his funky clothes is about. Naruto gets a little bit surprised, as he gets a little angry and blushes out of embarrassment, telling him that it was a gift from someone. Naruto then covers his cape as he covers his chest, making a little bit of a pouty face. Jiraiya then laughs and tells him that it'd be actually kind of fun to train with him, as Naruto looks up and says, "Really?" And Jiraiya agrees. Naruto and Jiraiya would begin training for the next 2 weeks, but unknown to them, Itachi would be on his own festivities. Unknown to the rest of the people in the village, Itachi, as well as the Uchiha clan, would be having a certain event be occurring rather soon, which Itachi was dreading. As we then zoom out of the story, we see Shisui Uchiha walking rather home late after about a week into Naruto and Jiraiya's training. While Naruto is training with Jiraiya on learning how to manipulate his chakra better, as Naruto basically relies on his own brute physical traits and strength for most fights, he's now learning some actual more experienced jutsu, as well as how to actually use chakra control, due to him not having very much of his own chakra. Shisui is walking home from the bathhouse, and when he is doing so, he suddenly feels a hand slide across the right side of his face, and suddenly his eye is grabbed. He turns around just in time to see Danzo as he rips his right Sharingan out. Shisui screams in pain as he teleports away, quickly using body flicker, while Danzo is trying to go after him. Shisui escapes, and as he's rushing along the edge of the Leaf Village, trying to get past this waterfall, he then notices Itachi standing there, as Itachi is preparing for the Uchiha massacre which had to take place. Itachi! Itachi turns to see his friend and master, Shisui. "Hey, Shisui, oh my god, what's wrong with your eye?" Itachi's wondering as he holds his hands up to see if everything's alright. Shisui then pulls his hand away to show his empty socket as he's breathing heavily. He then tells Itachi that there's something he must do, and that he has to take this away before Danzo can take it from him. He then explains about his Mangekyo Sharingan to Itachi, and how he's passing on this to him. He then gives Itachi his Sharingan, as he says goodbye to Itachi and tells him to tell Naruto and Yuki what's going on, as Shisui falls back into the waterfall, dying. If you guys want to see the next part for What If Naruto was a Kryptonian, or What If Naruto was from Krypton to be more precise, make sure to hit the like button, comment down below what you thought, and subscribe for more on the channel. Next part will be covering the Uchiha massacre, as well as the Chunin exams, I guess, if that's what your cup of tea is. Naruto would be sleeping peacefully one night, when suddenly he would hear something with his super hearing. He would hear the sound of slicing of metal, as well as crying out in pain and blood. He would hear Itachi's heartbeat. Naruto would open up his eyes immediately as he jumps out of bed, rushing towards the Uchiha area where they live. Naruto would go running down as he heads towards the Uchiha living area. As he gets to the part of the village where the Uchiha would live, he would see blood. As he sees Itachi is just about to finish killing off the first member of the Uchiha clan. Just as he's about to stab the kunai into his own family member's heart, suddenly a blast of heat would come out of Naruto's eyes as he slams the kunai out of Itachi's hand. "Itachi, what are you doing?" Itachi would turn around with tears in his eyes as Naruto would take a step back, seeing how hollow and empty he looks. His Mangekyo Sharingan would have been activated merely by this first instance of his rage and hatred for what he's been forced to do. As he sees Itachi's Mangekyo, he would try to place Naruto under a Genjutsu. Naruto quickly realizes what's going on, as he quickly uses his Frost Breath to create a wall between him so he can avoid Itachi's vision. Itachi is just about to finish off this member of the Uchiha clan when Naruto comes jumping over as he flies over his ice glacier. Naruto comes flying down as he smashes into Itachi, shooting him across the Uchiha village. As he and Itachi begin battling each other, Itachi swipes of a kick towards Naruto at heavy speeds. Naruto takes this kick to the face directly, as suddenly Itachi feels pain in his foot. Naruto would push his face into Itachi's foot and look at him in the eyes, asking him what is he doing. Itachi would tell him that this is none of his business and he needs to leave now. Naruto would punch Itachi as he goes flying through several buildings, flying through his own home, in fact, as Itachi would go landing at the other side of the Uchiha village. There we would see Madara Uchiha, that of the Uchiha clan, with his orange mask on. Itachi would turn around to see Madara slaughtering his fellow clan members, and Naruto wouldn't stand for this. Naruto would tell Itachi, I can't deal with this right now. Just sit there and do nothing. I'll take care of this guy. If I need to know what's going on here now. Itachi would say nothing as he tells Naruto to go away, or if he doesn't, he'll kill his younger brother. Naruto would turn around as Itachi mentions Hikaru. What did he say? Naruto would say this in a soft, gentle voice, as the red in his eyes began to look like a Sharingan, as the bright red in Naruto's eyes would cause him to go into an immense rage. Did you just threaten the last member of my entire family? He would look at Itachi. While you're trying to murder all of yours? He would then pick up Itachi and throw him as hard as he can into the masked man. This masked man would turn just as he sees Itachi about to go into him, and use Kamui to evade this. Naruto would begin walking forward with heavy steps as he looks at the two of them, saying that there's no way he's going to let this atrocity stand, his fist becoming even more tightened as he grits his teeth, thinking that he might need some backup. He pushes forward as he uses his flight and his immense strength to basically teleport seemingly towards the Madara Uchiha. Madara would be shocked as he didn't see any chakra be activated inside of his body when he used this. This is just his pure physical strength, not even using any of the gates. He would slam his fist directly into Madara's body, who quickly uses Kamui to evade the attack as a burst of wind comes flying through him. Itachi and Madara are both beyond Naruto as they're using their Sharingan to hold him off. Naruto would get quite a few of the Uchiha members to actually evacuate the village before he can take them much longer. Both of them are trying to use Genjutsu on Naruto to take him out, as Naruto is holding his ground, using Frost Breath as well as his Heat Vision in order to keep them back. Naruto would punch Madara as he gets a solid hit just as he had finished doing his Kamui, sending Madara flying back into a building as he coughs blood, not feeling completely used to his Zetsu body yet. Naruto would be breathing heavier as he now feels the Nine Tails inside of him becoming more and more angered. Calm down, he would whisper to the Nine Tails as he says that he can handle this. The Nine Tails chakra begin to leak out of Naruto as he thinks, damn it, he can't handle both controlling his own power and the Nine Tails. Naruto would now have to hold himself back in order to not go into a Nine Tails state and destroy the village. Naruto would power up his body even more as he feels strength go into him, just as he begins to fly towards Itachi. As he flies into the air, Itachi looks up as he sees Naruto flying with the moon behind him. Itachi, we had so much we were going through together, and there were so many more journeys we were supposed to have. I can't believe this. What would Shisui-sensei think if he saw this happening right now? Itachi would look up at him and then he'd scream in pain that Shisui's dead. Naruto would then be shocked, thinking that Itachi said that he killed Shisui-sensei himself. Naruto would feel immense rage as the Nine Tails chakra fully overtakes him, as a tailed cloak of red energy begins to grow over Naruto. You fool! Naruto would rush towards Itachi with a spinning attack as he goes flying down, causing a barrel of wind to go towards the two Uchiha members. Madara would quickly grab Itachi as he tries to teleport out away. I don't think so. Naruto would slash with his hand faster than the eye could see, breaking the lightspeed barrier. As Naruto, fully embracing the power of the sun and activating his cells from his Kryptonian lineage, along with the Nine Tails chakra, slices off Obito, or Madara's hand. Obito would scream in pain as he feels his right arm get ripped off with immense force and speed. Obito would be forced to leave Itachi behind as he disappears into the Kamui dimension to avoid any more attacks. Itachi would use this opportunity to use the Mangekyo Sharingan on Naruto in his eyes, as he quickly uses it and places Naruto into the Tsukuyomi. As then Itachi, who would be talking to Naruto in his Genjutsu, would tell Naruto everything. How Danzo had tasked this mission onto him, as the Uchiha clan was planning an uprise against the Leaf Village. And it was Itachi's mission for the Leaf Village in order to kill off his entire clan and join the Akatsuki in order to gain more information on them and protect the village from the shadows. And that he doesn't want Naruto to get dragged into this and he needs to leave now. Naruto would stand there and tell Itachi that he's not going to let his friend get pulled into the darkness, and he won't let him sacrifice himself and his memories to be alone. He then asked Itachi what he was going to do with Sasuke, how sad his younger brother would have been if he had left him. Itachi would say nothing as he looks at Naruto, telling him to leave him alone. Naruto would look up to Itachi and says that he's not going to let his friend do this path alone, and that if this must happen, then he's going with him. Itachi would look up in surprise as Naruto steals his heart. Naruto would tell Itachi, if you really plan on going to the darkness, I won't let you go in there alone. He holds his hand out as the Tsukuyomi becomes brighter, as the two lock hands. Naruto and Itachi would both go on to separate sides of the village, as Naruto is forced to slaughter and kill half of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke would be left alive, as Naruto and Itachi couldn't bear to do that to him, especially Itachi. Naruto would tell Itachi that in order for this plan to work, Sasuke can't know that he also had helped in the hand of killing the Uchiha. Naruto would help Itachi as he helps his best friend in the entire world finish off his entire family for the Leaf Village. As Itachi kills his own mother and father, Naruto flies on top of the roof looking through the glass as his younger brother Sasuke is placed into a genjutsu by him. Naruto would step down as he and Itachi would walk away from the village together. Naruto says that there's one thing he has to do before he goes. Naruto would leave a message in his house for his younger brother Hikaru. He would lie to his younger brother Hikaru. If you hate me, become stronger and kill me yourself. Kill the Nine Tails that killed our parents. If you can, weakling. Naruto would dry the tears on his face as he leaves us beside his sleeping brother and leaves the village of Itachi. Sasuke would wake up as he screams in pain, thinking about what's going on. Itachi as well as Naruto would both leave the village together, as Naruto leaves his life behind to follow his best friend into the unknown of the void. The next morning, Sasuke would awaken to find the bodies of all of his family dead and rotting. He would be in immense pain and cry for hours and hours. Hikaru would wake up, as he would then turn over to see the note that had been left for him. His eyes would be filled with shock as he just stands there, his red hair flowing over him in complete shock and surprise at how something like this could happen. He rushes out of the village and runs towards where Sasuke, his best friend, lives. Hikaru and Sasuke would meet each other. Hikaru would rush towards Sasuke, seeing him crying in a heap of tears on the ground, pouting his fist saying he failed. He would look up as his Sharingan were still active. Hikaru, with his red hair, would rush towards Sasuke as he grasps him in a hug and tells Sasuke with tears in his heart as well that they'll find them. They will get their revenge on them. And as he looks towards Sasuke, his best friend, they'll avenge his clan. Sasuke would fall into tears as both him and Hikaru would begin to fester the hatred for their older brothers, who had both killed Sasuke's entire family and abandoned the village. We see Naruto and Itachi walking along the road, as Naruto looks basically blank, with no expressions at all. He turns over and asks Itachi if it was really alright to leave Yuki alone like that. They think back to their teammate who has no idea about what's going on, as she had probably lost both her team members and their sensei in the same night. Itachi would say that she'd get over it as the two of them would continue walking. Eventually they would meet inside of a cave, where they would see him, Madara Uchiha, with 2 arms now, as he'd regrown his using Zetsu. As he sees Naruto Uzumaki, the holder of the 9 Tails, he would then also see Itachi Uchiha. Naruto and Itachi would talk to Madara, as Naruto says that he would pledge himself to the Akatsuki, as he understands the true purpose of culling them, and that in order he had assisted in taking them out along with Itachi, and that he'll follow Itachi anywhere. Naruto would then look as Madara would see him and sense that he has the 9 Tails. Naruto would say he already knows that he's probably after the 9 Tails chakra. He is willing to give away the 9 Tails to the cause of the Akatsuki, as long as he's allowed to stay as a permanent member. Obito would say if Naruto can survive the extraction of the Kyuubi, then he would be welcomed into the Akatsuki for being so powerful. Naruto would lie down and say that he only has one condition, and that is the Akatsuki is to leave his younger brother alone. Obito would think about this for a second, and then, paying no mind to the thought that he might be a threat in the future, would say that's a deal, as he begins the extraction of the 9 Tails along with Itachi. Naruto would feel the pain as he asked if he would like him to knock Naruto out. Naruto would stare at him with his eyes full of the pain that he's feeling as he says nothing, telling him to continue. Naruto would make sure to be taking in lots of sunlight as Kryptonians gain their strength from the power of a orange or yellow sun. As Naruto continues to have the Nine Tails ripped out of him, Naruto would feel it as the ki is finally extracted. Naruto passes out from the pain as he lays there for a second, feeling his life almost ending. Suddenly Naruto regenerates as the Kryptonian cells within him fully take on the power, him now having all of his chakra paths unlocked. Naruto would sit up, seemingly unaffected by the extraction. As Naruto would get up along with Itachi, the two of them would plot together in their heads about how they were going to help take down the Akatsuki for the Leaf Village. Madara would be very careful about extracting information, as well as saying anything to Naruto or Itachi. For the next 3 years, Naruto and Itachi would continue to go on jobs together as the Akatsuki team, with Kisame not being taken into the picture. Naruto and Itachi are both sitting on top of the heads of the Hokage of the Leaf Village, as they had gone back to go and check on their younger siblings. Naruto would see his younger brother Hikaru walking home with his red hair flowing behind him, looking as though he's even gotten taller since the last time he'd seen him 3 years ago. Sasuke was walking next to him as the two of them began to head towards the training fields. Naruto would ask Itachi when their next assignment is, as Itachi would pull out his Raven Crow, which had kept the information for him. He said their next target would be in the Mist Village. They're supposed to assassinate one of the 7 deadly swordsmen of the Mist, Kisame, as he had become too large of a threat to them, as with the power of Samahara that can extract chakra, it puts him on the level of a tailed beast almost. Naruto would nod as he and Itachi would leave. The story now, from here, will take place from the perspectives of our two main protagonists, which are Sasuke Uchiha and Hikaru Uzumaki. Hikaru and Sasuke are almost graduating, as Hikaru has become extremely proficient with his sealing techniques, as he's pushed himself every day for the past 3 years to become stronger enough to take his brother back and to kill him and Itachi. Him and Sasuke have both become completely driven by rage, as Hikaru knows that his brother would never have done something like that, and there has to be a reason why. He thinks that he's going to beat it out of him and get his brother to tell him the truth on why he did that and left him alone, abandoned him, just like their parents had abandoned the two of them so many years ago. He had unlocked the adamantite Uzumaki chains, along with Sasuke, who had unlocked his One-Tomo Sharingan. The two practiced training their respective Kekkei Genkai every day, with them vowing to go and avenge their Sasuke's clan, as well as for Hikaru to finally find out the truth. They would train for a very long time, when the two would eventually be ready to graduate. Both of them would pass with flying colors, as there was no need for Hikaru to steal the Scroll of Sealing. He and Sasuke would both be placed on the same team, as Hikaru's sealing jutsu as well as his Sasuke's Sharingan were perfectly meant to be placed together. Due to Danzo's influence as well, as he knows that Naruto and Itachi would prefer him to be placed on the same team as they had done when they had come and visited him that previous day with the information that he had required. They'd be waiting when suddenly they would meet their team captain. A young adult woman now, with the Byakugan, would walk in, as she would introduce herself to her team. "Hey, Team 7. My name's Yuki Hyuga." Sasuke, Sakura, as well as Naruto would be placed under the tutelage of Yuki, the third teammate from the team that Shisui had once taught all those years ago. She had now become a Jonin herself, and had also taken the liberty to train the two younger siblings of her previous teammates. She was determined to not let them fall astray, as their master Shisui had once done years ago. Alright everybody, let's head up to the roof to decide what your dreams, hopes, and aspirations are. You know the jig. Yuki would then climb up to the top of the rooftop, along with the rest of the team. Hikaru would turn around as she sees Hinata Hyuga leaving, which would be Yuki's younger sister actually. Yuki would wave to her younger sister as Hinata blushes and waves back as she runs off. Yuki would then turn to her team and asks if they're all ready to begin. They'd all nod. Yuki would sit down and relax as she asks, starting with Sasuke, what his dreams and aspirations, or what he wants and likes are. Sasuke would say that he likes nothing, but he doesn't really have any dislikes either. However, he doesn't have any dreams, as his dream will become a reality, and this is his goal. His goal to kill Itachi, a certain someone who had caused him much grief long ago. Yuki would think of her teammates Itachi, who smiled as he had helped them through the Chunin exams. She would then turn to Sakura, who would be staring at Sasuke with laser vision, and says that her likes, well, she'd laugh as she wiggles back and forth thinking about her and Sasuke being together. My dislikes are, she would look up and think about Kiba and the other boys in their class who were always goofing off. She then says that her goal is to become as strong as Hikaru and Sasuke someday, as the both of them are the strongest in their class. Hikaru would say nothing as he looks at Sasuke, thinking about what he had said about his goal. When it's time for Hikaru's turn, Hikaru would look up and say he has a few likes. He likes ramen and going to Ichiraku, as he always treats him nice, and he likes looking back at the old photo albums of his family before. He thinks back to that night. Never mind. He has a few dislikes. He dislikes liars. He dislikes when people deceive him, especially. He thinks to his brother and what he had been lying to him for so long. And his goal, his dream, my dream is to find my brother, Naruto Uzumaki, and I want to find the truth. I want to know why he left the village. I want to know why he abandoned me. He says this as he looks up to Yuki. Yuki would sigh and says that the three of them are some typical edgy kids. Sasuke and Hikaru would hiss at this as they make reeing sounds, like almost as if they walk out of a Hot Topic or something. Anyway, Yuki would then say that their mission would be tomorrow they'd meet up at the training fields, as she has a test that they need to take before they can truly become Team 7. As the three head home, Yuki would walk down and she sees Kakashi. She would ask Kakashi what's up, as Kakashi had really asked if she wanted to take over the duty of training that team for him. She nodded and said that she had actually personally asked for this mission herself. In order to complete her specialization Jonin rank, she actually needs to teach a team of Genin first, as well as this team is very special to her in a different way. Kakashi would nod, knowing about the history between her, Naruto, and Itachi. She would then say that she'll use the bell test just like he had instructed and said it was a good idea tomorrow. As Yuki would head to the training field the next day, she would actually be the first one there, as the other three would show up, having not eaten breakfast as they had been instructed to. Yuki would then say that their mission was to take these 2 bells from her, and if they can take the 2 bells from her by midday, then they'll pass. The one who doesn't won't be able to eat lunch. Sakura, as well as Hikaru, and Sasuke would be ready for the fight. Hikaru asks Sasuke if he's ready, as Sasuke nods. A burst of chakra explodes out of Hikaru as he unleashes his adamantite chains, and they begin to rush around as they try to trap around Yuki. Yuki quickly activates her Byakugan, knowing exactly how she can get out of this, as she uses the gentle fist style and detaches each chain, causing them to fall to the ground as she splits the chakra between them. Hikaru would yell and say, "Sasuke, it's your turn," as Sasuke activates his One Tomoe Sharingan and rushes into the battle against Yuki. Yuki would dodge, block, and weave between their attacks, nimble like a fox. Sakura would come up behind of Akuna as she throws it at her. Yuki would say that the 3 of them shouldn't hold back, as they should try to kill her in order to get these bells. The 3 of them would all rush after her, as Sakura would stray behind while Hikaru and Sasuke would be trailing each other with their red and black blurs of attacks. The 2 of them, their teamwork would actually be so well in sync that Yuki would actually have to push herself a little harder using her Byakugan. She uses the gentle fist style and quickly deactivates 2 of the chakra points in each of them as they fall to the ground. She would then quickly take out Sakura as she waits for them to wake up. She would say that they need to work on teamwork, but they pass. They all cheer as they eat their lunch, with Hikaru actually looking happy as he smiles. His smile reminds her of what Naruto used to look like when he smiled. She would turn around and say that their D-rank missions would begin the next week, and that they should all be ready. The team nods as they say that they're ready for anything. Yuki smiles and says that they all did a very good job today, and that she's gonna go and pay her own respects. She leaves as she heads towards a certain gravesite. There at the waterfall, she would find the gravestone that she had made for their master, Shisui. As she sits there telling her master about her first day of her new team, and about how the two boys were so much like their brothers now, that it was kind of scary. She thinks that Hikaru would be much happier if he had just known what had happened to Naruto and why he'd gone down that dark path. She then thinks in her head that she'd like to know why too, and why her two friends had done something so horrible. She would then leave as she heads back to her own apartment, back at the Leaf Village. She would see a picture with gathering dust in it of Shisui, her, as well as Naruto and Itachi. She lays down on the bed as she goes to sleep, along with the two boys, Sasuke and Hikaru, who go to their respective areas and sleep as well. Team 7 will meet up the next week. Hikaru's adamantine chains would be flowing through the forest as they wrap around a cat and grab it, perfectly keeping it and picking it up. Hikaru would take the cat and bring it back to Sasuke, Yuki, and Sakura. They would give him a thumbs up as he says that he completed the mission, as they report to the third Hokage that the mission's been completed. When Hikaru, as well as Sasuke, get into the third Hokage's office to get their next mission, Hikaru would complain to the third Hokage that he thinks the missions are too easy, and that he and Sasuke and Team 7 in general deserve a harder, more difficult mission. This is when Hiruzen would give in, saying that he's right, and that there is one mission he could assign them. The bridge builder Tazan would walk into the room, as they would agree that this would be a good mission for them to start. Hikaru would thank the third Hokage as he turns around to see this tall, drunk man walk towards the team. He would see Yuki and say that she was a beautiful girl and ask how she's going to protect him. Yuki would cross her arms over her chest, as she then looks at him and then turns back to the third Hokage, asking if they really have to deal with this drunkard. The third Hokage would sigh, telling Tazan to at least control himself. He would then say that these pipsqueaks better do a good job, as he rumbles out of the building and falls down the stairs a little. The team would laugh as they all head out. Sasuke and Hikaru would begin their regular training, preparing for the next day when they'd be leaving. So what do you think, Sasuke? As he throws the ball towards Sasuke at full strength. The ball would come flying towards Sasuke's hand. As Sasuke grabs the bat and slams it into the ball, causing it to go flying away at top speed. Sasuke would then turn to Hikaru and ask, what about? Hikaru would then say that if they think that they might run into them there. Sasuke would then grin and say that he hopes so he can kill that bastard. This is when Hikaru then sighs and asks Sasuke if he really wants to kill Itachi. Sasuke would ask what does he mean, and if anyone should understand him, it would be him. Hikaru would then say, yeah, but if he remembered back then, they weren't always like that. He would tell Sasuke about what he thinks about maybe they should interrogate them first if they can find them, and that if Sasuke could use a genjutsu on them while he uses his adamantine chains, they could get the actual truth out of them to see why they would do something like that, and that they were both faithful ninja to the leaf, as well as his older brother was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which is now missing, which has now thrown off the power balance of the entire village. He would say this with a sigh, as he knows that the third Hokage has told him that if they can recover the Nine Tails, he would become the next Jinchuriki. Sasuke would sigh and tells Hikaru that he has no idea, and that if they kill him, they kill him, and if they capture them, they capture him. Hikaru sighs and says he could at least try to get some information out of them. The next day would come as the two boys would meet up, along with Sakura and Yuki, to head out. Alright, Hikaru would say as he's ready for his first mission, thinking about back then as he turns around, seeing his older brother as he and Sasuke had said goodbye to their older brothers on their first mission. He turns to Sasuke as they turn to Yuki and get ready to leave. As they leave with Tazuna heading with behind them, they would eventually come across two ninja that would try to jump them. The two Chunin would jump out of the bush as they try to take out Yuki. As they throw their kunai, it seems that Yuki's been killed when the substitution jutsu activates, her using the headhunter jutsu. Sasuke and Hikaru would dive into action as each of them take out one while Sakura protects Tazuna. They give each other a thumbs up as they then look for where she could have gone, knowing that she wasn't dead. She'd pop out from the ground saying that was no fun at all, and she was hoping to scare them. They say it wasn't that funny and that they should just keep going on with the mission already. She sighs, seeing the two of them don't have to be so uptight all the time. Hikaru laughs as he and Sasuke help pull her out of the ground. As they continue heading forward, suddenly Naruto's sensory abilities, which are heightened due to him being an Uzumaki, would sense some malice. He tells everyone to get to the ground as a sword comes flying overhead, and there standing on top of it will be the Demon of the Mist, Zabuza. The sky is dark. As the moon shines ahead, we see two figures standing in its light. Their cloaks covered with red clouds, embraced with white and black clothing surrounding them. One of them has dark black hair, and his eyes are as red as crimson. His auburn crown of flames covers his entire body, as we look down to see that he had just cast a fireball jutsu. He says in a deeper voice that we somehow know to be familiar to us. That should be the last one. Do you think that Toby, or I suppose you could say the Akatsuki, is happy with our work? We would then hear a slightly deeper voice, but still familiar to us as well, say, I think so. I'm getting tired of doing all this stuff for the Akatsuki anyway. We look up to see two figures, Naruto Uzumaki, as well as Itachi Uchiha, covered and wearing the Akatsuki robes, with Naruto carrying a new weapon, Samihara. We have a flashback to before Naruto and Itachi had joined the Akatsuki. So this boy wants to join the Akatsuki, we hear Obito saying, as Itachi and Naruto are both bowing before him respectively. Yes, Naruto would say. He would tell him that he holds half of the Nine Tails' power, with Obito raising an eyebrow wondering where the other half is. Naruto would then say the other half lays in my brother. Itachi would be surprised, as he didn't know that Hikaru had actually had this much of the Nine Tails in him. This was something that only Naruto had known. Minato, which we already know, had died with Naruto being the only one there. When he had died and sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, he had told Naruto something before he died himself. He said that half of the Nine Tails could be controlled, but if both of them together had it, then it could be completely controlled through all of its power. Naruto would eventually take this to mean that if he had half of the Nine Tails and his brother had half, it could be used against other people, as well as just utilized in general. Before he had left the Akatsuki for the Akatsuki that night, he had used the seal that Minato himself had given him to reseal the Nine Tails. Naruto's chakra might be weak, but he was strong enough to at least to take the seal and seal it inside of Hikaru while he was asleep. The Nine Tails itself was now split into two halves, the good part as well as the bad part, which, you know, the nice Nine Tails and mean Nine Tails. Naruto himself, the current one, would be holding the weaker half of the Nine Tails, as he had given Hikaru the stronger half. Of course, Hikaru had no idea this had actually taken place. Obito himself wouldn't know this, as he would think that Minato himself had done it, and would accept Naruto. He would tell Naruto that they would of course have to extract the Nine Tails, as he had before, and in order to do so, they would need to gather all its chakra for the ritual of the Geto statue. Naruto would understand, but Obito would then mention that they need to gather the other tails first. So for now, they'll extract the Nine Tails from him and contain it in a seal for as long as they can until they have attained the other tailed beasts. Naruto would nod, as he's about to give Obito the seal key to open his seal. Obito would then say, "Ah, see, we already have another candidate that was going to be Itachi's partner before you arrived. Step out, Kisame." Kisame would step out from the shadows and into the light, as we see Naruto in shock seeing this fish-like man with a sword. Ah, yes, so this is Itachi, my future partner, and the scum of a Jinchuriki that I must kill. Obito would nod as he says, Kisame and Naruto, you two will fight it out. Whoever survives, or beats the other, will win and be able to join the Akatsuki. Immediately, Itachi would be warped away along with Obito, as they appear higher up in some sort of stands. Kisame would look down at this Naruto, as Naruto stands up staring at him, his yellow and blonde mixed hair with blue eyes locking in on Kisame. I'm sorry, Kisame, that you had to die here. What? Kisame would say as he begins to laugh. Suddenly, Naruto would fly into the air, floating gently. Obito would be actually impressed with this, as only the Sage of the Six Paths was able to fly. He would then look down at Kisame and say, your time on this world now ends. Naruto, having fully committed himself to help Itachi, as well as save his younger brother and Sasuke, and help the Leaf Village from the shadows, had already begun. He blasts through his eyes heat ray vision towards Kisame, who swipes at this with his sword, expecting it to be some sort of chakra or fire jutsu. Samehara is immediately swiped away as it begins to glow red hot from the heat from his eyes. What? Kisame would say, as Naruto comes flying in with a kick from up top. As he comes in with a flying axe blade kick, slicing down, Kisame can only hold up Samehara's blade as he tries to block it. Samehara is shattered in half as it screams in pain, feeling itself be cracked from such power. There's no way. There's not a physical force strong enough in this world to break Samehara. How could you, without even using any sort of chakra amplification, be... Suddenly, Kisame is sent flying through the wall as he's punched out of the entire Akatsuki building by Naruto, who's pulsating with power from the sun. As they now go into the sunlit area, with Kisame now in a field below, he decides he needs to hide it out and find more about this kid's powers. As Naruto begins rushing into the field below, trying to not let Kisame escape, Kisame hides behind trees. Little did he know, however, that Naruto has X-ray vision as well. He opens his eyes, he begins scanning through the area, and finds Kisame. Got you. Suddenly, he shoots heat ray vision directly at cutting the tree in half, with Kisame's back getting burned from severe burns, in fact, as he falls to the ground. Kisame would be in extreme pain, as blood is boiling inside of him. He decides he's going to need to merge with Samehara in order for him to even have enough chakra to be able to beat this kid. As he begins to merge with Samehara, Naruto would say, "Really? You think you can do that when I'm around?" He would suddenly begin to take in a deep breath. As he breathes out, Naruto's frost breath would completely freeze the area over, as now Kisame is completely frozen in ice, with Samehara now broken away from him. Samehara would wriggle over to Naruto, now realizing who has stronger chakra and is stronger in general. Naruto would pick up the blade as it forms together, deciding that it was the perfect weapon for him. After it had hit him before when he punched it, it had absorbed some of his chakra. This hadn't weakened him, however, as Naruto doesn't really use chakra when he fights. This is the perfect weapon for me, Kisame. Kisame would begin to shake. No. Sorry, Kisame, but Samehara is mine now. As he does this, Naruto would then use his heat ray vision to melt Kisame inside of the ice, as the ice, along with Kisame, melt into a boiling puddle of nothing and mush, as Kisame's body is completely evaporated. Kisame has now passed from this world, Obito would say, with Naruto standing there now swinging Samehara around, putting it back into its wrappings before he swings it over onto his back. And now, we can begin the extraction. Naruto snaps back to it as he sees Itachi and him almost come done with burning this village. After the years now that he's been on the Akatsuki for the past 3, he still thinks about his brother Hikaru all the time, as Itachi must think about Sasuke just as much. Itachi and Naruto continue to travel from now this burning village which they had done for Obito to meet back at the Akatsuki lair. Everyone's back, they would say. Yes, Obito would mention. Itachi and Naruto have not been reporting back to the Leaf yet, as Obito's been keeping an eye on them. Itachi and Naruto were both spies for the Leaf Village in this version. Naruto and Itachi were now currently in the phase where the Akatsuki is trying to get their name out there, and now the two of them have been assisting with that by burning villages as well as working for the Stone and other ninja villages that have been forcing them to fight against each other. The Akatsuki is slowly but surely becoming a greater threat to this world, Obito would say, with now Pain standing behind him, or Nagato, with his Rinnegan. He would look out at the fellow Akatsuki members who had gathered, and say that they'll be watching this year's Chunin exams, which will be coming up very soon. Naruto and Itachi would nod, as we then fade out of the picture, back to where we were before, with Hikaru, with Sasuke, Sakura, and team captain Yuki Hyuga, which if you've watched the last part, you would know, was the teammate that had been on Itachi and Naruto's team back when they were still Genin and before they became Chunin. Well, Itachi was on Anbu, I guess, before they abandoned the village. Now we see Yuki, as well as Team 7, on the ground with Zabuza standing there, about to attack them. Yuki would stand up as she tells her team to get back, with her immediately activating her Byakugan. Zabuza would say, "Aha, yes, a wielder of the Byakugan, perfect for my battle against one of the Leaf Ninja." Yuki would then say that there's no way that she's going to let this guy ruin their mission, especially one of their first missions as Team 7. Hikaru would yell out for Yuki, as well as Sasuke telling her to be careful. Sakura would be protecting Tazuna while they begin the fight. As Yuki charges in, she begins to turn her fingers into pin-like missiles almost, as she begins pouncing onto Zabuza by wrapping around him as well as piercing each of his chakra points. Damn Hyuga style. I hate this taijutsu. He would swing his sword as he creates a water clone, pushing her off of him as he falls back. Hyugas. You always are quite annoying getting up close. Well, as long as you keep back, there's no way that you can defeat me. Yuki would then say, "Are you sure about that?" as she creates an air palm jutsu, shooting 3 air palm jutsus towards him, hitting them with his sword to slash them in half. Haku would be watching from the background as Zabuza's and Yuki's fight would continue to take place. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would be watching as Yuki is actually winning this fight. With her Byakugan, which is much more sustainable than Kakashi's Sharingan from the original, she's actually able to overpower this version of Zabuza, as well as push him back. As she flies in using her taijutsu skills and piercing chakra points, spinning back and forth in a very aromatic style, she is almost about to defeat him. Just as Zabuza is about to fall to the ground, he then says, "Got you," as one of her foot has fallen into the lake. She's captured inside the water prison jutsu, as she says for Team 7 to stay back. Sasuke and Haru would immediately get into the fight, as they charge in, running towards Zabuza, who has his hand still in the water prison jutsu. As they begin rushing towards him, Haru immediately activates his Uzumaki chains, which begin to wrap around him and Sasuke into the water. "Oh, an Uzumaki, huh? I haven't seen one of your kind in a long time," Zabuza would say, as Haru would then say, "And I'll be the last one you see too," as he shoots a chain forward, about to pierce into Zabuza. Zabuza would move around as his hand is still inside the prison jutsu. Sasuke would rush forward as he then creates the fireball jutsu as he throws it out, shooting it out of his mouth using the jutsu. As this is when they begin to use their team combo, Haru would use his Uzumaki style sealing jutsu to seal the fireball that Sasuke made the second time, and just as Zabuza slashes through the first one, he releases the seal, causing it to burst inside of Zabuza's face, sending him flying back. The water prison jutsu releases as Yuki then says it's time for her to get serious. Sasuke and Naruto fall into the water below as they pull themselves up, quickly getting back to the surface and rushing back to the beach area. Yuki would then begin to tell Zabuza there's no way she's going to let him beat her anymore, as she then activates her jutsu. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. She gets in close as she begins to activate the Hyuga jutsu. 1 palm, 8 palm, 16 palm. As she continues to shout how many palms have now hit, the slamming sound of her fingers piercing into the chakra veins deep inside of Zabuza as chakra points begin to become deactivated. 64 palms! She slams into him as he goes flying backwards, twisting and whirling as he hits the other side of the beach. She would then say that he's been defeated, with many of his internal organs having actually been damaged. This is when Haku would suddenly appear and save Zabuza, telling her that he'll deal with this. This is one of the Anbu of the Mist Village, you would think, telling the Team 7 that they're fine for now and they can let them handle this. She falls back as she falls into the beach, with Sakura asking if she's okay. She would say she's fine as she deactivates her Byakugan, saying she only overexerted how much chakra she had used during that fight. Sasuke, as well as Haru, would pick her up and help her to Tazuna's house, along with Sakura, aiding Tazuna. As they get back, she begins her recovery, as they all take a break for a few days. After 2 days, Yuki's Byakugan is healed up to the point where she is able to use it again functionally. She would take her Team 7 with Haru, Sasuke, and Sakura as they walk outside to begin their training before the Demon of the Mist Zabuza arrives again, having them already determined that the Anbu that had taken Zabuza before he had been finished off was actually a fake, as most Anbus would do their work directly on the spot instead of teleporting away like that. She guessed that they had maybe a week at most, as the internal organ damage she had done to Zabuza was far more than what Kakashi had done to him in the original, which was basically outside bodily damage instead of physical organ damage. As the team begins training for the tree walking exercise, as well as working on their chakra control, obviously Haru is the one who does the best. Haruko, as we already know, he has an Uzumaki, and he already has mastery over several sealing jutsu as well as his chakra chains, which means he has a high amount of chakra control already, just naturally from what he can do. This means that he would be the best, after him would be Sakura and then Sasuke. As Yuki explains the tree walking exercise, she would stand on the tree and walk her way up, back and forth, showing how her chakra control by using her feet as some sort of stabilizer between her and the tree itself, and their chakra networks between them. This is when Haruko would then try it out for himself, and he gets it at perfect time, his red hair flowing in the wind as he climbs up as far as he can, looking into the blue sky. He runs back all the way down the tree and tells Sasuke and Sakura that it's pretty easy, with both of them giving it a shot and the first time failing. Sasuke would get frustrated almost immediately, as after a few hours he's pissed off that Haruko could actually do something that he couldn't. Eventually Sasuke would grasp it, as the jutsu becomes more natural to him. After a few days of them training with this tree-walking jutsu, Haruko, as well as Sasuke and Sakura, would meet up with Yuki as they're going to head to the bridge. Haruko would stay behind, just like Naruto did in the original. He would stay back as he would save Tazuna's grandson, just like he did in the original, along with his mother. And now Haruko would meet up back at the bridge. Yuki, Sasuke, and Sakura, who have already arrived at the bridge with Tazuna, would see the mist rolling in. They'd be wondering where Haruko was. He said he'd catch up to them later. As Zabuza and this Anbu from last time appear, Haku would eventually meet up, having not met Haruko in the forest as he didn't have to stay out that late this time, due to him already grasping the jutsu and not passing on the forest. This will be the first time that we actually see Haku without his Anbu mask on, as he begins to fight with Sasuke. This is when Yuki would begin to hit her battle with Zabuza, fighting back and forth using her own style of the Hyuga Palm Jutsu as well as just using the Gentle Fist style. As the two Sasuke and Yuki are fighting, Sakura is being Sakura, useless, and just sitting in the corner by Tazuna. Eventually, Haruko would show up, seeing Sasuke beginning to struggle against Haku, as Haruko dives in onto the battle. As he flies in into the battle, he uses his chakra chains to wrap around the bridge, the sound of metal clanging on stone, as he pulls himself up, almost looking sort of like Spider-Man, if that can give you an image. As he climbs up and shoots one of his chakra chains down to the bridge below, causing a crater to appear from it, he pulls himself in at maximum force, shooting himself directly into Haku. As he forces himself forward, his feet go flying into Haku's back, sending him flying backwards, as Sasuke tells him it took him long enough. He would smile as he turns back to Sasuke, telling him that he got here in time though, right? As he then turns around to see Haku coming back in for another attack. Haku uses one-handed style jutsu, which is impressive as neither Sasuke or Haru had actually ever seen that before. As he uses this jutsu, Sasuke and Haruko would both dive out of the way, with it blasting some ice away without touching either of them. This is when we would have Haku activate his Kika Genkai, sealing all three of them inside of the crystal ice mirrors. This is when both Haru and Sasuke would go back to back with each other, looking out at the mirrors in front of them. Sasuke's black hair touching Haru's red. As suddenly a Senbon comes flying out from one of the mirrors, Naruto's chain, which would be wrapped around all of them, with him and Sasuke in some sort of chain barrier, would twist as it wraps to block the Senbon. Naruto has around 4 or 5 chains he can use right now, and efficiently, and he's using these to block as many of the Senbon as he can, as well as try and catch Haku before he can get to the next mirror. Haku, however, is too fast, as we already know that Haku in the mirror can move almost light speed. Haru continues to flick his chains, as the Uzumaki chains begin to wrap around him and Sasuke tighter, as he can't keep this up forever with the Senbon flying at them. Sasuke would try his best as well to deflect them with his kunai, while Haru is just focusing on not letting either of them get hit. A Senbon gets through and hits Haru in the shoulder, as well as one into Sasuke. Sasuke and Haru begin to get pelted by them, as Haru feels his chakra levels waning. Sasuke, I can't keep this up much longer. I'm going to have to retract my chains. Sasuke would nod and tell him that to do what he must, and that they're going to take this guy down anyway. Haru would immediately deactivate his chains as he feels a sigh of relief as his chakra pools begin to refill. He sighs as he then looks up to see that this person, Haku, is still moving around, and he sees Senbon flying at him and Sasuke. Suddenly a barrage of Senbon come flying out as they begin to pierce into Sasuke and Haru's bodies, both of them screaming out in pain. Suddenly, Sasuke leaps in front of Haru, as out of nowhere, a ton of Senbon come flying into Sasuke's chest, looking as if though he dies. Sasuke falls to the ground as blood begins to pour out of him. He looks up to Haru as he says with his One Tomoe Sharingan that have been activated that he must carry on their dream and he must kill Itachi, his brother, and Naruto, his older brother, for him. Sasuke would tell Haru to do his best in order to completely defeat the Akatsuki, of which Itachi and his own brother Naruto had joined. As Sasuke whispers his final dream to his friend and close ally, Haru would let Sasuke's head fall to the ground as he closes his eyes for the last time. Sasuke, he would think, as suddenly the chakra chains of the Uzumaki began to flow from around him into 9 different chains. Suddenly red chakra begins to flow out of Haru as suddenly the Nine Tails power emanates from him. He awakens his eyes as suddenly large pupils begin to form, looking almost cat-like, as his whiskers have become even more elongated and darkened. His hair is beginning to grow more spiky and red, like the fox itself. With a duality voice of deep and light, mixed of Haru as well as Kurama's voice, he would then say, "You killed my only friend, my comrade, Sasuke!" He would dive forward, moving at such lightning-fast speeds that not even Haku can keep up. The 9 chakra chains that he has surrounding him, coming around from his back, all the way around him, are covered with Nine Tails energy, as he wraps them around Haku, twisting them and tightening them as hard as he can. Haku feels all of his ribs beginning to break and shatter slowly, as the tightness of the chain mixed with this poisonous chakra surrounding him. Naruto would then begin to twist his chain around as he begins spinning and spinning Haku's body, as he then roars, sending Haku flying into the battle against Yuki as well as Zabuza. Haku, in his final moments, would see that Yuki's about to finish off Zabuza with an 8 trigram 64 palms attack. As she's about to finish her attack, and she uses both her palms into the final slam, Haku's body is hit on impact, as it goes flying back, now having been completely destroyed. Haku's left side of his face is completely mushed in, as he looks like a completely deformed version of himself. As he lies there, his left lung is already pierced by his rib, and he slowly has his ragged breathing slowing until eventually he passes on to the next world. Zabuza would look back as he sees his close friend and ally, Haku, now being defeated. At this point, there's nothing he can say. Haru would have been passed out from the pain as well as of accessing so much Nine Tails chakra for the first time. Yuki would have seen the Nine Tails energy flowing out of this boy who reminded her so much of Naruto back in her days when she had been a genin herself. Haru would stand up as he would tell Zabuza the same speech that Naruto would have told him in the original. As Gato's men arrive on the bridge, Zabuza decides with his final moments as a shinobi, he'll avenge Haku and take what he had learned from him to become a kinder person and destroy Gato and his men. He rushes forward with his executioner blade, swinging as fast as he can, lopping off any limbs as well as finishing off and beating down all of Gato's men. As he finally comes to Gato, Gato falls out off of the bridge and into the river, where he passes on to the next world. As Zabuza, now bloodied and beaten, would fall over next to Haku, looking into his eyes. Haku's cold eyes would remind him of the snow that he once found the young boy in himself. As snow begins to fall over the land of waves, we now fall down, as we hear Haru screaming over Sasuke's body. Sasuke would begin to breathe a little. As he hears this, Haru would hold his head close to Sasuke's chest, and you could hear his heart beating. Immediately before anyone had time to react, he would hold his hand over Sasuke as he begins to use his Fujin Jutsu, or sealing jutsu. He seals all of the senbon that Sasuke has into one single senbon before throwing it away. Now, with Sasuke bleeding, he pulls out bandages and begins wrapping him around with these bandages. Sasuke would be laying there as Haru, as well as Sakura, Sasuke, and Yuki would leave the bridge with Tazuna. Yuki would say to Hikaru as she asks him how he, Hikaru Uzumaki, had gone through his first mission. He told Yuki Sensei that she can just call him Haru, like everyone else does. He would then say that that mission was dark. It was the first time he's ever felt anything like it before in his entire life. This is the first time he ever left the village, in fact. As they get back to the Leaf Village, him, Sasuke, as well as Sakura would get back to their own areas of the village, where they would rest as well as contemplate what had occurred during the Land of Waves. Haru would be thinking about what had happened back then. Him standing on the bridge, staring up at the demon of the mist Zabuza. As he says these final words, "Even us shinobi are humans, no matter how much we try to escape that fact." As Zabuza whispers these words, suddenly Haru wakes up as daylight strikes through his window. He pulled himself out of bed as he opens the door and walks down as he jumps from his home down to the area of the streets below. He decides he's going to go meet up with Sasuke for some training, as they haven't had a good spar in a while. As Haru begins to rush over towards where Sasuke's house is, eventually he would run into Konohamaru as well as Sakura. As he runs into both of them, he decides he'll hang out with them for a bit instead. With him walking around with both of them, he'd eventually notice that Sasuke had actually found him instead. As he looks up and meets eye contact with Sasuke, who quickly dives into the brush further up in the tree. As they continue to walk, Konohamaru suddenly crashes into someone from the Sand Village, as Haru can tell from the headband that he's wearing. Kankuro would stand there as he sees this brat rush into him. "Hey, watch where you're going, you stupid kid." God, some people don't even mind their manners around this village, he would say, as Kankuro would look around at his sister Tamari and his brother Gaara. Gaara would be staring at Haru, as he can tell that this kid's got some sort of interesting power, simply based on how his stature is, as well as he can sense some incredible chakra from him. This is when Haru would look up using his sensory abilities. He could tell that this kid in front of him with red hair just like him was playing host to another tailed beast. He couldn't tell exactly which one, but it had great power. As Gaara would tell Kankuro to leave them alone, saying and asking what his name was. "My name? It's Hikaru Uzumaki, but you can call me Haru if you want." Gaara would look up and say that Haru and whoever's trying to hide in the tree up there, both of you will fall by my hand in these coming Chunin exams. As he turns around walking away, we see Haru have a flashback from many episodes ago where we see Naruto as well as Itachi leaving for the Sand Village for their Chunin exams. Did he say Chunin exams? Sasuke would jump down as he says, "Yeah, those ones," as both of them are ready and waiting, excited for their own version of the Chunin exams. The two of them would head over to meet with Yuki-sensei and ask her about what was going on at the Chunin exams this year. Yuki would respond with a dry smile as she looks at her young team of genin, who have only about been a team for a few weeks now. She would ask them if they really think they're ready for the Chunin exams. Both Haru and Sasuke would stare at her intently as they nod. Sakura would look a little nervous at first, but then as she sees Sasuke's confidence, as well as her other teammate Haru, she decides that she'll give it her best shot too, even if her best shot's pretty much doing nothing. Shots fired. But anyway, as the team all agree that they want to take place in the Chunin exams, Yuki would send a note to the third Hokage, letting him know that her team would be willing to participate, as well as that she has some other news she wants to discuss with him. Later that same day, the rest of the team said to be ecstatic that they're entering the Chunin exams, with Sakura a little bit let down that she has to do another fight so soon after the Battle of Zabuza. With Sasuke and Haru returning to their normal training area that they had been going to for years now, their spar begins. Before that, though, we see Yuki walking to the third Hokage's office and saying that she needs to talk to him alone. Hiruzen would tell everyone in the room to leave, knowing that Yuki has some important news as she has never done something like this before. Lord Third, the news that I had sent about in the letter before, I need to let you know that Hikaru Uzumaki is now the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Hiruzen would be shocked with this claim, asking her how or where she came up with this idea. She would look down and says that during their mission at the Land of Waves, during their battle with Zabuza and Haku, Hikaru, or Haru, had unlocked the Nine-Tails chakra after an extreme bout of rage after seeing his friend Sasuke felled by a fellow shinobi. When Hiruzen listens intently, she would then go on to explain how the chakra became red-like as it exploded around him, becoming visible to the naked eye. Even without her Byakugan, the chakra that was flowing inside of him was so raging it was like a storm. Hiruzen would listen to this and say that if that's really true, then they need to figure out why, because, according to them, Naruto Uzumaki, the adopted son of the 4th Hokage, had left with the Nine Tails years ago along with Itachi Uchiha as a fellow spy. They'd been willing to gamble the Nine Tails to this new group, the Akatsuki, in order to see and get their trust for more intel. Apparently, he didn't like the idea of leaving the leaf unprotected. Hiruzen would contemplate this and say he'll need time to think about what to do on further matters and if he should keep this hidden or not. Yuki would nod as she says that she'll report back to her team and let them know that they're accepted for the Chunin exams. Third Hokage would nod and tell her to go on, as everyone else enters back into the room, not having heard their conversation. Back to Haru and Sasuke's fight. Suddenly, a metal chain covered with golden chakra flies past Sasuke's head, as he grabs onto it, shoving a kunai in between the chain link and throwing himself down the chain at full speed, sending a kick towards Haru. As Sasuke activates his Sharingan, now having unlocked his own Kekkei Genkai, he can easily copy Haru's movements as well as avoid them before he even makes them. Haru speeds up as he creates 3 more chains, almost reaching his limit, as he begins to shoot them around, moving them in aerodynamic ways that Sasuke himself was having a hard time predicting. As he has laid them into the grass so that Sasuke can't see them, as Sasuke takes one step forward, he says, "Got you." Immediately he tightens his hand as he twists them, throwing them into an X-like shape, as suddenly all the chains fly into the air and wrap around Sasuke tightly, causing him to be bound. As his chakras begin to drain, his Sharingan deactivates, him not realizing that Haru could actually turn off the chakra that covers the chains and just almost make them appear motionless. He would then tell Haru that he was impressed this time, and if he's ready for round 3. They both have 1 win on each other now. Haru would smile and say definitely as he releases the chains. Both of them would take a few steps back as they decided to go all out from the start this time, not wanting to let the other one beat the other. As soon as they begin, Haru throws a kunai towards Sasuke. Sasuke easily blocks this kunai of his own, almost like as if though it was moving in slow motion. He then charges forward towards Haru. Haru's red hair blocks the sun from his eyes as soon as Sasuke strikes of his own kunai, trying to jab it towards Haru. Haru takes his bare hand, grabs the kunai, and then throws it out of Sasuke's hand, pulling it out of his own strength. His hand has a few cuts on it now, as he and Sasuke get into a taijutsu bout. He throws a punch towards Sasuke, who catches it and pushes him up into the air using a kick. Sasuke then jumps after Haru, who, now in the air, uses his Kekkei Genkai of the Uzumaki chains. As he uses the Uzumaki chain, he shoots one out towards Sasuke, making him to dodge out of the air midway, using a fireball jutsu to push himself away from the attack. Haru has other tricks up his sleeve, however, as soon as Sasuke turns around, he realizes that Naruto had thrown a seal. A paper tag, which he had thought had been a paper bomb, was actually a seal. As it releases, suddenly, tons of kunai begin shooting out towards Sasuke. Sasuke is barely able to block and dodge several of them, as one of them nicks his shoulder. He falls back as he tells Haru that he's going really hard on him today. Haru would tell him that Sasuke that he's not going to let him win this one, as they begin charging towards each other, both thinking that they're going to become Chunin after the Chunin exams. As the two now rush into each other, we see their fists fly towards each other's faces, as they both collapse into each other with a single strike, both of them knocking out and falling to the floor. When both of them come to, they both laugh, saying that I guess no one wins this time, as now both of them have 30 ties and 30 wins each, having a total of 90 battles. As the two of them decide that they're going to head up to their own places to go eat and relax, Sasuke and Haru would split up as they head home. Haru would be thinking about his brother, Naruto, and what he might be doing right now. He gets home and he looks at the picture frame on his windowsill, as he already knows that his father was the 4th Hokage, and he thinks about why his older brother would do something like this. Everyone in the village already knows that Haru is the 4th Hokage's son, and he wasn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so he never really had trouble with anyone in the village as a young child. However, his older brother Naruto did. He was always different. We have a small flashback where we see a young Haru holding his older brother's hand as they're walking through the village. Many of the villagers are avoiding their gaze of Naruto, as they say hi to Haru as he's walking along with him. He never got to meet his parents, but Naruto used to tell him that his father, Minato, was the strongest shinobi ever, and that he had protected the village for a long time. Haru would slowly fall asleep as he has a quick memory of him wandering into the Uchiha side of the village and seeing what his brother had done. Charred buildings with shapes that only his brother could make using his heat ray vision. Frost covering the buildings as well as bodies of the fellow Uchihas who had died there. And his own friend Sasuke laying on the ground in pain, suffering from his own older brother's trauma, as he remembers that his brother had left and abandoned the village. Why? As he wakes up, he awakens hearing a knock at his door. Sasuke and Sakura are banging on, telling him to get up. Haru quickly throws on his jumper, which is black and orange, similar to what his own brother had worn before he had turned traitor. As Haru jumps up, he's ready to go, opening the door and telling Sasuke and Sakura he's awake. He would quickly eat ramen as he throws it into a garbage can before he finally makes it to the building. As he and Sasuke, along with Sakura, enter inside, he immediately begins to feel all of the sensory as he opens his sensory abilities up to the maximum. He can already sense 2 powerful shinobi around that are probably Genin that'll be heading into this examination with them. Immediately he turns around sensing them, and one of them he sees is wearing a green jumpsuit, the other one has some sort of tan outfit, the other with eyes that almost appear pearl-like with their color and texture. As he and Sasuke, along with Sakura, would enter the building, they would eventually realize by climbing the floors that this was some sort of genjutsu. Sasuke, along with Haru, would easily break this, with Sakura doing the same due to her potential in genjutsu. Once they break through this seemingly easy genjutsu and enter the room, having seemingly been their first task, they would eventually run into Neji, as well as Lee, who Naruto had sensed earlier. Neji would scoff as they walk past, saying that it's a shame that the son of one of the Hokage, as well as one of the Uchiha, had betrayed the village so easily, and he wondered if the brothers of those traitors might actually follow in their footsteps someday. Haru and Sasuke immediately turn around, as both of them look pissed off immediately, for different reasons, with Sasuke knowing for a fact that everything they said is true about Itachi, and Haru pissed that they just dissed his own brother, as well as Sasuke. "You take that back," Haru would say, as he looks directly into Neji's eyes. Neji would laugh, as he asked if this low-born, common rat could actually beat him. Haru would then say that, even though his father was a Kage, that's not the one who's going to put Neji into the ground. As he says this with a dark tone, Neji says, as he laughs, "Ooh, I'm so scared." Sasuke would then stare at Neji, as well as Lee, Lee's trying to defuse the situation, as he doesn't really want to fight. Lee would then say we can just settle this out in the arena, with him then challenging Sasuke to a fight. Sasuke actually, in this version, beats Lee as they begin their battle. As soon as Rock Lee begins to charge towards Sasuke, who's used to reading people with far more aerodynamic movements, such as Haru, easily dodges out of Lee's taijutsu kicks, as he uses his own style with the Sharingan to copy Lee, and then use his taijutsu against him, putting Lee into the ground and showing truly that these two Genin are actually pretty strong. Haru and Sasuke would walk away, with Neji thinking that Lee really is a loser. Lee would be amazed of how strong Sasuke is, and seeing the two of them walk away, he knows that Haru and Sasuke will be the competition to beat in this year's Chunin exams, as Lee hadn't used any of the gates yet due to Guy's intervention. The team of Might Guy would then walk into the area itself, as all Team 7 and the rest of the Genin would finally arrive. As they get into the room, they would then be announced that their first Chunin examination would take place. Gaara, as well as Neji, Sasuke, and Haru would all see each other in the room. Suddenly, Kabuto is dropped to the floor, as we see several other ninja picking on Kabuto just like they did in the original, with Kabuto trying to defend himself. "Hey, leave him alone," Haru would say, as he puts his hand out telling them to back off. They would laugh, saying small fry stick with small fry anyway, as this was his 5th time entering, apparently, the Chunin exams. Kabuto would look down in shame, as he would then thank Haru for the help. Haru would help Kabuto up, as he then says don't let those guys get to him, and that he'll do better this year, he knows it. Kabuto would smile, with some sort of grimace behind it, almost as if though there was something behind it more. He quickly wipes a smile off his face, however, as he looks up with his eyes wincing as he would tell Haru thanks for the encouragement, as Haru would nod, telling him to do his best. As he walks away, we see Kabuto's glasses shining with that light in them as he sees his 2 targets, Sasuke Uchiha, as well as the Uzumaki Hikaru. Haru is walking into the next room where they're instructed to go by this strange man with scars all over his face and a towel that's black wrapped over his head. He seems to have no hair either, and seems to have several burns on him, marking himself as a true veteran. As the Genin all sit themselves down at tables, it's with Haru ending up next to a girl in his class, Hinata, who is apparently related to his master Yuki. Apparently she's her younger cousin or something. Haru is then snapped back into focus as the man standing in front of them would begin to talk about what their examination would be for the first phase of the Chunin examinations. You'll be taking a test. In this test, you have to take analytical questions and use situations that you might have to face in your actual life as a shinobi. If you're caught cheating, then you lose the examination, as well as you're kicked out of this year's Chunin exams for this quarter. This is when Haru would gulp, as he's ready for this test. The papers are passed out and everyone's sitting down. As soon as the test begins, Haru's looking down at the sheet and can see 4 of the questions that he can get right. He answers all the questions he knows he can do before he goes back to the ones he works on. He decides he's going to have to cheat, as this exam is prone to test their shinobi abilities of gathering information, as he and Sasuke both deduce. He closes his eyes using his sensory abilities, raising them to the absolute maximum. As he can basically see everything going on, he can feel the movements in the air, feel the emotions of people inside, and can also check to see who feels stressed and who feels ease with this test. He suddenly senses someone in the back left corner as he zooms in using his sensory abilities in this one spot. He hears it, feels it, and feels the air pressure of the waves of the pencil from this specific person. Suddenly, Haru would open his eyes as he begins to write down all the answers he can feel from this person in the room. As he finishes his sheet, he flips it over, with Hinata being amazed seeing him finish the test so quickly, as well as she blushes looking down as she begins working harder, finishing just a bit after Hikaru did. Haru would look back as he sees Sasuke and sees that he's already done too. He would then lay on his desk with his paper flipped over as he calmly waits for the rest of the test to finish. With the final question now being asked, he would have to agree as he does in the original, not too worried about it. The other Genin from the original would quit just like they had before, and Haru would pass along with the rest of Team 7. As Team 7 passes on to the next examination, Anko would enter the room as she begins to explain the second part of the Chunin exams. They would head down to the Forest of Death as Anko says that this one isn't going to be any sissy test and that they're going to have to actually work their hardest using jutsu and fighting. This is when Haru would get excited as he pounds his fist into his other hand, telling Sasuke this is what he's been talking about. Gaara would be standing there calmly as he walks in with Kankuro and Tamari getting into his team. As the teams begin to walk near the forest, Anko would begin to explain the test. In this situation, there isn't a situation that occurs with Anko, Orochimaru, and Naruto like it would be in the original. Instead, everything goes smoothly with Orochimaru not even being noticed. As Haru takes his own team's scroll, they see that they get a heaven scroll and that they'll need to find an earth one. The team decides that they'll head over to the northeast corner where they're assigned, as Team 7 rushes over there. With Haru before the test telling Sasuke he can use his sensory abilities to actually track anyone who might have an earth scroll. Sasuke tells him that with his visual jutsu he had seen 2 teams get an earth scroll, one of which had been from the grass village. He tells him to look over to the west side of the dome area, as he then uses his sensory abilities to zoom over there. As he zooms in on this area using his sensory, he eventually would find them and says he's got a chakra lock on them, telling him that he has their signals on lockdown. Sakura would laugh as she and Sasuke would nod, saying they're ready for this test. As soon as the buzzer alarms, the doors open and they rush into the forest, as the canopy above begins to throw shadows across, seeing snakes and other creatures wandering in this forest, seemingly completely separate from the Leaf Village. As Haru, Sasuke, and Sakura continue their way into the Forest of Death, they continue to find more and more adversaries on their path. They fight their way through all the brush, as well as the trees, the wildlife, and animals that get in their way. They eventually decide to take a little break. As Hikaru is deciding to take a rest, he goes to the bathroom, just like Naruto would have done in the original. As Hikaru goes, he senses someone behind him is about to jump him. As he turns around, but barely even looking, he activates a chakra chain and wraps it around this person's neck, dragging them and throwing them down from the tree above them, as they're coughing and gagging as he pulls them towards them, absorbing their chakra and neutralizing the threat. He would take their scroll, and as he does so, he would then return to Sasuke and Sakura, telling him that he got a little gift for them on his way out. Sasuke would say they did a good job, And as he says that they should probably come up with a password from now on to make sure that they don't get infiltrated by any other enemy forces. They would decide on a password which Hikaru would remember, obviously, as all three of them decide to get into the forest. As they continue to walk more into deeper of the woods itself, they would all, with Hikaru sensing first, would sense malice. Sasuke, do you feel that? Sasuke would turn around and he says, "Feel what?" As Sakura and Sasuke begin to feel a pressure begin to fall upon them. Hikaru would grunt as he begins to feel his body weighed down from fear. Sasuke, this chakra, it's so heavy and dense. It's so dark. Sasuke would ask Hikaru, "Where is it? Where is this? What is this coming from?" As they both turn around, suddenly the forest begins to shake and rumble as a ginormous snake comes flying through and eats Hikaru, sending him deeper into the woods as he goes tumbling away from the rest of the group. As Orochimaru slides off, jumping in front of Sasuke as well as Sakura, Sasuke would mumble as he says, Who are you?" We then see Hikaru and the snake as he's getting pulled out now away from that fear and pressure. What was that, he would think, as he then pulls a kunai out and slashes inside the snake, causing blood to spurt from its innards. He would then push chains out from all sides of him as he bursts out of the snake, as the snake itself goes ripping apart. He then decides to get back to Sasuke to help with that threat, as he runs from tree to tree, swinging from them. As he eventually gets back, he sees Sasuke standing there. Just as he's about to get hit, he says, "Sasuke, move!" Sasuke would dive out of the way as Orochimaru comes flying past. Sasuke would say he's fine now and tell Hikaru that you got here just in time, as the two begin to fight Orochimaru together. Hikaru comes flying in as he activates two chains that wrap around himself, pulling him from tree to tree, using them as vines. Ah, yes, the Uzumaki Kekigenkai of chakra sealing chains. Very interesting, Orochimaru would say, as he then says that he'll have to study this more. Orochimaru suddenly appears, almost blitzing as Hikaru didn't even see him coming. He flicks Hikaru, who goes flying back, as he then says that he's not that strong. He quickly activates the sealing jutsu on the bottom of his foot, which hits the tree. As he falls down, he then says, "Sasuke now." Sasuke would shoot a fireball jutsu, which would push Orochimaru back. Hikaru would then deactivate the seal, as suddenly blades begin to shoot out of it as they fly towards Orochimaru. Ah, yes, a weapon seal. Very advanced for someone your age, especially at your level. The kunai easily fly past as he morphs his body snake-like, weaving through the blades. Damn it, this guy. I'll have to go all out, he would think, as he's beginning to get more aggravated from this power, as well as Sasuke overpowering him while he's not. He says, "Sasuke, behind." Sasuke would dodge his head out of the way as a chain comes flying from directly behind him, Orochimaru not seeing it as it's about to pierce directly into him. Orochimaru would take his own kunai out to not let the chain touch him as it goes flying away, hitting into a tree as it crashes into the forest. This is when Hikaru would jump up, as he then tells Sasuke that he's had enough of this guy as he begins to get into an all-out taijutsu fight with Orochimaru. He continues to get faster and faster as he feels his sensory abilities waning as he's focusing more on the battle than on anything else going on around him. Suddenly, a giant snake is summoned as Orochimaru shoots it towards Hikaru. As the snake's about to pierce into Hikaru and send him flying back, maybe even killing him, suddenly he has a small vision. He sees a cage, which he had never seen before, and a large orange fox inside of him, with red fur looking into his eyes, with eyes full of hatred and malice. Suddenly, Hikaru would wake up as he sees himself covered with energy, his eyes having changed to a bright red crimson, just as bright as his hair color. "Sasuke! I'll take this guy. Take Sakura and run!" Sasuke would see Naruto's eyes and would remember what he had seen before in the Land of Ways. "You got it. Are you sure you don't need any help?" Hikaru would nod and say, I can do this." This is when Orochimaru would say, "Oh no you don't," as he pushes forward. The fox's chakra would begin to explode over Hikaru, as he tells Orochimaru he's not going to let him hurt his friends. As the snake and Hikaru go flying to the forest together, Orochimaru pursues Sasuke, as just before Sasuke can escape, he's bitten on the neck. "Damn it," Hikaru would say, as he can feel the Nine-Tails chakra beginning to fade after he just finished off the snake. As soon as the mark is imbued into Sasuke, he feels a burning pain as he screams, covering his neck. Orochimaru would laugh as Hikaru comes flying in with chakra chains wrapping around Orochimaru and stabbing and piercing him from all over. Seemingly blood shoots out before it turns to dirt as Orochimaru fades into the tree below, turning into nothing, escaping the area. "Damn it!" Hikaru would say as he rushes down, the fox's chakra deactivating as his eyes return back to the normal blue that they usually were. As he runs over to see if Sasuke's alright, Sasuke falls to the ground. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Hikaru would say as he falls to the ground himself, passed out from overexerting himself. Sakura would ask if they're alright, with no response. She'd pick up her two teammates as she begins to wander deeper into the forest of death. As she finally sees a grotto with some trees covering it, she finds a sheltered, shady area. She would pick up her teammates and put them down as she lays them onto a tree branch. She would then go to the nearby stream and get water, where she puts it on a cloth to cool down their foreheads as both of them are burning up, especially Sasuke. Eventually, she would hear rustling nearby as she sees 3 sound ninja beginning to approach, looking for 2 shinobi. No, they're looking for Hikaru and Sasuke. As she hears the 3 of them calling out their names, she stays absolutely quiet when the 3 of them come into view. Sakura stands out from the trees as she decides she's going to have to sacrifice herself to save her teammates, if that's what it takes for Sasuke. As Sakura gets out, she then says that she's over here, and then a sound trio would ask, "Where's Sasuke Uchiha and Hikaru Uzumaki?" She would then say that they're gone, they left her behind. They would laugh, saying, "That's a funny trick, girl," as they begin to fight her. Sakura would try her best to defend herself against the 3, but she's beaten and bruised. As the girl holds her hair up, Sakura takes a kunai and slashes it, her pink hair falling all over the forest as she falls to the ground in tears. Suddenly, Rock Lee would appear as he begins to fight to protect Sakura, but he's outmatched by the 3 of them as he falls to the ground. As suddenly something happens, Sasuke would awaken as the curse mark's power overflows him as he stands up. Hikaru would also begin to awaken as he sees his friend Sasuke. Through blurred eyes, he sees Sasuke covered with these black markings. As Sasuke walks into the clearing, he would say, "Get away from them. Now." The 3 of them, the sound ninja, would tell him that that's who they were looking for. "Now where's Hikaru?" Hikaru would stand up as he hobbles out, telling Sasuke that they can take him together. Sasuke would whisper for him to stay back, and at this time he's got this guy, remembering how Hikaru had taken that guy from before with the snakes. Hikaru would fall down to the ground again, telling him thanks, as Sasuke instantly appears forward, blitzing behind the one with the windpipes in his arms, as he grabs his arms and begins to twist them around, pulling his feet into his back as he pushes down his spine. My arms! No! This guy would say, as the sound ninja can feel his arms begin to dislocate from his joints. As the windpipes inside of him begin to crack, he can feel the sound power that he'd been given, his own jutsu, begin to crack and be taken away from him. Sasuke would then say, "This is what happens when you take or hurt anything from my friends." As he pushes him to the ground, he would then appear next to the girl, who had been holding Sakura hostage, almost, by her hair. He would then punch her in the gut as she goes flying back into a tree, knocked out instantly. The last one, with his eyes open wide, would see Sasuke as he begins to run. Just as he's about to chase him down, Sakura would get up and try and hug Sasuke from behind, telling him that's enough and she can't bear to see him like this. Sasuke's hair would flow down as the curse marks fade back to its original curse mark. Sasuke would be awake now along with Hikaru, who would slowly stand up. Lee would say thanks for the assist and that he was always there to protect Sakura, as he gets up into the tree saying goodbye to them as he runs off. Team 7 would eventually come into contact with Kabuto, who would assist them into getting to the final part of the Chunin exams. After seeing that only Sasuke had received the curse mark, he would think that something must have happened for Hikaru not to have been taken. Anyway, that's problems for later, as at least they have one vessel for Orochimaru that's possible and suitable for him. Kabuto would have to meet up with Orochimaru later to see if he's alright, as the plan had originally been to take both of its 2 students. As Hikaru and Sasuke, along with Sakura, would finally make it to the middle tower, they would be one of the final people to arrive in their teams, with their Earth and Heaven scroll taken. As both of their scrolls are now turned into Iruka-sensei, Iruka would tell them congratulations, with all 3 of them nodding and saying thank you in a bow. As they would then take a seat, Sasuke would feel pain in his shoulder and neck, telling Hikaru that he was actually fine, and that there's no way that he'll be beaten down by something as silly as this. Hikaru would laugh and nod, telling him there's no way that they're going to get taken out this year in the Chunin exams. Sakura would sigh as she asked Sasuke if he's really feeling okay. Sasuke would nod as he says it just burns a little, as the examinations would begin. In this round, Hikaru would be facing against the Inuzuka, another sensory type first. This should be fun, Hikaru would say as he jumps down to the arena below, cracking his neck as he begins to exercise and as he stretches his limbs. Kiba would get into the arena with Akamaru and say that he hasn't fought Hikaru in such a long time. This time he's definitely going to beat him for sure though. Hikaru would laugh as he says, "Try me, dog boy." Kiba would smirk as he says this is going to be easier than eating a piece of cake. As he goes flying forward using the Fang over Fang technique, Akamaru and Kiba would go flying towards Hikaru. Hikaru holds one hand out, and as Kiba crashes into him, he stops his spinning with only one hand, slowly twisting him the other way as Kiba and Akamaru stop, held in Naruto's palm. Naruto would then say, "I win," as he activates the sealing jutsu he had, which had been a reverse spiral. As he uses this, the two begin to spiral backwards, as he reverses their World Run technique as they go flying into the arena floor below. Both Akamaru and Kiba are sent back flying, as walks forward, asking if they've had enough. They laugh as they say that's not going to take them down. Just as they say this, however, pulls his hand up, saying they didn't catch the birdie. As soon as all the chains come flying around, they wrap Akamaru and Kiba up in one large ball, beginning to drain their chakra. Kiba would say he gives up as Hikaru takes an easy victory. Sasuke would clap for Hikaru, as in the stands both Sakura and Sasuke are cheering, with Hinata holding ointment out and asking if he might need any assistance. Hikaru would smile and say thanks to Hinata, which would have Kurenai smiling. This is when Yuki would also smile as she pats Hinata on the head, saying that Hikaru's a good guy. Hinata's face would go cherry red as she begins to tell Yuki to stop teasing her. Her older cousin would laugh as she pats Hinata on the head, telling her that there's nothing to worry about, as her secret's safe with her. Hikaru would be backed by Sasuke already, telling him and asking if he's really going to be alright in his fight. Sasuke would scoff and say his fight will be up soon anyway, as he begins to jump down to the arena below. As he gets into the arena to fight the Sound Ninja, he realizes that this guy has the ability to drain chakra, similar to how Hikaru can. However, this guy has to have physical contact with you. Sasuke would laugh, telling him that he's seen an ability similar to this before, and he's already been it once. As the guy tries to get a hand on Sasuke, Sasuke feels the burning as he can't use his chakra, and he uses purely taijutsu. He throws kunai to keep him back, as he then rushes forward. Just like threading the needle, Sasuke would think, as he dives, flying directly underneath this genin, as he slams his foot upward directly into, well, ugh. This guy goes flying into the air as he screams in pain, feeling everything hurt. As he falls to the ground, he feels himself in utter pain as he gives up. Sasuke would laugh as he says that it's the easiest technique in the book to beat someone. If he can't touch him, then he wins. Sasuke would then fall onto his knee as he says he probably needs some help now. Hikaru would jump down to the stands as he helps Sasuke up. Kakashi would be monitoring the Chunin exams in this version as he sees Sasuke's curse mark. He would interrupt Yuki and pat her on the shoulders, telling her that something's going on with Sasuke's shoulder, and he should probably let him see it. She would allow him to as Kakashi pats Sasuke and tells him that he can talk to him in the basement. As Kakashi and Sasuke go downstairs, Hikaru would go back up. When they would get down there, Kakashi would tell him that he has already seen the curse mark Orochimaru had planted on him. What? He would say, as he had no idea that this ninja, Kakashi, had actually known about Orochimaru. Kakashi would introduce himself to Sasuke for the first time, and tell him that he actually is able to seal that for him. Sasuke would say that'd be greatly appreciated, as Kakashi begins the sealing process. Once the entire curse mark is sealed, suddenly Orochimaru comes out from the shadows, which causes Kakashi to get spooked. Orochimaru would say, "Damn it, that brat Hikaru escaped my grasp for now, just like his older brother did, and your older brother Itachi Uchiha." As Sasuke looks at him with complete malice, Orochimaru would say that he'll meet him again, as he fades off into the shadows. We have a small flashback of seeing Orochimaru confronting Itachi, and just as he's about to try and pierce Itachi with the curse mark to take his body, we see Naruto appearing just as he's about to, and asking what he's going to do to his friend. As Orochimaru is shocked, Itachi turns around and punches Orochimaru, sending him flying back, as he turns into crows. This is when Naruto's eyes begin to gleam red as he shoots a heat ray vision directly into Orochimaru and his Akatsuki uniform, causing him to start burning. I heard snakes don't like being in the sun too long, or freezing. Naruto's blue eyes and blonde hair would flow over him as his Akatsuki uniform glimmers red in the sunshine. Damn you, Naruto, Orochimaru would say, as he then tells Itachi and Naruto that he'll meet them again someday, as he fades away, turning into snakes and skittering off. Itachi and Naruto fade into the background as we see Hikaru, Sasuke, and Sakura waiting for their final part of the Chunin exams. After seeing Rock Lee and Gaara's fight, it's finally time for Neji and Hinata's battle. As Hinata gets into the battle, Hikaru wishes her good luck, and she smiles. As the battle begins, Hikaru is cheering Hinata on, telling her to do her best. As they fight, it's becoming more and more evident that Neji's going to win, as he tells Hinata not to give up. Hinata says that's her ninja way, to never give up, just like Hikaru. As Hikaru had stated many times before, he's never going to give up until he finds the answer, the truth, the reasoning to all things, and become one of the strongest shinobi. As he sees Hinata fall, Neji is almost going too far. As he's about to go too far, Hikaru says, "Stop it," in a loud voice. Neji stops his final palm attack as Hinata is already on the ground, with much damage covering her, as well as her ribs and other internal organs have been damaged by the gentle fist style. They'd immediately have a medical team rush in, as Hikaru would jump down to see if she's alright. Neji would laugh as he says that the weaklings will be weaklings after all. This is when suddenly he's punched in the face, sent flying to the next wall and crashing into it, sending it crumbling. Hikaru would then say, "If you really want to fight me that bad, then we'll do it in the next round of the Chunin exams. And in this next round, I'm not going to just send you into a wall." He would say. Red chakra would gleam over his body for a mere instant, when 3 Jonin appear around him with sealing jutsu about to activate. Hikaru looks all 3 of them in the eye, having tracked their movements, telling them that this isn't going to go any farther. Hikaru would eye Neji as he walks back into the stands, calmly sitting down next to Sasuke. Sasuke would be in awe and also extremely excited and pissed off at what Hikaru had done. "You idiot, you could have gotten yourself excluded and kicked out of the Chunin exams." But he then says that was pretty awesome. Neji is patting his wounds as he thinks that this Hikaru might be an interesting fight after all, as he actually got through his 360-degree defense, even though it was a cheap shot. Hikaru would say that he has some training to do before the next Chunin exams, so hopefully it's not today. After the Chunin exams had now ended, they would then state what the next examination would be. In 1 month, all of the Genin here who have survived this challenge will begin to take place in the final tournament. Those who win will be considered to become a Chunin. If you are picked, then you'll be risen to the next rank of Chunin. Everyone splits up as Sasuke decides he already knows who he wants to train with. Sakura would ask their master Yuki if she could train her in more taijutsu style, as Yuki would tell Sakura she can. Hikaru would wander off, as Sasuke goes to track down the Kakashi guy to ask him if he can train him. Hikaru would decide he needs to work on his seals, as he decides he's going to become even stronger. As he walks off, he would see an old man with a red uniform, drunk as he's walking around oogling girls and telling them, catcalling them off the street. Hikaru would go over to the old man and tell him he's bothering people. Jiraiya would then turn around and ask who he is. "My name? Oh, it's Hikaru Uzumaki."
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's me, That One Weep here, back after, 2 years now with the part 1 finale of What If Naruto Was From Krypton. Now we're here. Finally, you've made it back from the past to the final part, where I'm going to be finishing everything of this series and giving you guys the full story of What If Naruto Was From Krypton. So since it has been a long time, at least for me, I'm just going to talk through some things. You guys can ignore this part if you don't want to, because you just watched it all the way to get here. But regardless, Hikaru is, I guess, the original Naruto in terms of both Minato and Kushina being his birth parents. And that's who we've been following for the first part of actual Naruto, with at least the Naruto timeline. For the most of the series, we've been following Naruto, who was adopted and a son of Krypton, and raised by Minato and Kushina, and was the best friend of Itachi, Sasuke's older brother. Now, we're going to be finishing off Hikaru's story in part 1, getting into the real meat of what I wanted this story to become from years ago. Like I've said in prior videos recently, my style has to change if I want to finish all these, so most of these wrap-ups will be me just getting through the content so you guys know what's going on. I won't be as in-depth as I was for the first original 10 parts or so of Krypton Naruto, but I will be covering the story and plot points. So let's just get started. So, after Naruto had found Jiraiya and had gotten him to agree to train him, things would be a little different than the original timeline of Naruto because Hikaru would want Jiraiya to help him increase his powers in sealing. Because he has access to the Uzumaki clan techniques, being a genetically more Uzumaki than Namikaze, he has the blue eyes of Minato and the red hair of his mother Kushina. Jiraiya would take interest in training him, just like original Naruto, and Hikaru would be given the Toad Seal, with this being what Jiraiya is interpreting it as, with him putting his blood on the seal and doing his best to stay on top of Gamabunta the entire day. The events of the month of training would happen with him realizing through Jiraiya that his brother had given him the Nine Tails before he had left the village, making a failsafe so that when he had given his half of the Nine Tails to the Akatsuki, half of the Nine Tails would be with his younger brother back in the Leaf. This means that a lot of the things that Hikaru had thought about Naruto were wrong. Naruto, his big brother, had actually left something to protect the village behind. Why did he do this? After he had slaughtered all of Sasuke's clan, what was the point of this? What is the truth? This is asking more questions than makes sense. What is the deal? But he would have to put these thoughts on the back burner as the Chunin exams is more important. And the rest of the month would go by, Sasuke and Kakashi trained together, and Yuki Hyuga would have been training Sakura in using her genjutsu. Basically giving her what people thought she was going to do, which was train with Kurenai, instead of doing nothing during the month of Chunin exam training. Yuki Hyuga would be working on Sakura's basics alongside her ability with genjutsu. As the Chunin exams roll up, it's Hikaru Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga and Sasuke versus Gaara. Neji be spewing about destiny for the entire fight, and Hikaru be focused on using sealing jutsu to block and seal Neji's attacks from a long range, like his air palm or air bullets. And on his side, he'd be using his Uzumaki chakra chains, summoning 2 chakra chains and whipping them at Neji, trying to get his armor leg. Neji would use rotation, spinning and repelling the chain, knocking it off course and slamming into the dirt. Hikaru would have an idea, realizing there's a weakness to this, ripping his chains underground and now releasing them right under Neji, grabbing his legs while he's spinning and wrapping them around him before throwing him into the wall. Neji getting slammed into the wall would fall back to the ground coughing, with the blow not doing as much damage or enough damage to knock him out. The whole thing about Neji's father and Hinata's father would come out. This is when Hikaru says he'll change the way the Hyuga clan, as well as find the truth behind everything that this world has to hide, punching Neji from underground using his techniques, and ultimately defeating him. Hikaru would be cheered for by a lot of people in the audience, with his skill as a shinobi being impressive. This would actually earn him the respect of everyone who is watching for the Chunin exam part and not just the fight part, earning him the rank of Chunin like Shikamaru. Unlike Naruto, Hikaru was smart enough to think about his strategy against an opponent who couldn't move, using all of his jutsu and arsenal to find a way to defeat him in a smart manner that would not be self-sacrificing. In fact, he did so well with just his techniques and skill against Neji that he didn't even need to rely on the power of the Nine Tails, so no one knows he has it yet, except for, well, the people who's fought him with it, like Orochimaru or people like that. But basically, it is a secret still that he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. We're gonna skip the filler fights because, come on, like, really? Like, you already heard this a million times. And finally, we have Sasuke versus Gaara. Kakashi would have trained Sasuke, impressed that he was able to learn the Chidori, and being even more impressed with this Genin because he wasn't his student, seeing how far he's come under Team 7. Sasuke would Chidori Gaara's ultimate sand defense, and would pretty much destroy him. This is when the blood and the pain would cause him to go psycho, with the One Tails breaking out and the Konoha Crush plan beginning. Hikaru would be strong enough to resist and break through the Genjutsu, being a bit smarter than actual Naruto, with Shikamaru trying to sleep and get out of it like the original timeline. Hikaru would run off after Sasuke and Gaara, insistent on giving Sasuke a hand, with the two of them being like brothers. So when Sasuke hears from behind, "Hey, Sasuke, wait up!" instead of being annoyed that someone was butting in on his fight, he'd merely smirk, saying, "Hikaru, you're late." The red-haired whiskered boy would grin, with the two running off after the One-Tailed Jinchuriki Gaara from the sand to go and beat his ass. The rest of the Konoha Crush plan would go pretty much as planned for Orochimaru, and the real interest in the fight would be with the third Hokage versus Orochimaru, with him, summoning the Hokage before Hiruzen using Reaper Death Seal and dying, and Orochimaru's arms being taken away, and the rest of the Konoha crush going pretty much as usual. However, in this time, this is when our Hikaru and Sasuke would get interesting. Hikaru and Sasuke would be struggling against the one-tailed mode version of Gaara, with him using sand and physical strength to rip through trees, and Hikaru would be barely able to block blows with his adamantite chains of the Uzumaki clan, playing the shield defense to Sasuke's Chidori blade. Sasuke, look out! He'd throw a chain, blocking a sand bullet. Thanks, Hikaru. Through a Lion's Barrage and a Uzumaki Barrage, we would eventually get Gaara transforming into the fully one-tailed state. This is when Hikaru would have an idea, turning to Sasuke and screaming, "Use it! Use your Sharingan on me!" Forcing Sasuke and Hikaru to use Sasuke's Sharingan, as Sasuke would try and tap into the Nine-Tails seal. As a kid, this would piss Kurama off, with him seeing an Uchiha roaring and forcing Sasuke out of the seal, as the Nine-Tails chakra began to flow into Hikaru. All right! Sasuke, I think we can win this. Get over here! Sasuke would run towards Hikaru as he bites his thumb, slamming his fist into the ground and summoning Gamabunta to fight the One-Tails. Both of them using all their chakra together to transform Gamabunta into the Nine-Tails and ultimately defeating Gaara. Bring us to the Third Hokage's funeral, as well as the beginning of the Tsunade retrieval arc. One difference here already is that even though Sasuke does have the curse mark still from Orochimaru, he's not feeling all that hatred and regret towards Hikaru. Instead, most of his rage still being focused on Itachi, and by extension, Hikaru's older brother Naruto. Sasuke would not view Hikaru as someone in his way. Instead, when they had both worked together, using Sasuke's Sharingan and Hikaru's dormant power to awaken the Nine-Tails power, Sasuke felt that they might actually have a chance of beating those two. Basically, Sasuke's mindset is not already being weakened from seeing the impressive feats Hikaru is displaying. Because unlike the original, where he felt like he was getting weaker with Naruto gaining so much power in such a short time, Hikaru is his ally. They both need to be strong so they can both take out their own threats. So, this version of Sasuke is pretty chill. Sasuke and Kakashi be having a celebratory dinner, with Hikaru inviting Sasuke to come with him and Jiraiya on their journey to find Tsunade to be the next Hokage. Sasuke would just smirk, telling Hikaru that they'll have to train when he gets back, giving him a fist bump. Hikaru is grinning as he tells Sasuke not to die while he's gone. This is when two strangers would show at the village. By this point, Hikaru and Jiraiya have left, already off for Tsunade, and this is when the two Akatsuki Road members would join, both wearing hats, one of them complaining about the heat and saying that there's really no point in them wearing these anyway. Of course, this man would have long blonde hair now from having it grown out, the other's dark hair now moving over his eyes, as he says that the hats are rather important to their overall aesthetic. Ah, come on Itachi, that's not true. This is when Itachi and Naruto, a duo of the Akatsuki, would arrive back at their original village, the Leaf Village. Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai would try to stop them, basically having come to check on Sasuke and Hikaru after the Third Hokage's death, which was a red flag for them. The Third Hokage having sworn to protect their younger siblings while they were off being a double agent from the Akatsuki, this is setting off a lot of alarm bells. Both Itachi and Naruto would want to go back to show Danzo that if they mess with their younger siblings, then they will destroy and burn the entire village to the ground, making sure that his head ends up on a stick for the other villages to see as a display. Basically what they're saying is, we might be working for you, but if you betray us, you're dead. The message is very effective, considering Guy is played with like a rag doll with Superman Naruto. Even with him going up to the 7th gate, punching Naruto at full force, Naruto would catch the fist as air currents would flow around him. Kurenai, Yuki, and Kakashi would both be useless, all three of them trying their best. Yuki, now seeing the two, would be even more enraged at the both of them, having never understood why they betrayed the village, leaving her behind. Yuki had actually had a small crush on Itachi, for those guys who don't know. But anyway, Yuki would go after Itachi using her taijutsu and Byakugan to resist his genjutsu, which is pretty impressive, even because he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. And this Itachi isn't sick. He isn't sick at all. Something you guys need to remember is that a possible fan theory, which is the one I'm going with for this one, is that Itachi was dying from a chakra illness, or from overuse of his Mangekyo. But because he has a reliable partner, like Naruto, who can just rip through everything and basically acts as the physical damage dealer, Itachi can rest and not have to overexert his chakra, since Naruto is more than strong enough to handle their missions for them. With his heat vision that doesn't even drain chakra, it's pretty busted. Anyway, Naruto would keep playing with Guy, catching his fists, and Guy would scream out Hirodora as a white tiger would appear, crashing into Naruto. Naruto would smirk as he then breathes in a bunch of air, breathing out using an icy breath and freezing Guy into a statue of ice. The heat from the gates would start melting the ice, but Naruto makes sure to make quick work of Yuki and Kurenai, while Itachi finishes off Kakashi with his Tsukuyomi. All 4 of the Jonin would be placed in hospital, with Sasuke hearing about what the 2 had done. Being enraged, he grit his teeth, squeezing his fist, wondering why they could have come, before realizing that it's true, that Hikaru had the Nine Tails. Maybe they're here to finally retrieve it, keeping it as some sort of failsafe until they needed it. And so he'd run off, leaving the hospital and chasing after Jiraiya and Hikaru. Sasuke would arrive at the hotel just as Itachi had knocked on the door. Hikaru would answer it, seeing Itachi and his older brother Naruto standing there. His blue eyes would darken as he summons adamantite chains, immediately thrashing them up, trying to kill both of them. Sasuke would scream out Hikaru's name as lightning would charge over his hand. Sasuke would activate the 2 Tomoe Sharingan as he runs down, cutting through the wall of the hotel as he tries to strike at Naruto. Naruto would catch Sasuke's Chidori with his open palm, taking 0 damage and not even being cut at all. Itachi would smirk, saying they got the wrong ones, asking if he wants to switch. Naruto put a grin on his face as he lets go of Sasuke, throwing a light kick, sending Sasuke crashing back to the end of the hallway. Itachi would give Naruto a look of annoyance. Naruto would shrug his shoulders, saying he's gotta make it look the part, right? Or well, I should say almost as if he's saying that, because the 2 are wearing Akatsuki rings. For those of you guys who are wondering why I'm bringing that up specifically, it was made pretty clear during the Kazekage rescue mission in the original show that the rings were being used as a communication device for all of the Akatsuki when they were working on summoning a tailed beast into the Gedomato statue. As such, I think that these 2 have to be very careful because Obito, or I guess I should say Madara, are listening to every comm line, meaning that if the 2 slip up, they could blow their cover and make the Akatsuki distrust them or even kick them out, meaning that their whole point of doing this was worthless. Itachi would let go of Hikaru's chain, walking over towards Sasuke. As Naruto and Hikaru would meet their eyes for the first time, Hikaru would grit his teeth, asking what the hell they want. Naruto put a grin on his face, saying, "Well, I just came to check up on you. For now, since you are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki after all. I have to wait until we get the other tail beast first, but then I'm coming for you next, you hear, little bro? I can't believe you had that sneaky 3rd Hokage seal half of it inside you before I left, huh? Damn, he's just like he always was, just a musclehead brute. He just came here to find me and beat me, huh?" Hikaru would summon an adamantite chain, wrapping it around Naruto and squeezing it as tight as he can. Naruto would simply shrug as he begins tightening up his muscles and breaks, ripping through the chain and sending Hikaru sprawling to the ground. Itachi would tell Sasuke he doesn't have enough hate inside of him, with Sasuke telling him he's wrong and he's not going to do it his way, telling him to screw himself. It's at this point that Jiraiya would show up, thwarting off the 2 and Itachi making eye contact with him, the real reason they were there, to show Jiraiya why they had arrived and that they had made it to the Leaf Village, telling Danzo off, basically having a silent conversation since it's speculated Itachi was Jiraiya's informant from within the Akatsuki. And like this, they'd banter about saying that one of the Sanin's pretty strong. I don't know if we can handle that, huh, Naruto? And escaping. Sasuke got infinite Tsukudomi'd by, Itachi after he talked some mad shit about not needing to follow his path of hatred to get stronger. Itachi whacked him into next week, and now he's unconscious. So now they definitely need to find Tsunade to heal both Kakashi and Sasuke. Sasuke would get sent back to the Leaf Village as if though he's one day expedite shipping from Amazon. Jiraiya and Hikaru would find Tsunade, and Hikaru would already be known as being the second child of the 4th Hokage. So there's really no point in him being protected by his name, as also because his older brother is a famous Akatsuki member who is also a son of the 4th Hokage, so Tsunade would know who Hikaru is. So there is really no bet that he can't master the Rasengan. There is a bet, however, that he can't master it in a week, which is what happens with him still challenging her and her offering the 1st Hokage's necklace, which is really helpful later on in the series because it can seal the Nine Tails somehow. And the training to learn the Rasengan begins for Hikaru. Hikaru masters the Rasengan. Yeah, I know that was fast. And eventually they meet back up with Tsunade. The fight between Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would occur, with Kabuto being defeated by Hikaru's Rasengan. Orochimaru would escape, now being forced to rely on switching bodies, hopefully to Sasuke. And Naruto would return back to the village with Tsunade and Jiraiya in tow, now having Tsunade being crowned as the 5th Hokage. After Sasuke is healed by Tsunade, the first thing on his mind is not, I want to fight Hikaru, it's, Hikaru, are you okay? What happened after I was passed out by Itachi? So when Itachi knocked him out, he'd ask what happened with Naruto and Itachi. Hikaru would answer that the two had escaped and Jiraiya had forced them off, saying that they need to train and get stronger, saying, even with the new jutsu he just learned on his last mission, I don't think even I could beat them. Sasuke would pull himself up from the hospital bed, Sakura still being worried about him, ignoring her as he then looks at Hikaru saying that they should spar and see how much stronger the gap has widened. Hikaru would gulp, saying that if he uses this jutsu it could end up hurting Sasuke, and he's still injured. Sasuke would look at Hikaru in the eyes saying that you shouldn't worry about me. We need to worry about how powerful we both are if we're going to take that monster down. Even my Chidori could barely make even a scratch. It was like it was tickling him. It's like your brother's body is made out of some indestructible material. He's so durable and strong. I don't even know how we're going to separate the two of them, let alone take down one of them. Sasuke grit his teeth, saying, let's do this, as they make it onto the hospital roof and the two would start sparring. Hikaru would toss Sasuke his headband, putting his own on, as the two actually acknowledge each other as equals already. The fight would begin with some hand-to-hand combat, neither of the two switching to jutsus yet until it's clear that Sasuke is overpowering Hikaru when it comes to taijutsu. At this point, Hikaru would summon one of his adamantite chains, trying to wrap it around Sasuke, who would quickly activate his own Sharingan, his own Kekkei, dodging and weaving through the chain. It's at this point, as the battle is getting more intense, that they would start showing off their newest jutsus, with him charging up a Chidori, and Naruto himself opening up a Rasengan. Bring it, Sasuke! Let's do this! Hikaru! And Sasuke is charging at Hikaru with his Chidori, and Hikaru with his Rasengan. Forgive me if I say Naruto, it's just they're very easy to switch up. But anyhow, with his Rasengan, Hikaru would start charging towards Sasuke, the two about to crash together, Sakura with tears in her eyes yelling them out to both of them to stop it. And this is when their sensei would appear. Yuki Hyuga would appear shouting, that's enough, as she seemingly moves faster than both of them, herself having recovered from Tsunade's help, catching both of their arms as she tanks the damage from the Rasengan and the Chidori, screaming out in pain as blood would spurt from her arms. Think the scene that Urza Scarlet had done during the final war of Fairy Tail where she catches Grey and Natsu's huge attacks. The two would have this stunned look in their eyes as she then moves her hand behind their heads, pulling them in for a big hug, asking why they're fighting like this. Basically begging them not to fight each other. They would both feel really bad because of how nice Yuki-sensei is, saying that they weren't actually fighting, they were just sparring. And she'd call them a liar, saying that those were some really powerful jutsu she had seen of her Byakugan. If she hadn't blocked herself with her own chakra, her arms would have been destroyed. Just imagining what that would have done to either of you, I couldn't. You have to remember that their older brothers, her teammates, had been the closest of friends, and seeing them basically betray her and leave the village had broken her a lot. So seeing the two of them fighting, she could not handle losing anyone else. As such, we have another side effect of this. There is no display of evidence of the Rasengan or the Chidori. However, again, the two aren't bloodlusted or trying to show off how powerful they are, really. They were just displaying the jutsu. Otherwise, I'm pretty confident my original character Yuki would be dead. So, yeah, let's not go there. But what this does display is that the two of them seemingly are equal. Sasuke does not yet know that the Rasengan is superior to the Chidori, and Hikaru thinks that Sasuke is on even playing field with him. The two of them saying that they won't fight like that or using those jutsu against each other again. Especially not when Yuki-sensei's around. It's after this that they'd all get a bite to eat with as a team, with them ready to go back on missions again. There is no edgelord Sasuke moment. Yay! That is, until the Sound 4 show up, coming to retrieve Sasuke and take him back to Orochimaru to be his new vessel. In this version of events, Sasuke would be kidnapped, not willingly choosing going along with them. Believing himself to be growing at an equal pace to Hikaru, there is no reason for him to wish to leave, even with the curse mark. And there's another reason too. Because Hikaru and Sasuke are not the incarnates of Indra and Asura, The two of them are basically free from their ancestral chakra, so there is no beef that naturally grows between them, like with the other reincarnates. No, in fact, the cycle had been ended back with Naruto and Itachi. Naruto would have inherited the spirit of Asura, and Itachi taking on the role of Indra. So if anything, the fact that the two of them are already squashed the beef and are back on track is amazing. So there is no more reincarnation BS with any Sage of Six Paths or anything. This is just them being themselves. There is no destiny things involved here, alright? Upon realizing that Sasuke has been kidnapped or has left the village, they would quickly throw a team together with Hikaru, Shikamaru, Neji, Choji, and Kiba. Everyone does the cool of Naruto running down the hill as they chase after the Sound 4, with Zorel being the first target, being taken out by Choji. Good job, Choji, you should have died there, but you know what, it's cool, we'll let you live. Da-ding! Moving on, we get the R34 of the flute player. That's not innuendo, that's real. And that's Shikamaru versus the flute player, not joking. Naruto keeps going, Neji eventually takes his own fight against that weird spider guy. Kiba fights another guy who has two heads when him and Akamaru merge and have two heads, and now it's like a weird Jigoraku situation with weird monsters, but you know, it's cool. As they're fighting, Naruto finally makes it past and runs into Kimimaru. This is where things get serious, and I'm going to stop abbreviating. The Bone Ash Wielder from the Kaguya clan, the descendants of Kaguya who obtained some for techniques. I still don't know how that works, but it was never really explained. Anyway, basically, the guy with the cool bones, Kimimaru, would appear, and the fight would be glorious. And I said Naruto, god damn it. Hikaru, it is Hikaru, I swear, it is. Hikaru would use his adamantite chains wrapping around his bones and trying to seal him, and Kimimaru would be using his bone forest techniques and his big bone swords. That's not anyway, I swear I'm not. Basically, the fight would be intense, and eventually Lee would show up to save Hikaru, allowing Hikaru to finally make it. That is what I would say. Except that Sasuke is in a jar, and Kimimaru was the last person he was handed off to. So he's just in the jar. Hikaru would grab the Sasuke jar, running off in some direction, eventually finding this beautiful river in a ravine with these two statues of some old era shinobi. This being the Valley of the End. But no, when Hikaru allows Sasuke outside the jar, the first thing that he would say as he punches Sasuke in the head would ask why he let himself get captured like that, huh? Sasuke would currently be in Curse Mark Stage 2, saying that jar had some weird effects on him, saying that he feels really irritable right now. You know, if you hit me again, I might have to fight back, you know. Hikaru would laugh, asking Sasuke what he means. It's at this point Sasuke would divulge his new idea to Hikaru, asking Hikaru to leave and flee the village with him, not going to Orochimaru's. Just the two of them going off to train for the next couple of years and hunting down those bastard brothers of theirs themselves. With your sealing jutsu, you can seal the curse mark on me. At least until I need it, since it does give me some extra power. Or we can even train it, and you can use your seal on me, and I'll use my Sharingan to seal that fox of yours. If we act as each other's checks, I'm sure we can get stronger than them, Hikaru. Hikaru would take a moment breathing in deeply as he thinks about Yuki, their sensei back at the Leaf Village, as well as everyone else. Breathing out and deciding that he is going to go with Sasuke, the two boys running off together just as Kishimoto had originally intended. What? I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything. And Hikaru and Sasuke now leave the village. Hikaru would leave a note in the jar behind, leaving both of their headbands and a note tucked into it saying, "Be back in 2 years." And this is what Kakashi and the rest of the Jonin who would come later would find, with the two being declared rogue nin and going missing. The two would have journeyed far north, all the way up towards the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves. This is where their training would start, with them making contact with Tazuna as former contacts as shinobi, asking him if they could stay at his place in town training out on an island in the middle of the ocean, with the Land of Waves being a direct port out to sea. They had heard rumors about an abandoned island out there when they were first been in the Land of Waves, almost, a year ago now? And so Tazuna would provide them with food, telling them good luck in their training, as they would give him a thumbs up, taking a small fishing boat, and both of them rowing their way to the island. Little did they know what this island would offer them, as 2 years would pass. Naruto and Sasuke would be told that it's been about 2 years by Tazuna, who's come out to greet them, promising that he would have gone and retrieved them if their boat had been destroyed. which it wasn't, they just had forgotten. The two would leave the island now, much stronger, taller, and with ripped clothes, getting some new outfits from the land of waves with that wave drip, you know what I'm saying, and heading back to the Leaf, waiting to go and find their headbands so they can go and hunt down their older brothers and finish them off for good. When they walk back through the gates, the Jonin at the gates would tell them to stop as everyone runs out announcing that the rogue ninja have come back. Sakura and Yuki would be the first ones to show up, with Hikaru would have a grin on his face saying, "Hey, Sakura, Yuki, Sensei, how's it going?" Sasuke would sigh saying that that's what they're gonna say when they first show back. Whatever. Sasuke would suddenly seemingly teleport as he appears on top of the water tower gazing down at the Leaf Village. "Hey, no fair!" Hikaru would leap up next to him, looking down the village as tons of Jonin would come pouring out, telling them to stop attacking the village. The two would just look down, sitting, as Hikaru would pick his nose, asking what are they talking about? Did they not give them the note? I thought it was pretty clear. We see an image of the note. It's very scribbly. In fact, most of their high intelligence units couldn't decipher it. The two would be in Tsunade's office as she reads the notes, reading this terrible handwriting, sighing as she realizes what they were trying to say. I said that we'd be back in 2 years. Hikaru, you have to understand that the situation is a little more complex than that. But come on, we didn't even do anything. We were out in the middle of... Sasuke would elbow Hikaru. Shh, shut up. Tsunade would make a sound, basically disciplining the two and saying that if they can prove that they weren't wasting time for 2 years, then they won't be heavily reprimanded. With her having trained Sakura, and Yuki being dispatched from duty, so no longer an active shinobi, Hikaru would realize that her stomach would look a little bigger than the last time they had been back at home, asking why she got so fat. Sakura would run over punching Hikaru in the head, saying that that's not the case at all. No, instead, Kakashi and Yuki had actually gotten together, with there being not that big of an age gap. It's, what, between Itachi and Kakashi? Something like 7 years, so it's pretty normal for even, like, real life. It's nothing like sugar daddy or anything. But anyway, yes, so Yuki is pregnant with Kakashi's child. And Kakashi is married, still as a ninja, while she is currently not, because obvious reasons. Yuki would be so thankful that the boys had returned, giving them both a big hug, and Sasuke telling her to let go of him. It's at this point that Kakashi would be summoned, with Kakashi in taking Yuki's place as their temporary sensei, being the one instructed to partake in the bell test, with Sakura fighting against them. So we have Sakura and Kakashi versus the two rogues, as Tsunade is calling them. Hikaru would once again have a goofy look on his face as he tells Sasuke this is gonna be a cinch, telling the old man not to get too worked up after all. Also, before we get started, I just want to say, just imagine, Yuki and Kakashi going out on a group date with Asuma and Kurenai, why am I kind of vibing with this? I don't know, man. But anyway, the fight would start. With the bell test, Kakashi and Sakura would be overwhelmed, even with Kakashi revealing his power he's gained in the last 2 years from getting married. Kakashi would reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan being the other half of the Kamui. Even with this, Sasuke's 3 Tomoe that he has awakened and trained for the last 2 years is about to able to keep up with his Mangekyo. In fact, both Sasuke and Naruto would have gained a new taijutsu ability, with them moving around so quickly and being able to leap through trees so fast. It's like they were completely different, with their speed and strength being off the charts. Hikaru would reveal the Odama Rasengan, and Sasuke would reveal his Chidori Stream, covering his scimitar. Yes, you heard that right, a scimitar. It's a curved blade, not a grass-cutting sword, even though it looks cool on him. This blade is more common in the Land of Waves, and so it is the weapon he is using and was trained with. Naruto would also have been trained in a weapon, with Sasuke choosing to learn how to use sword arts with basically all swords. Naruto instead would have a pole on his back, a long Nihonbo, a bow staff. Naruto, using his bow staff and Odama Rasengan, would do some huge damage, swinging at Kakashi and blocking his own attacks, with him using his chains from the adamantite, summoning 6 chains and surrounding Kakashi and Sakura, locking Sakura down and attacking Kakashi, who would be able to Kamui them away. Feeling the drain in his chakra, Sasuke would come in using Chidori as he holding the curved scimitar around Kakashi's neck, as Naruto casually walks up and grabs the bells, having forced them into such a compromising position so easily. The test would be over. Jiraiya would be notified that Hikaru had returned back to the Leaf, with Sasuke as well, and would currently hurry back, saying not to let them leave, being pissed that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and also one of his godsons, had left the village for so long, even though he'd been searching for him and had found nothing. In the next day, with them both wearing their headbands now after having earned them back from Kakashi and Sakura, the two would be waiting in the Hokage's office sipping tea as Jiraiya would slam through the door asking where the hell the two of them have been, with him having been chasing around the entire continent for 2 years and not having heard a trace of them. Hikaru would smile, laughing, saying, well, that's interesting. He would hold up both his palms with Sasuke holding up only his left one, his dominant hand. Notice anything different, Jiraiya-sensei? Hikaru would say. No way. He would notice that Hikaru would have 2 sealing jutsu on his hands. One for the toads, which he himself had given, and one that he had seen years ago. Is that Lord Third's? Naruto would smirk, saying, yeah, it turns out that the island that me and Sasuke went to train to was the home of the Sage Monkeys, and the same guy that Lord Third could summon, Enma, he recognized us as Leaf Shinobi and said that we could train with him. And so that is what happened to Hikaru and Sasuke, with Sasuke being contracted alongside Hikaru. Both of them now having the summoning for the monkey summons, like the ones that Lord Third Hiruzen had, and also being trained to learn monkey-style Sage Mode. So that means both Sasuke and Hikaru can use Sage Mode now. They are far stronger than they were 2 years ago, with both of them having Sage Arts and being just way faster and stronger from training together. Sasuke's Sharingan and Hikaru's adamantite chains, they're ready to go take down the Akatsuki. And that's where we'll be switching perspectives from Hikaru and Sasuke back to Naruto and Itachi. Itachi and Naruto would basically be taking on the missions that Kisame and Itachi would have in the original series, so for the rest of this What If, it becomes pretty predictable of what's going on. For the next 2-ish months, 2 months, roughly 2-3 months, nothing would happen. That is, until it's come out that Hikaru and Sasuke have grown strong enough to have defeated Deidara, killing Deidara, and saving the Kazekage, and taking out another of the Akatsuki, that being Sasori. So Team Sasori and Deidara is dead. They got KO'd by Hikaru and Sasuke. After them, they would eventually have news again from Pain and Obito about the demise of Hidan and Kakuzu, once again at the hands of Leaf Shinobi, with Hikaru and Sasuke taking the spotlight, killing them again. It only seems like a matter of time before their younger siblings come for them. At least, that's what they'd be thinking. Eventually, the time would come, and Itachi, who isn't sick but still has the same motivations pretty much, albeit slightly different, would send a crow to Sasuke, indicating to Sasuke their location and where they'd be waiting for Hikaru and Sasuke to come. By this point, Hikaru has mastered the Rasengan, creating the Rasen Shuriken between his battle with Deidara and his fight now against Naruto, having created the Rasen Shuriken and killed Kakuzu himself, with Sasuke having helped him and gone after Hidan with Shikamaru. Sasuke would immediately alert Hikaru about their summoning to the old Uchiha hideout, and the two would leave at dusk without anyone being able to follow them, the two escaping flawlessly as they would now head to meet their final foes. At least that's what they'd be thinking, with the two having trained their whole lives for this point to defeat them. When they arrived, Sasuke would split up with Hikaru, they would nod at each other, as Hikaru would take on Naruto. Sasuke going after Itachi as their epic fights would begin. Starting with Sasuke, he has pretty much all the abilities that he had gained after Heavy Sasuke in the original, so he has Kyurin, he has everything else, and he is even stronger with Sage Mode, Monkey Sage Mode. Sasuke would have absorbed some nature energy before they arrived, accessing Sage Mode immediately and powering up to his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, not playing around. Sage Mode Sasuke is able to get through a lot of Itachi's attacks and actually give a healthy Itachi a hard time. This Itachi doesn't have any chakra diseases or illnesses because he hasn't been pushing himself very hard compared to what he had to in the original for the Akatsuki. And so the fight would be pretty interesting, with Sasuke using his scimitar, throwing several curved blades towards Itachi, who would burn them away with a Matarasu. He would continue using a Matarasu, telling Naruto to watch out from afar. Naruto would laugh as he uses his heat vision, blasting it at Hikaru. Hikaru would raise an adamantite chain, which would turn the chain red hot, absorbing the heat from Naruto's heat blast. "Is that all you've got?" Hikaru and Sasuke would echo as they start attacking with full ferocity. This is when we would see Hikaru Uzumaki use his Monkey Sage mode, giving him enough strength to actually push Naruto back, throwing a punch and sending Naruto, who had caught the punch, moving a step back. This would even surprise Naruto, with him smiling, saying he's gotten stronger, as he throws a punch at Hikaru, which would send him sprawling, crashing through the walls. Sasuke's fight would be going downhill for Sasuke, as Itachi is now upgrading to his Mangekyo using Susanoo. This is when the two decide to switch, with Sasuke having an ace up his sleeve in case something like this happened. Sasuke would access his curse mark, entering into stage 2, going a little psycho. Upon seeing this, Itachi would stop them from switching, using his Yadomir and his Totsuka blade, and cutting out Orochimaru, destroying the seal and the portion of Orochimaru's chakra, and knocking Sasuke out, now leaving Naruto and Itachi versus Hikaru. Naruto would grit his teeth, having to rely on that, as he grabs his stomach, twisting it as he turns the seal, activating KCM-1. Now, you guys might be confused, but basically what happened is during the training arc where he was learning the Rasen Shuriken, and the Ninetales was taking over his Shadow Clones and other things like that, Sasuke would have taken over Yamato's position of controlling the Ninetales, using his Sharingan to suppress it. Through this, they would realize that by suppressing the Ninetales, Hikaru could actually steal the Ninetales' chakra using his adamantine chains combined with this, siphoning all of the chakra from the Ninetales and making him look all anorexic like that. Yeah, you guys know what I mean. Anyway, so he does have access to KCM-1 against Kurama's will. This is what he would resort to as his last resort, like Sasuke using the curse mark. Through this, he would speed blitz Itachi with his adamantite chains sealing the Susanoo and about to kill him, as Naruto would run in front, blocking the kunai to Itachi's back of the neck, as the kunai would shatter on his skin. It's with this that Sasuke would finally recover from being unconscious, telling him that he's going to summon it now, as Hikaru would then close his eyes, as Sasuke then reveals a summoning scroll, grabbing it and slamming his fist down onto it. Suddenly, a green glowing light would emerge, as Naruto would shout out in pain, wondering what the hell they summoned. Sasuke would weakly stand up, grabbing the shard as he walks towards Itachi and Naruto. Naruto, who had been floating, would fall to the ground, feeling his power draining, as Sasuke uses the kryptonite to completely disable Naruto, not having wanted to rely on this. Sasuke and Hikaru had heard about their adventure, and by there I mean Itachi, Naruto, and Yuki's adventure into the Sand Village for their own Chunin exams several years ago, and how she had heard about Itachi and Naruto finding this interesting base underneath the sand. This is where they had found information about Naruto's homeworld and his alienness, and he had told everyone on the team about it. This had gotten them to the idea that there must be something there, and so during the 2 years after, while they had been training on the island, they would have gone and ventured out towards the Sand Village at some point, finding kryptonite, and wondering if it would have an effect against him, which it does. And so Naruto and Itachi would be defeated, or so they thought. Genjutsu release. Itachi would release the two of them from a genjutsu, being impressed with all the planning they had to defeat them beforehand, having shown Naruto that they had actually made countermeasures for both of them. Naruto would be impressed, laughing as he takes his own ring off, Itachi doing the same, as they throw it onto the ground with Itachi using Amaterasu on the rings. And just like that, they would have displayed Itachi's genjutsu through the rings, with Naruto and Itachi apparently being killed by Hikaru and Sasuke. It's at this point that Itachi would quickly grab Sasuke, picking up while he's still unconscious. Naruto would grab Hikaru, and they would get the hell out of Dodge. Naruto would grab all of them, carrying them as he moves as fast as the speed of light, heading back to underneath the Sand Village and finding where the spaceship that his parents had sent from Krypton was. They would be safe here. Even the Kamui shouldn't be able to get through this, or at least that's what they thought. When the two younger siblings wake up, they would explain everything, with the brothers having planned to infiltrate the Akatsuki, make their younger siblings stronger, and then when the time was right, all four of them would go and take down the Akatsuki at once, ending all of it for once and for all, and completely protecting the Leaf Village. Itachi and Naruto explained to the two younger siblings that they had never betrayed the Leaf and had actually been double agents working for Hiruzen under the guise of being betrayed and betraying the Leaf Village. Itachi would explain the coup d'etat and how the Uchiha had planned to kill everyone in the Leaf Village and take power. With this, him and Naruto had stopped them, killing the clan and sparing Sasuke and Hikaru from the bloodshed, as well as letting them grow up in a peaceful village to let them grow strong enough to where they wouldn't have to protect them. Sasuke and Hikaru would be struck with a fear, anxiety, and stress that they had not expected. Neither of them had really thought about the prospect of their siblings having not been terrible traitors to the Leaf who they could basically kill without any guilt. And so when they told them about what was going on, which was Naruto's idea, not Itachi's, they would feel conflicted, with them not knowing if they could believe them or not. Meanwhile, with Obito believing that Naruto and Itachi have been killed, with him thinking that Itachi must have allowed them to die for their sake, or something, he would travel to the site where he had last sensed their chakra with the rings, finding Amaterasu burning everything with nothing being left, not even ashes. He would wonder if the two had escaped, but would think that they must have reverse summoned themselves or something. Somehow they must have escaped, since he couldn't find any remains of them at all. Anyway, he would believe that they were dead like the other Akatsuki members, leaving and sending Pain to the Leaf Village to capture that Nine Tails, so that they have successfully captured every single tailed beast. This is how Jiraiya would die, with Jiraiya's death being slightly less, I guess just about as much emotion, but really less than it was in the original because Hikaru did not spend 2 years with Jiraiya training, so it's not quite the same. So Jiraiya would be killed by Pain. He wouldn't really have the same moment because Naruto was the name of the older child, and so he doesn't say the tale of Naruto Uzumaki or anything, so that kind of sucks, but you know, it was a good moment. It got cut for the sake of making sense though. Pain would then go after killing Jiraiya, as he is sent by the leader of the Akatsuki to go and claim the Nine Tails, returning to the Leaf Village with Naruto and Sasuke not there. He would attack, Tsunade would try her best to hold him off alongside Kakashi and others who were in the village still. We'd have Konohamaru using his Rasengan, because Hikaru's basically just the same version, just a different name of Naruto, except he's more Uzumaki. Anyway, that happens, so that's a pretty cool moment. The Kakashi Kamui death happens. Much of the same things happen, except when Kakashi dies, Kakashi would die this time protecting Yuki, allowing her to escape, fleeing with the rest of the Leaf villagers off into the mountainside, evacuating. Itachi would have a crow reporting to him that the Leaf village has just been attacked. This is when the two, Naruto and Itachi, would send Sasuke and Hikaru back to the Leaf Village, saying they'll meet up with them at a later time to discuss how they're going to take down the Akatsuki, telling them to report to Lady Tsunade that they've successfully broken out of the operation and will be hiding at point C. Hikaru and Sasuke would nod, with Naruto grabbing the two and throwing them into a mini spaceship that was part of the Master Ship, before popping in some coordinates and them being sent blasting towards the Leaf Village. The huge space pod would land crashing in the middle of the crater as both Monkey Sage Mode, Sasuke, and Hikaru would jump out, fighting the Paths of Pain. Even with Sage Mode, Sasuke's would run out first, with Uzumaki Hikaru just having a stronger Sage Mode and better sealing jutsu and chakra control. Sasuke would appear to be killed by one of the Paths of Pain with him using the rods. This would be what triggers Uzumaki Hikaru to access the Nine Tails, opening up to the Six-Tailed State, and being sealed Chibaku Tensei. Sasuke, who's still alive, would witness his friend and closest brother, Hikaru, being killed by Pain, which would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in him. The Mangekyo Sharingan, pushing him through his anguish and grief and all these emotions he had just received from learning his life has been a lie, would push Sasuke beyond new heights, giving him the access to Amaterasu and flame control and all of his abilities that he and Itachi share. Sasuke would use Amaterasu in the Diva Path, which would just destroy it until the other path of the chakra absorbing one would come and suck Amaterasu up, which allows enough of a distraction for our boy Hikaru to hop into KCM-1, summoning adamantine chains as Chains pull himself up out of the crater, ripping the Chibaku Tensei apart. 9 golden adamantine chains would be flowing behind him as he moves at the speed with KCM, completely blitzing the Paths of Pain and ripping them apart, leaving them no way to survive. He would use his sensing ability of Sage Mode with the last path to find where Konan and Nagato are. While Sasuke is being treated by Tsunade, this is when Hikaru would go off on his own using his sensing ability to find the two of them. We get the Talk no Jutsu moment. Nagato dies using the Rinne Rebirth and brings everyone back, including Kakashi, so good for Yuki and their unborn child. Sasuke gets fully healed and everyone's happy except Konan, who lost her boy toy. Sorry, Konan. I guess you'll have to find someone else. But anyway, Konan would take Nagato and his Rinnegan back to the Land of Rain to give him a proper burial after having talked to Hikaru, with Hikaru assuring that he will end the cycle of hatred, saying he just managed to break one himself recently, talking about his brother and Itachi. But not literally saying, but just referencing them, so you guys know that. With the Akatsuki returning back to whence they came, Obito would eventually come to claim the Rinnegan, killing Konan, RIP, and now has the Rinnegan. It's time for the 5 Kage Summit. Tsunade is down for the count, meaning someone else has to go. This is where things get interesting. Obito will still come to the summit. There is no reason for Sasuke or Hikaru to go to the summit, so they stay helping rebuild the village. Instead, someone else would show up during the summit to kill Danzo, bringing us to the awesome fight of Itachi versus Danzo. After Obito's appearance with Naruto and Itachi watching from afar, Itachi would make his appearance at the Kage Summit, reaching there right as Danzo was leaving and had just been caught using Shisui's other eye, meaning that it was now on cooldown. And so, now that it was, Itachi was taking this chance to finally rid himself of the one who had taken Shisui, one of his closest friends from him years ago. The Itachi versus Danzo fight would be so cool. We get a perfect Susanoo Itachi using the Totsuka blade and killing Danzo over and over again. Even Itachi starting to get a little more Sasuke-like, yelling out and getting emotional as he's killing Danzo, eventually, finally, making it to his last Sharingan and ending his life. Obito would not appear because he's not looking for Sasuke or Itachi or anyone at this point, so he would not have been watching what happened to Danzo after, unlike in the original where he was looking to grab and nab Sasuke in order to turn him over to his side to get the Eight Tails. With Danzo's death, Itachi would flee before anyone could find him, returning back to the Leaf Village and meeting up with Naruto outside of it. Hikaru and Sasuke would explain everything to Tsunade after she had woken up, with her believing them after they had given the secret code that apparently the Hokage know. As such, Itachi and Naruto return into service under the leaf, staying in hiding underground, waiting until it was their time to take down Obito and the rest of the Akatsuki during the 4th Great Shinobi War, which was just declared at the 5 Kage Summit. Itachi's resting, letting his chakra rest up since he started coughing after using his Susanoo for so long. When the war begins, things would be going pretty much exactly according to canon, with Hikaru being sent with Killer Bee, the Eight Tails, to the secret island so that the Akatsuki couldn't find them, and Sasuke being sent to the battlefield. Of course, on the Leaf side this time. Itachi and Naruto be staying behind while Sasuke has a seal on his hand from Itachi that Naruto helped create that would allow them to teleport, based off of the Flying Raijin Jutsu. A sealing technique that he hasn't really mastered or looked into a lot, but he did ask a guy who used to be the 4th Hokage, his dad's ninja guard, who could use it to actually help teleport people. This would be the same one that the Hokage guards of Minato could use all together to teleport someone, that our Hikaru would make a seal for that one person could use to teleport 2 people. So it's pretty impressive, okay? After this, eventually we get the KCM thing again, except the Waterfall of Truth happens now, and it's not really as impactful because Hikaru still has some darkness in him, but now it's, instead of the village, it's more of at his brother and the lies in the past. He forgives himself. The Nine Tails KCM thing is already shown as he tells Killer Bee that he and Sasuke had discovered how to do that on their own. And instead we get the Kushina moment without him having to battle Kurama. Kushina would talk to Hikaru, giving him a hug, asking how he and his brother are doing as she brushes his hair. It's this really sweet, wholesome moment with them both being the redheads. Hikaru would say he loves his hair, which would make Kushina happy. And instead of this arc ending with him getting a power-up, he would just get a mentality upgrade, allowing him to realize he needs to go to the battlefield and help Sasuke and his family, the Leaf Village. Everything goes according to canon now, until we get to Madara versus the Shinobi Alliance. Sasuke would be at this battlefield with Gaara, and when the meteors are summoned, he would pour chakra into his hand, summoning Naruto and Itachi. Itachi would look up, analyzing the situation with his Mangekyo as he turns, nodding to Naruto. Naruto would smirk, teleporting, saying it's a clear skies day, huh? As Madara looks up, wondering why his meteors haven't landed yet, he would see a man wearing blue and red with a strange symbol on his chest. This being Naruto and his original equipment that his father and parents had sent him in to this planet, wearing the symbol that means hope. Madara would be horrified seeing Naruto lifting both meteorites with one hand as he flies up into the sky, pulling them up with him into space. Going back down through the clouds, he'd fly towards Madara at incredibly fast speeds, smushing his teeth into the ground and basically killing the undead Madara and the Tsuchikage, just beating them relentlessly. Even with the Susanoo active, he just shatter it like it was nothing. The war is pretty much over because Kryptonians are so strong it doesn't matter after this point. Madara would get sealed by Gaara before he could escape. Even if Obito Kamui'd himself to the battlefield and realizes Itachi and Naruto are alive, there's nothing he can do. So with Tsuchikage and Madara being sealed before they can do anything, Kabuto would be hunted down by Itachi using Sasuke's Sage Mode on the reanimated shinobi. This means Itachi and Sasuke would run off together using his Sage Mode and Mangekyous to find Kabuto and take him out, ending the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru arrived at the battlefield with Itachi taking him on, basically wiping out Orochimaru's forces and not giving them a redemption arc because Orochimaru is an evil child experimenting man. I don't know why Naruto is letting this man go free in Boruto. It's pretty weird. And even with the Ten Tails potentially being summoned, Naruto is so strong it does not matter. And it's really over when Obito decides to activate and put the Rinnegan in, because with Rinnegan he can't use Kamui for writing reasons, because Kishimoto thought he'd be too broken, and he just gets analed by Naruto. It's not even close. No, it's the rest of the story becomes pretty much fodder, like some sort of comedy isekai anime, because of how ridiculously strong Kryptonian Naruto is. And at that point, it's over. Hikaru would even not make it to the battlefield before it was over. The Fourth Great Shinobi War would end before it was started. Basically just Shinobi wiping out Zetsus for another 2 hours and then calling it a day and heading home. Kaguya is not summoned, Zetsu is hunted down by Itachi and Sasuke, and everyone just kind of has a good time. You know, get a little One Piece party scene action going on. I think the real interesting fights here, I know I'm skipping a lot, is that Boruto fight. The ones when Momoshiki and the Otsutsuki show up. I am just going to say this here because I'm not planning to continue this story. I think Kryptonians just absolutely screw Otsutsuki up. They don't even need ninjutsu. They can fight with taijutsu speed. They have heat. They can use things that aren't chakra. Kryptonians are just stronger than Otsutsuki. I don't think even Ishiki would be able to hold back, even with his weights and small ability he can use. I think just Naruto would be able to take them on. Oh, also, big thing, in this timeline, Itachi becomes the next Hokage, taking over until Hikaru or Sasuke decide they want to step up to the plate. Kakashi is not the sixth Hokage, it is Itachi. Itachi Uchiha is the first Uchiha Hokage. Just saying, he's a perfect Hokage. That will be where I'm ending it. Thank you guys for watching so far. If you think this ending is a cop-out, you just have not read comics because Superman is he's just like this, okay? And I'm not gonna lie. Even if Madara wasn't sealed at the beginning, which he totally would be, let's say he makes it to Jubidara mode. I don't think even Jubidara Madara can kill this version of Naruto, unless he has some kryptonite ability or kryptonite crystal style jutsu or something. But yeah, I do hope you enjoyed the story. I had a great time. I'm glad I got to finish this. This was a beloved What If that a lot of people loved. And this was a What If that was suggested to me by a common commenter in my comment section. He's been here for years, and his account name is Christian White. He writes a lot of paragraph long comments. I read all of them because he was the man who suggested that I write this What If, God, almost 2 years ago now. So thank you so much, Christian. I'm so happy I got to finish this story. I hope you enjoy it, and thank you guys. So if you guys are excited for more full stories to come, I'll be posting more full stories than ever before in the next couple of weeks. Thank you. If you guys are wondering where Warlock Naruto is, if you made it this far and you're interested in that, Warlock Naruto, I'll leave pinned, well, not pinned, I'll leave the playlist, not pinned. I'll leave the playlist in the upper right-hand corner so you guys can catch up on that, since that is also another full story that'll be coming out soon. It's going to be epic. So it may be coming later, it may be coming earlier, I don't know, we'll see what happens. I can tell you for sure, though, that Dragon Slayer Naruto is coming, that Alchemist Naruto is coming, Sunshine Naruto definitely, and a lot of the other 8 to 10 part ones will be finished for sure. I may not finish all of the part 2, 3, and 4 ones yet, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you so much once again. I love you all so much. Thank you for making it this far, and I'll see you guys later. Ja ne!